Hey, don't skip. Give me your 15 seconds.
No.
I've launched my official Patreon, and you will find exclusive 18+ stories there. But why not here?
I don't know.
Because of community guidelines. But there are many stuffs that I want to share with you all regarding Harry Potter, Naruto and Deku that I can't share here. Please join our Patreon to find spicy, 18+ and unique story. Now enjoy.
Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter was trained by Minerva for Triwizard Tournament? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal. But he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. From the Order of the Phoenix. Harry looked at Dumbledore across from the man's desk in his office. A mix of grief, shock, and anger displayed on his face. He was angry the man had held this secret from him for so long. If he had known about the prophecy before tonight, he would have known that Voldemort, or Tom as he referred to him, as would try to lead him to the Ministry and make plans for it. Sirius could still be alive. When were you planning on telling me this? Harry asked, righteous fury in his voice. Dumbledore sat calmly in Harry's rage, which made the young wizard even angrier. It wasn't the right time until tonight. Really? Harry asked in disbelief. You don't think I should have known about it before Tom tried to lure me to the Department of Mysteries? Dumbledore sighed, trying to figure out how to make Harry understand. I wanted for you to enjoy your childhood as long as possible. Telling you about it would have caused the loss of your innocence. What childhood? Harry screamed. He took a deep breath to calm down before continuing in a cold voice. My childhood died the same night my parents did. Being dropped off on those people's doorsteps saw to that. My innocence was lost before I even started at Hogwarts. It couldn't have been that bad there, Dumbledore claimed, thinking Harry's grief was causing him to be overly dramatic. How would you know? It's not like you ever checked up on me, Harry argued. I had Miss Fig there to watch over you, Dumbledore asserted. Yeah, well, she couldn't see what happened inside the house, could she? Harry stated sarcastically. She didn't see the hate and cruelty I was treated with every moment I was in their presence. She didn't see the physical and emotional abuse the Dursleys subjected me to. She didn't see how they treated me like I was their slave when they needed me, locking me out of the house when they didn't want me. Dumbledore was disturbed by the description Harry gave him of his life with his relatives. While the headmaster knew the Dursleys wouldn't love Harry, he didn't think they would have treated him that badly. He wondered how he had missed it. I am sorry they treated you that way, but you had to stay there for your protection. The blood wards I was able to erect around the Dursley home, gained due to your mother's sacrifice, protected you from those who might have tried to harm you. It is important that you continue to have your mother's protection upon you, Dumbledore reasoned. Unfortunately for Dumbledore, Harry was not appeased. I don't care about stupid blood wards. My parents didn't die for me to have a horrible life, to be mistreated my entire life. I am sorry you feel that way, but I had to do so for the greater good, Dumbledore insisted. Harry was incensed that Dumbledore continued to try and justify his actions. In his anger, he unconsciously sent a wave of magic out from him, breaking pretty much everything in the office and almost knocking Dumbledore out of his chair. You know what your greater good did? It caused me to have a similar upbringing as Tom. Both of us were abused for being different. Yet knowing how he turned out, you put me in the same situation, ruining my life and alienating me from most of magical Britain. Harry lowered his voice, so Dumbledore could just barely hear him. You better hope I don't turn out like him, because I would be so much worse, he threatened before storming out of the office. Dumbledore paled at Harry's words, watching in silence as the young man left his office. He didn't see how everything had gone so wrong and was unsure how to begin fixing it. I have to get Harry back on my side, so he can fulfill his destiny. I may not like it, but has to be done for the greater good, he thought mournfully. Harry walked around the castle under the cover of his invisibility cloak, no destination in mind. After about an hour of aimless wandering, he ended up in front of the hospital wing. Figures I would come here to see her, he thought. Sighing, he went inside quietly, trying not to disturb any of the patients. He glanced at his sleeping friends, guilt filling him at their injured state, but he tried to ignore it. He kept walking toward one of the private rooms near Madame Pomfrey's office to see the reason he came here. Before he could open the door, however, Madame Pomfrey stopped him. "Harry, it's about time you showed up here. I need to examine you for injuries," she stated as he led him to the nearest bed, pushing him down onto it. Before he could object, she had her wand out and was waving it across his entire body. It seems you only managed to suffer minor scrapes and bruises. I want you to take this potion for pain, but you won't have to stay the night," she said when she finished her examination. Harry nodded before he tentatively asked a question. "Is it okay if I see Professor McGonagall? I promise I won't wake her up or anything poppy." Said professor had been attacked by 5 Ministry Aurors, who were in Fudge's pocket, while defending Hagrid from being evicted from Hogwarts. This happened in the corridor near the entry to the Great Hall in front of several witnesses, including Harry. When Minerva was reaching for her wand to stop them, the Aurors all shot stunners at her. Enraged, Harry rushed an unconscious Minerva to the hospital wing, ignoring everyone else as he levitated her the entire way there. She was badly hurt, but Poppy was able to take care of her instead of having to send her to St. Mungo's. For the witch's privacy, Poppy put her in one of the 3 private rooms in the hospital wing, which was a medium-sized room with a door and a private bathroom. Poppy saw the anguish and hope in his eyes and knew she couldn't deny his request. "Very well, but try not to stay for too long, Harry," she relented. "Thank you," Harry said quietly before he walked into the room. He sat down in the chair on the right side of Minerva's bed and watched over her, reflecting on how much this woman had helped him since he started at Hogwarts. Before his 4th year, Minerva had been his favorite professor. He not only enjoyed the subject, but he appreciated that she was a stern but fair person, judging you based on your own merits. He also knew she was a very caring and kind person, though she didn't openly show that side all of the time. A few examples of him personally experiencing this kindness were when she bought him a broom during his 1st year, when she took up for him during the Chamber of Secrets incident, and when she helped him figure out the Patronus charm. After his name came out of the Goblet of Fire, however, her realized just how amazing, kind-hearted, and strong of a person she truly was. Flashback start. That day, Harry had planned on avoiding everyone so he could come to terms with the ramifications of last night. However, he was given a note by a first-year Gryffindor requesting his presence in Minerva's office. He didn't know why she wanted to talk to him, but he figured it wasn't to lecture him judging by her defense of him last night. She had soundly told off everyone for accusing him of cheating to get into the tournament, especially Snape. When he got there, Minerva was sitting at her desk, looking over some paperwork. She looked up at him when he entered. "Thank you for coming so promptly, Mr. Potter," she greeted. "You're welcome, Professor." "What did you want to talk about?" he asked. She sighed, a strange look on her face. "This is going to be a difficult conversation, so we'll have it in a more comfortable setting." She locked the door to her office before gesturing for him to follow her. She led him to her private quarters, telling him to sit down on the sofa in front of her fireplace. "I don't know how you'll feel about what I have to say to you, but I ask that you let me finish before you say anything," she requested after she had a house elf bring them some refreshments. Harry looked at her intently. "I can do that, Professor," he replied. He wasn't sure what she had to tell him, but he could tell it upset her. He decided to give her a chance to explain before he made any judgments. Minerva took a sip of her tea before she began talking. "I was there the night Dumbledore left you with the Dursleys. I begged him not to leave you there, to let me take you in instead. I pointed out that they weren't a good choice of guardians for you, but he promised me that he would make sure you were okay. Reluctantly, I trusted him. During the years before you got to Hogwarts, I asked him so many times how you were doing, and he always told me you were just fine. He never let me try to contact you, though, claiming it might upset the Dursleys. Again, I trusted him. When you finally got to school, I decided to observe you for myself. You are very good at hiding your true emotions, so it took me a while to realize that your life with the Dursleys was not ideal. I tried to bring this up with Dumbledore, but he refused to listen to me, stating that it was important you stay there for the protections of some blood ward. He's your magical guardian, so there wasn't much I could legally do for you. That's when I decided to help you as much as I could without Dumbledore finding out. while I tried to find legal ways to get you away from them. There were none, unfortunately. If I took you, we would have to spend our lives on the run, and I didn't want that for you." She paused in her speech, taking another sip of her tea before continuing. "However, last night was the last straw. I begged that man to do everything he could to keep you from being involved in this stupid tournament. I trusted him to do at least that much, but I was wrong. I was so wrong. I should have done something before this. I should have taken you from the Dursleys' doorstep that night and raised you myself, worrying about the consequences later. But because I trusted him, I failed you. I promised your parents that I would look after you, but I have not adequately done so. I am so sorry, Harry, and I hope one day you can forgive me for it." Tears were in her eyes as she finished her explanation. She looked away from him in shame as Harry sat there shocked. He thought for a moment about everything she had told him, but he felt no anger toward the woman. He was aware that Dumbledore was his magical guardian and knew it meant that he was in charge of his affairs and his lodging place for the summer. Dumbledore was in control of the decision-making for him, so she couldn't be blamed for that. Plus, he knew what it was like to be betrayed by someone you thought you could trust. He gently placed his hand on her shoulder to get her attention. "I'm not mad at you, Professor, and I don't blame you either," Harry declared softly. Minerva looked at him in disbelief, but the tears still falling from her eyes only convinced him he was right for his decision. She felt a deep remorse for her lack of actions, though it wasn't really her fault. "I know what it's like to be betrayed by someone you trust, so I could hardly blame you for that. You are very much like your mother," she reflected. "Thank you, Mr. Potter. I don't feel like I deserve your kindness at the moment, but I plan on earning it starting today." When Harry shot her a confused look, she began to explain in more detail. "I will be training you, starting today. You will make it through this idiotic tournament if I have anything to say about it. We will have to keep it secret, though, since I'm sure the old coot won't approve." "I'd like that very much, Professor," he replied gratefully. "Good. First, I offer you the use of my first name when we are in private," she insisted. Harry gave her his trademark lopsided smile. "Only if you use my first name as well." Flashback in, and that's how the unique friendship they had today was born. Minerva stuck to her promise and trained him hard throughout the year. They used the Room of Requirement to train secretly, learning that it could open up passages pretty much anywhere in the castle. This helped them to meet up without anyone finding out about it, especially the headmaster. When Minerva realized his natural talent for defense against the dark arts and transfiguration, she decided to make him her unofficial apprentice in both subjects, teaching him things above his year. She tutored him in potions as well, helping him to understand the basics of the subject that Snape refused to teach his students. She even taught him things he wouldn't learn at school, like Occlumency. That summer, she took order guard duty shifts so she could visit him, even taking him to get new clothes that actually fit him and new glasses with his correct prescription. During this past school year, she kept training him in secret. When he told her what Umbridge made him do in his detention, she almost ran off to hurt the woman. Fortunately, Harry was able to convince her that she was needed at the school, and they devised a plan to prevent Umbridge from bringing the blood quills into the school by having the house elves check her office regularly for them. She also helped him make lesson plans for the DA, or Defense Association. Harry was brought out of his thoughts by the sound of someone clearing their throat. Startled, Harry looked up to see Minerva giving him a small smile, having awoken a few minutes ago. "I do believe it is way past curfew, Mr. Potter," she teased. Then she saw the look on his face and realized immediately that something was wrong. "Harry, what happened?" He sighed deeply, knowing she wouldn't leave him alone until he answered, stubborn woman that she was. I got another vision of Sirius in trouble. I used the mirror to call him, just like last time, but he didn't answer. I tried several more times with the same result. I could feel it, Minerva. He was in danger. What happened next?" she urged gently when he was quiet for several seconds. "I told Ron and Hermione, and we tried to use the only flue working in this place, but the toad caught us. She had us three along with Neville, Ginny, and Luna held captive in her office with Inquisitorial Squad's help. The toad was about to try and torture me because she thought I knew where the old goat was, but Hermione distracted her with some story about weapon hidden in the Forbidden Forest. Before she dragged me and her away, I told Snape to get the order there. Long story short, we ended up leaving her to the centaurs in the forest and caught up with the others. I tried to make them stay, but they wouldn't listen, so we all left to break into the Ministry, using the Thestrals to fly there. We got all the way to the Hall of Prophecies in the Department of Mysteries, and the Death Eaters, led by Malfoy and Bellatrix, had Sirius tied up, demanding that I fetch a prophecy concerning me and Tom. We managed to free Sirius, and then we were running through the Ministry, getting separated from each other until we got to the Death Chamber where the veil is. The order finally arrived, and we were all fighting, and Minerva put a hand on his shoulder comfortingly, and he gained some strength from it. Sirius was dueling Bellatrix, and she caught him off guard. He was too close to the veil. I tried to stop him from falling in, but I was too late. Minerva gasped, but he kept on going, knowing he had to finish the story. I ran after her, and we ended up in the main entrance. Then Tom showed up, and I fought him for a few minutes before Dumbledore arrived. While they were fighting, Tom somehow apparat to me, and he tried to possess me. He tried to make me feel like I was just like him. I barely managed to get him out. Harry conveniently left out the fact that Minerva was the reason he was able to fight Tom. He didn't want to think about the implications of that at the moment. Then Fudge and some others showed up, catching sight of Tom before he and Bellatrix fled. Minerva lifted his chin to make him look at her. "I'm so sorry I wasn't there to help you. And I'm sorry about Sirius." Harry shrugged miserably. "It's not your fault. You're hurt. If you hadn't trained me like you did, we all would have died." He stood up, feeling overwhelmed by his guilt and anguish. "I should go now, and you should try and get some more sleep." Harry was already at the door when he finished talking. Minerva thought about calling him back, but she figured he needed some time alone. "Good night, Harry," she said gently. "Good night, Minerva," he replied in the same tone. The next few days, Harry spent most of his time in the room of requirement, taking his anger and frustration out on training dummies. He even took his meals there, refusing to spend time in the Great Hall, where he would have to see Dumbledore's face. He was so angry with the man for keeping something that had such an impact on his life from him, as if he had the right to do so. Harry was entitled to knowing it, yet he was kept in the dark. The thing that kept replaying in his mind was the last part about neither he and Tom could live while the other survived, and that they had to die by the other's hand. After a while, he decided that meant only he could kill Tom, and only Tom could kill him. At first, he didn't plan on doing anything drastic about it, knowing Minerva and his other friends would be upset if he did anything stupid. That would change soon, however. 2 days after the incident, he went to visit his friends in the hospital wing. "Hey guys, how are you all doing?" he asked them. They almost simultaneously shouted his name, having not seen or heard him come in. "Where have you been, mate?" Ron asked. "Yeah, we heard that no one's seen you around," Neville added. "Sorry, I just needed some time alone to think," Harry apologized. "We understand, Harry," Hermione said softly, Luna and Ginny vocalizing the same sentiments seconds later. They all began discussing how they were doing and what their treatments were. Harry apologized profusely, telling them he was sorry for leading them into a trap. They tried to convince him that they were okay, letting him know that they didn't blame him at all, and pointing out that they were the ones who insisted to come. They reminded him he tried to make them stay, but they refused. Harry tried to cheer himself up with the fact that they were all going to be okay, but he couldn't keep the images of them in the Ministry out of his mind. Eventually, he begged off, saying they needed their rest. Neville, Luna, and Ginny left at the same time, having already been discharged earlier that day. They tried to follow him, but he said he needed more time alone. That night, he had a horrible nightmare. In it, he saw all of his friends get tortured and killed by the Death Eaters over and over again. He saw Sirius die repeatedly as the man blamed him for his death. Then he saw Minerva get attacked again, but this time she didn't wake up, no matter how hard he tried. His dream, in combination with his conclusion concerning the prophecy, made him decide that he would fight Tom on his own, using his own methods. He didn't want to have to watch another person he cared about get hurt or killed. The night of the leaving feast, Minerva was finally discharged from the hospital wing. Instead of going to it, she decided to try and find Harry. She had been told by Poppy that he had been doing a disappearing act. Poppy told her no one had seen him for longer than a minute since the battle at the Ministry. She thought about where he might be before trying the astronomy tower, since she knew he liked to go there to look at the night sky when he needed to think. As she had guessed, he was up there leaning on the balcony, staring at the stars above. "I thought I'd find you here," she greeted as she walked to stand by him. "Of course, you would find me here," he muttered, not turning to look at her. Poppy told me you've been avoiding everyone, she remarked. I needed some time alone, some time to think, he replied. I gathered that much. Still, too much time alone isn't always wise. I know from personal experience, she said, turning to look at him. Harry sighed. I had to figure some things out. Like what? She probed. I know, I need to fight him on my own from now on, he declared. Harry, I understand that you're hurting right now, but that doesn't mean you should make rash decisions. You're not thinking clearly right now, she stated firmly. I've been doing nothing but thinking, and this is what I've decided. I'm going to take the fight to Tom and his followers, on my own. I'm going to try and stop them before they can hurt people, he asserted. What else happened that night to make you think this is a good idea? She asked, knowing this wasn't just about Sirius's death. Nothing, he denied. Harry, I can tell by now when you're lying to me. Tell me what happened, she insisted. It's nothing you should be concerned about, he said, trying to get her to drop it. She scoffed at him. Obviously, I should be if you're considering waging a war all on your own. When he didn't respond, she tried a different tack. Please talk to me, Harry. I want to help you. Sirius wouldn't want you to do this. He whirled around to face her, his pain displayed clearly on his face. How would you know what he wants? How would I know what he wants? He's dead. He doesn't have any wants anymore. Bellatrix took that from him. She took him from me? I know, and I'm so sorry he's gone. But don't do this. Let me help you, and I'm sure we can figure this out, she pleaded. Harry shook his head vehemently. I don't need or want your help, so save it for somebody who does. I'm doing this on my own, and there's nothing you can do or say to stop me. I won't see anyone else I care about die, because I wasn't able to save them. Harry, she said as she tried to reach for him. He snatched his arm away from her. Leave me alone, Professor, he shouted. Before she could say anything else, he stormed out of the tower. Minerva stood there for several moments, unable to shake her shock long enough to chase after him. She didn't know what to say to him anyway. So instead, she stood there as the tears began to fall down her face, unable to hide her hurt at the moment. She wasn't angry at him, though. She was hurting for him and upset that she didn't know how to help him. Chapter 2. See first chapter for disclaimer. Chapter 2. Early the next morning, Harry was in the room of requirement trying to figure out how he was going to avoid the train. He wanted to go to Gringotts, but he didn't want to be discovered as missing for a while. He needed time to find somewhere to stay before people started looking for him. Then it came to him. Dobby, he said aloud. A moment later, the elf appeared. How can Dobby help the great Harry Potter? He asked excitedly, bouncing on his feet. Harry shook his head at the excitable elf. I was wondering if you could help me sneak off of the Hogwarts Express. I need to go to Gringotts, but I don't want anyone to know I've left until it's too late for them to stop me. Dobby shook his head sadly. Dobby cannot help the great Harry Potter because Dobby works for Hogwarts. Harry got disappointed until he thought of something else. Would you be able to help me if I bonded with you as my personal elf? Dobby's eyes widened dramatically, making Harry worry that they might fall out. The great Harry Potter wants Dobby as his elf? Dobby would like this very much. Great, but I have a few conditions. You can only call me Harry, no extra titles. You are not allowed to punish yourself. If you think you did something wrong, you come to me so we can talk about it. Finally, you're not allowed to overwork yourself. If I tell you to slow down or take a day off, I need you to do so. Can you agree to that? Dobby nodded his head quickly before he told Harry how to do the bonding. All Harry has to say is, I claim Dobby as my house elf and slave, with his wand in his hand, and then West will glow, he explained. Harry did as he said, deciding to exchange the word family with the word slave at the last minute. They glowed brightly a second later as the elf described, but something unexpected happened. Dobby grew a few inches taller, his back straightened out, and he looked healthier. What happened? Harry asked in confusion. You bonded to me as family instead of as a slave. It made me stronger, Dobby replied, even his voice sounding stronger, and Harry realized the elf was using proper grammar. I wonder if never mind. Dobby cut himself off, afraid to continue. Whatever it is, you can ask me Dobby, Harry pressed gently. I wonder if Harry would take Winky as his house elf too. Winky is not doing very well. She misses having a family very much, Dobby said cautiously. Sure, Harry replied, seeing no problem with the request. Dobby called for Winky, and Harry did the ritual again, getting the same results. Winky hugged his legs gratefully, thanking him over and over again until he was able to calm her. She insisted that she call him Master Harry, but agreed to the rest of his conditions. Then he instructed them to wait about half an hour after the Hogwarts Express left the station in Hogsmeade before they get ready to get him and his stuff so they could take him to Gringotts. When he was sure they understood the plan, he left the room and headed toward Gryffindor Tower. Harry packed his things up, making small talk with some of his fellow Gryffindors so they would remember he was there. When it was almost time to go, Neville and Ron came to get him, asking if he was ready. Harry said yes, agreeing to walk with them down to the station. They were joined by Hermione, Ginny, and Luna when they got near the entrance to the school. Harry caught a glimpse of Minerva, but he looked away quickly as the guilt from his words last night rose in him. Thankfully, she didn't see him, and he ushered for his friends to hurry up so he could get away before she noticed him. He stayed with them on the train for about half an hour as planned, though he felt it took too long to come. His friends were trying to cheer him up, but he didn't want to be happy, making the excuse that he was feeling a bit overwhelmed. He left to go be alone, ignoring their protests. When he got to the very back of the train, he called for his house elves and they quickly got him and his luggage, leaving no trace that he had been there. They arrived in the alley behind the bank. Harry shoved a hat on his head before walking swiftly to the bank. He went to the nearest empty teller, waiting for the goblin to acknowledge him. "How can Gringotts help you today?" the teller finally asked, surprised at Harry's patience. "I need to see the Potter account manager," Harry replied, so only the teller could hear him. He flashed the goblin his scar as proof. "One moment," the teller replied, touching a button on his desk. A moment later, a younger-looking goblin arrived. "Take him to see Ripclaw," the teller commanded before turning back to his desk in obvious dismissal. Without a word to Harry, the young goblin began walking in the direction of the offices, the wizard following after him. Harry was led through the hallways, taking too many turns for him to remember how to get back to the main lobby. They finally stopped at a door, with a silver plaque on it that said, "Account Manager Ripclaw." The goblin knocked on the door, opening it when he received a reply from someone within. "Thank you," Harry called to the goblin who had turned to leave, without a word. His words caused the goblin to pause for a moment, the only sign that he had heard Harry. With a mental shrug, Harry entered the office, closing the door behind him. The sole occupant inside the room, Ripclaw, sat in a chair behind a mahogany desk. He gestured for Harry to sit down in one of the chairs across from him as he put some papers to the side. "Mr. Potter, it is good that you came to see me today. It saves me having to write a letter to request your presence," Ripclaw began in lieu of a greeting. Harry became a bit nervous. "Am I in trouble, Manager Ripclaw?" he asked cautiously. Ripclaw shook his head slightly. "No, Mr. Potter. I am simply referring to the will of your godfather, Sirius Black. He instructed me to speak to you privately before the official reading occurs." Pain gripped Harry's heart at the mention of Sirius, but he used his Occlumency to push the feeling down as Ripclaw continued to speak. While Lord Black may have been sent to Azkaban, he was never actually convicted of a crime. This means that he was able to keep his status as Lord of the Black family and as your magical guardian. Harry gasped in shock, but Ripclaw wasn't finished yet. Therefore, his request to have you emancipated is legal. He also named you as the main beneficiary of his estate, so you will receive the Black family lordship and all of their assets, minus what he bequeaths to others. In his will, you will gain control over the Black family vault as well as his personal vault. Harry kept his voice calm as he replied to the goblin. "So, I will be able to get emancipated and become Lord Black? What all does that entail?" "Yes, to your first question. As an emancipated minor, the trace will be removed from your wand automatically, and you will be eligible to get your apparition license. You will also be able to take up the Black Lordship. Technically, you aren't required to do so until you turn 17, but I suggest you do so to prevent anyone else from making a claim to it. When you become Lord of the House, you will be able to appoint a proxy to vote in the Wisengamot, or do so yourself. You will also be responsible for the members of the family with the right to kick out or bring in any member you choose." Harry was reluctant to accept the responsibility, but didn't want it to go to the Malfoys. "Very well, I will become emancipated and the Lord of the Black family," he stated. Then he thought of something else. "What about the Potter family?" Ripclaw took out a thin folder and a small ring box from his desk before answering Harry. Due to strange circumstances, Headmaster Dumbledore was able to become appointed as your magical guardian, but only for the Potter family. Essentially, you had two magical guardians. While Lord Black was able to emancipate you, he was not able to give you access to the Potter Lordship. You will not be able to take up that mantle until you are 17 or become either married or bonded, whichever happens first. Harry was disappointed by that, but understood there was nothing that could be done about it. Okay, before we begin, will anyone be personally notified about these changes in my status? No. The emancipation will be filed by magic, not by hand. Your trace will also be magically removed, so no one will be notified unless they ask about your status. Normally, your magical guardian would receive a notice from us, but because this concerns the Black family instead of the Potter family, I see no reason to inform him, Ripclaw said, something resembling a smirk appearing on his face. As for the lordship, only the members of the family will learn about it, but that can be delayed until the official will reading. Harry nodded in acceptance, glad that he would at least have time to figure things out before anyone else found out. Thank you, Manager Ripclaw, he replied sincerely. You're welcome, Mr. Potter. Now, first you have to sign this form to make your emancipation official. Then it will be sent along to the Records Department of the Ministry, though it will be filed by magic, not by hand. Ripclaw handed Harry a blood quill to use. He hated those things due to umbrage, but knew they were used for official documents such as this. Quickly he signed where necessary before practically throwing the quill on the desk. Ripclaw took the form and placed it to the side before handing the ring box to Harry. The wizard opened it up to examine the ring. It was a simple black band with the Black family motto, Toujours Per, written in silver along it. Do I just put it on? He asked the goblin. Yes. The family magic will decide if you're worthy of the title. It won't kill you if you aren't, though, Ripclaw assured him. Harry took a deep breath before slipping the ring onto his left pinky. There was a second of nothing before he felt like his entire life was being examined. It wasn't painful, just a bit overwhelming, especially since he saw the memories as they flashed in front of his eyes. He couldn't see Ripclaw or the office. It was like he was trapped inside his head as he watched from the backgrounds. Finally, after what felt like hours, but was only 5 minutes in reality, it stopped and his vision returned to normal. He was surrounded by a bright silver glow to signify the Black family's acceptance of him as their lord. That was intense, he muttered as he looked down at the ring that resized to fit him. Then he looked back up at Ripclaw, who handed him 2 keys. Congratulations, Lord Black. These are the keys to your new vaults. Is there anything you wish to get done today? Ripclaw asked. I just need a list of properties that I now own, and I want to visit Sirius's personal vault before I leave, Harry requested. Ripclaw pulled out another file and handed it to him. He read through the list carefully for a few minutes. Many of them were out of the country, which, while appealing, would not be appropriate for his plan to take on Voldemort and his followers. He noticed that Grimmauld Place was listed on there and wondered if he could take control of the wards on it. As Lord Black, can I take control of all wards on the property? You can. I, Harry James Potter, Lord of the Black family, take control of this property and the wards upon it. So mote it be, when you are in front of it with your wand drawn, it will give you complete control, and you will be able to reassign the secret keeper for the Fidelius charm on it. In fact, you can reconfigure it to decide where people can enter the house from if you so choose, Ripclaw explained. Harry nodded in satisfaction. Good, then I know where I will be staying. Thank you for all of your help today, Ripclaw. You're welcome, Ripclaw said as he pressed a button on his desk, and a minute later the same young goblin appeared at the door. He will take you to visit your godfather's vault. If you have any questions or concerns, do not hesitate to owl me. They both bid each other farewell before Harry got up and followed his goblin guide. Unlike before, the goblin acknowledged his presence before leading him to the vault carts. Several minutes later, Harry found himself standing in front of Vault 731, Sirius's vault. He inserted the key into the door, watching as it opened a few seconds later. Taking a deep breath to brace himself for what he would find, he stepped inside. He took a moment to gaze at the contents within. There was a sizable pile of galleons stacked to one side and 2 trunks on the other side. Harry put some of the galleons in one of the bags nearby before walking over to the trunks. One of them looked like a school trunk, but the other had a note lying on top of it, with his name written on it. Nervously, Harry picked up the envelope and removed the letter inside, bracing himself for what it might say. To Harry, if you're reading this, then I am dead, and the war is still going on. If so, then I am sorry for leaving you once again, but if I died fighting for you, then it was worth it. I know you will be upset, but try not to mourn me too long or blame yourself for my death. I love you, and I know you wouldn't do anything to purposefully hurt me. If you want to honor my death, then live your life to the fullest, not for anyone else, but for yourself. Also, give anyone who stands against you hell. Now, inside of this trunk, I have a few things that I put together to help you survive this war. First, I had a bank account set up in the Muggle world for you to use in secret. All of the information concerning it along with a debit card is in an envelope in the trunk. There's also a passport with a fake ID, just in case you want to travel outside of the country. It matches the info of the debit card. Second, I had a special jacket made for you to protect you when you're in a fight. It is made of dragon hide, has an expanded pocket to store things, and has a hood that completely hides your face and is charmed to not fall off during a fight. Third is a pair of boots that are charmed to hide your footfalls and protect your feet from extreme environments. It will come in handy if you need to do a stealth mission or just not get caught. I also put an Aura Grade 1 holster in there as well as a dagger made of goblin steel. I hope these items will keep you alive to fight another day, and always remember, I am so proud to call you my godson. Love, Padfoot. P.S. I expect not to see you until you've gotten married, had children, and live a long life, so no dying early. A few tears leaked down Harry's face, but he quickly wiped them away. He grabbed the trunk and the letter and left the vault. When he got outside of the bank, he returned to the back alley he used to get there and called for Dobby and Winky to take him to Grimmauld Place. When he arrived at the house, he did as Ripclaw instructed, making himself the secret keeper of the house. He also made it so that no one could apparate, portkey, or flew into the house without their names being on the ledger, something he knew about thanks to Sirius. Then he took a cleansing breath before going inside, Dobby and Winky by his side. Creature, come here right now, Harry commanded after he put a silencing ward around Mrs. Black's portrait so she wouldn't start screaming. A few seconds later, the pitiful elf appeared, completely distraught. No, creature does not want to serve half-blood master, the elf babbled over and over. Silence, Harry commanded, shutting the elf up. I am now the lord of the Black family, Harry declared, showing the elf his ring before continuing. Therefore, you have to serve me, whether you like it or not. You claim to honor the Black family, yet you have allowed their manor to fall into a deplorable state. I expect you to start cleaning this place up, and I mean actual cleaning. You will start by removing Mrs. Black's portrait from the front entrance and placing it into your quarters. For today, focus on cleaning up the master bedroom and bathroom as well as the kitchen. You can start on the rest of the house tomorrow. Before you begin, know that you are not allowed to communicate with anyone about my ascension to lordship, directly or indirectly, without my express permission. You are also not allowed to leave this house unless it is to help me until I say so. Do you understand me? YSM Master, Creature replied reluctantly. Good. Dobby, I need you to help Creature and to set aside a room to hold any dark items you come across. Winky, I need you to go out and stock the kitchen with food. You may use this bag to get what you need. Yes, Harry. Yes, Master. Harry thanked them before they disappeared to start working on the jobs he had given them. He moved to the training room he, Sirius, and Tonks had used in secret when he was at the house. Minerva had also helped him train in there when she had the time. Being back at the house where his godfather had been kept as a virtual prisoner messed with his emotions, so he spent about 2 hours destroying training dummies to expel his anger. Then he sat down in a meditative pose to begin working on his next plan. Knowing that it was possible to use his connection with Tom to see through his eyes, he had decided to try and intentionally get into the dark wizard's mind to spy on him. To begin, he closed his eyes, retreating to his mindscape. He went toward the source of their connection and began slowly trying to use it to reach Tom without being discovered. It was slow going, and after an hour of work, he still hadn't made any progress. But Harry was known for his determination, so he patiently kept at it. Harry was finally successful after the second hour. He began to hear thoughts in his head that did not belong to him and feel pain that wasn't his. Stifling his joy at his accomplishment, he began to cautiously peruse the wizard's mind, finding out that Tom's attempted possession of him hurt the dark wizard much more than he thought it had. He stayed in there for a bit longer, learning that the Death Eaters planned on taking some of their new recruits on raids soon. He promised to try again tomorrow morning to find out the dates for them before returning back into his own mind. After storing away the information he had gathered, he retreated back to the real world. When he went into the kitchen, he found that it was much cleaner than he had ever seen it, like it was brand new. Winky, who was standing at the stove preparing dinner for him, looked up at his entrance. "You should sit down at the table, Master Harry. Dinner is almost ready," Winky stated. Harry did as she said, and a few moments later, he was served a plate of roast beef with roast potatoes and green beans. "I did not know what you liked, so I made this," she said apologetically, expecting negative criticism. "This is perfect, Winky," Harry assured her. He took a bite of the meat, humming in satisfaction. "You are an excellent cook, Winky," he remarked as he dug into his meal. Winky blushed at the praise and used the compliments. Harry ate 2 servings of the meal, starved from his physical and mental exertions. When he finished, Winky shooed him out of the kitchen before he could wash the dishes, though he did tell her to make sure she and the other 2 elves ate dinner. Dobby appeared to lead him to his bedroom when he was kicked out of the kitchen. The room was just as clean as the kitchen. He went to take a long shower in the cleaned-up bathroom, allowing the hot water to help soothe his aching muscles. Throwing on a pair of sweats, he called the 3 elves to thank them for their hard work and ordered them to make sure they ate before going to sleep. When he was alone, he opened up the trunk to see the items his godfather left for him. The envelope with the bank account information and passport was there, and he briefly looked through the papers to find the amount of money he had, noting that it was quite large. The photo on the passport was a good picture as well, and Sirius had chosen the name James Black. Then he pulled out the jacket, admiring it. It was a loose-fitting, hip-length black hooded jacket. Putting it on, he instantly felt comfortable as he moved around in it to see if it hindered his movement at all. The boots were dark gray, made of the skin of a Ukrainian iron-belly dragon. They were breathable and masked his sound, just as Sirius had written. Harry also tested out the Aura Wand holster until he could draw his wand in less than a second. He silently thanked his godfather for the thoughtful gifts, though he wished the man had been able to give them to him in person. That night, Harry barely got more than an hour of sleep, plagued with nightmares about his friends getting hurt or blaming him for everything. While Harry and his elves were settling in at Grimmauld Place, many people were freaking out about Harry's disappearance. His friends on the Hogwarts Express looked everywhere for him after he didn't return to their carriage for over 2 hours. Unfortunately, they couldn't find him anywhere. Hermione and Ron suggested that maybe he was hiding under his invisibility cloak, so the group decided to look for him when they got to the station. As the train completed its journey, they all got onto the platform and spread out to look for Harry. No matter where they looked, they still couldn't see him. The Order members who had come to see Harry get home looked around as well when Hermione informed them that Harry was missing. Remus went to stand by the Dursleys to wait for Harry to get to them, but it was in vain. Harry was well and truly missing. Hermione, Neville, and Luna had to leave with their guardians, but they made Ron and Ginny promise to write them when Harry was found. The rest all went to the Burrow to meet with Dumbledore, Mad Eye having sent a Patronus message to let their leader know of the situation. Everyone, including Minerva, arrived at the Burrow to discuss what they should do next. It is imperative that we find Harry before harm befalls him. Does anyone know where he might have gone? Dumbledore asked the group at large when they were all gathered around the table. Ron and Ginny described how Harry had isolated himself from everyone since the Ministry incident. Molly Weasley was sobbing uncontrollably as Harry's friends looked around in distress. Others tried to make suggestions, but Dumbledore remained silent, offering nothing. Minerva looked at the man suspiciously. She suspected that he knew why Harry had disappeared, even though he remained silent. Eventually, the Order members agreed to stand guard at several different possible locations Harry could have chosen to go, hoping they would spot him. As Minerva left the meeting, she had come to the conclusion that Harry would not be found unless he wanted to be found. She was aware of just how resourceful he was. "Please be okay, Harry," she thought sadly. She didn't know what she would do if something really bad happened to him. Chapter 3. Harry's Minerva. And, sorry about the delay, but I'm trying to figure out where I want this story to go. Also, thanks to everyone who read and followed my story. And I made a small edit to the end of the chapter to reflect that Travers and McNair did not manage to get a cut on the back of Harry's head. The jacket that he has on protects him from most spell damage, but not all blunt force damage, and the hood was not removed during the battle, so that was not possible. He did suffer a head injury that caused some external bleeding, but that was from being thrown into a wall very hard. Chapter 3. The next 2 days, Harry got into a routine. He would wake up in the morning and exercise before eating breakfast. Then he would look around Voldemort's mind for a little bit before going to the Black Library to study some of the spells found in the books. He didn't plan on using them, but he knew it was important to know the effects and appearance of them if they were thrown at him. Then he had lunch and spied on Voldemort again before going into the training room to work on his magic, dueling several training dummies at a time to practice fighting when outnumbered. He wore the jacket and boots Sirius had made for him, so he could get used to wearing them while fighting, loving the way they didn't hinder his movements a bit as he jumped, dodged, and spun around quickly to avoid spells. While he trained, his 3 elves worked hard to clean the manor up throughout the day. They made substantial progress, and it began to lose the dark feeling that had filled it before. Still, there were 20 bedrooms, 11 bathrooms, a large library, elf quarters with 5 individual rooms, and 3 sitting rooms in total, so the elves still had a lot to do. They did manage to remove all of the magical and non-magical creatures hiding away, so at least the house was now pest-free. Harry also made sure they took 3 meals a day and went to bed by 9 at night to prevent them from overworking themselves. On the morning of the 26th of June, Harry finally was able to learn about a raid taking place that very night. 6 new recruits and 1, more experienced, Death Eater, who wasn't in the inner circle, were going to attack the family of one of Harry's yearmates, Justin Finch Fletchley. He carefully extracted the time and place for the attack before exiting Voldemort's mind. I guess it's showtime, he thought darkly. Harry spent the rest of the morning reviewing all of the spells and tactics he knew. In the afternoon, he went over his plan with Dobby, having chosen said house elf to be the one to transport him there and back. Winky made sure he rested to conserve his energy and fed him a filling lunch to bolster his strength. He did as she asked while mentally preparing for the fight ahead of him. Half an hour before the raid was set to start, Dobby popped Harry to Justin's house before disappearing quickly. He pulled his hood down as he surveyed the area, looking for a good vantage point to await the Death Eater's arrival. Knowing where they planned on entering from, he found a bush to hide behind that offered him a decent view of it. As he waited, he checked his mental shields and ran through the possible tactics he could use in the fight. He heard the sound of laughter emanating from the house through an open window, strengthening his resolve to make sure they survived this attack. Right on time, 7 small pops sounded out, signaling the arrival of the Death Eaters. Harry cast the disillusionment charm over himself before he stood up from his spot behind the bush. He waited patiently as the group moved toward the front door of the house, examining them. He could tell that there were 2 witches and 5 wizards, including the leader, in the group. They seemed nervous, yet excited about their raid, making Harry more determined to ruin their night. When they were in front of the door, they drew their wands, and the leader sent a blasting curse at the door, blowing it back into the house. He heard frightened screams ring out as the Death Eaters began entering in. Harry waited until there was only 1 left outside before he acted, quickly stunning the wizard. He slowed down the unconscious man's descent to the ground with an arresto momentum before casting Incarcerus on him and breaking his wand, effectively incapacitating him. When he was done, the screams got louder in the house, making him run inside to help. The 6 remaining Death Eaters had the frightened family trapped on their sofa in the living room and had begun torturing them. Justin was trying to put up a fight, but he was sorely outnumbered. Knowing he needed to get the group's attention, Harry sent 3 Depulso charms in quick succession, blasting all 6 of them away from the victims. One of the wizards was slammed into the wall, falling unconscious. Then, before they could recover, Harry transfigured the nearby coffee table into a stone shield to protect Justin and his family from spellfire. Just as he finished doing so, a wizard and a witch began to engage him, both sending the killing curse at him. He dodged their attempts, quickly sending his own spells back at them. He knew he had to get rid of them quickly before the others recovered, so he cast Ossium Ruptor, Bone Breaker, at the wizard, catching him in the leg and breaking it in 2, sending the man to the floor. Harry stunned the man before sending a Confringo at the witch, blasting her through the window behind her. He didn't have time to see if she was dead because the other 3 were back on their feet and sending curses his way. He dodged and rolled out of the way, using conjured or transfigured physical shields to block the ones he couldn't evade. The remaining which managed to hit him on his left side with a dark, cutting curse. But his jacket protected him from the damage. The Death Eaters were surprised when he didn't go down, giving Harry time to take another wizard out of the fight with a well-placed and overpowered flipendo, knocking him back into the stairs. The witch angrily ran toward him, intent on killing Harry for that. Must be her lover, he thought scornfully as he sent an impedimenta and stupefy at her, slowing her down before knocking her unconscious. "Who are you?" The leader and sole Death Eater still standing asked angrily, knowing he was completely outmatched. "I'm here to send a message to your master. Tell him I am coming for him," Harry said, deepening his voice to make it sound different. The leader glared hatefully at Harry before using his emergency portkey to get away. Harry knew he could have stopped the man, but he wanted his message to be delivered. When the Dark Wizard was gone, he began tying up the rest of the Death Eaters, all of whom were still alive, and broke their wands, putting them in a pile in the middle of the floor. He used a spell he found in the Black Library to mask his magical signature, making it unrecognizable. Then he turned the shield he used to protect the family back into their coffee table. "You should be safe for the night, but I would suggest you get out of England for the summer," he informed them, using the same deep voice. "Oh, and sorry about the mess," he added before Dobby got him out of there as he heard the pops of apparition, signaling the arrival of the Aurors. When he got back to Grimmauld Place, he was forced to sit down at the kitchen table as Winky healed his injuries with the healing supplies she had picked up yesterday. Thankfully, he only had minor cuts and bruises. His jacket protected him from any serious wounds. He did have a bruise on his left shoulder from rolling into a wall while dodging a curse, but it wasn't bad enough to truly concern him. When she was done, she fed him dinner before sending him off to bed, insisting that he needed his rest. That night, he was able to get a whole 5 hours of sleep before being woken up by nightmares, satisfied with what he was able to accomplish and the lives he had saved. Harry woke up the next morning feeling more refreshed than he had since Sirius's death. He had seen Voldemort's reaction to the failed raid last night and was satisfied that he had pissed the wizard off so much. He did his exercises that morning with a bit of his old enthusiasm in him. At breakfast, he read the Daily Prophet, his fight splashed onto the front page. They had named him the Hooded Stranger, and there were two main speculations on who he might be or what his goals were. Some thought he was another Dark Lord trying to take Voldemort's place. Others thought he was a savior and were grateful he had taken out some of Voldemort's followers. He skimmed through the rest of the paper to see if any mention of his disappearance was there. Fortunately, Dumbledore was managing to keep that information under lock and key. He was also happy to see that the Aurors had arrested all of the Death Eaters he left tied up for them. Hopefully they would stay that way. Harry spent the rest of the day in a better mood, pushing himself harder during his training and keeping to his established schedule, in spite of the slight pain of his injured shoulder. His house elves noticed his positive mood change and responded to it. Even Creature was less grumpy in his presence, having formed a grudging respect for his new master. The next day, he was about to start his perusal of Voldemort's mind when he thought of something Dumbledore had mentioned to him once. It happened after the Chamber of Secrets incident when he was in the man's office, and he was asking about his Parseltongue ability. Dumbledore claimed that Voldemort transferred some of his powers to him the night he gave him the scar. Harry now wondered if Voldemort had transferred anything else to him that night. He decided he would look more closely at his scar later that day. He did his usual meditation, learning of another possible attack in the near future, this time on a Muggle village. Voldemort hadn't decided when he wanted it to take place yet, so Harry made a mental note to be prepared for it. Then he went through his normal routine for the rest of the day. At lunch, he contemplated sending a letter to his friends to let them know he was all right. After debating with himself, his guilty conscience won out, and he sent Hedwig with short letters for Ron, Ginny, Hermione, Luna, and Neville. He simply told them he was alive, in a secret place to train for the next time he faced Voldemort, and they shouldn't worry about him. He wanted to write one to Minerva, but decided against it. Their last conversation didn't go well, and he was unsure what he could say to her to fix it. He made sure to tell Hedwig not to wait for any replies before she left so no one could try and track where he was. That night, instead of heading to bed after dinner, he returned to the training room to try his new idea out. Quickly, he got into his usual meditative trance and was in his mindscape seconds later. He went to the place where his scar was and studied it for several moments, trying to think of how he would do this. The area was filled with an inky black substance that emanated a cold and evil aura, similar to that of the Dementors. As he looked closer, he could see that there seemed to be a center to it due to the darker spot in the middle. It was a round-shaped patch, but he couldn't find any easy way to reach it. Eventually, he shrugged his shoulders, deciding to simply go with his instincts, though he would try to be cautious. He reached his hand out to touch it, feeling the evil intent from it. Then he began to mentally search it, trying to see if there was anything he could learn or knowledge he could absorb, slowly moving further into it. After about 10 minutes, he finally delved deep enough to feel something beyond pure evil. There seemed to be some sort of presence nearby, though he couldn't really explain what it might be. He followed that path for a minute until he reached the center he'd seen during his earlier examination. Bracing himself, Harry slowly reached out until his fingers touched it, and that's when things got crazy. Immediately, he was physically assaulted by some strong presence as it latched onto him with great force, as if to possess or control him. Though he was panicking, Harry fought back as hard as he could, refusing to let whatever it was get a firm hold on him. The presence pushed against him continuously, and he was hard-pressed to fight back. After several tense moments where Harry thought he was going to be overcome, he finally was able to break free, but it wasn't a clean break. As he subdued it, he was slammed with several different images running through his mind. Harry hurriedly retreated from the area, pushing what he realized were memories into the back of his mind behind a locked box until he was ready to deal with them. A moment later, he completely retreated from his mind, taking several deep breaths to calm himself. He was sweating profusely as if he had just finished exercising. "What the heck was that?" he asked aloud, though there was no one to answer him. It took him almost 30 minutes as he tried to figure out what just happened. He thought of trying to get some sleep, but knew it would be futile. There was no way he could sleep without looking at those memories on his mind. So, he braced himself before diving back into his mindscape. Cautiously, he reached out to where he had thrown the memories in his haste. "Here we go, Harry," he thought right before he touched them. He had already suspected it, but the first memory he encountered confirmed his suspicions that these were indeed Voldemort's memories, based on the familiar young boy he was currently observing. Already aware of the dark wizard's childhood, he decided to skip through the younger memories for now, promising himself to view them later. Thankfully, they were in chronological order, so he was easily able to jump ahead to the wizard's teenage years. Harry started viewing them more closely when he got near the time Voldemort created the diary that possessed Ginny. At first, he was confused about what the wizard had been trying to accomplish until he started learning about what Horcruxes were through the memories. After he heard the full description, he was horrified, knowing that Voldemort had succeeded in making them, likely more than one. He was proven correct when he saw him turn the diary into one, the same diary Ginny had been possessed by. "Well, at least we managed to destroy that one," he thought bitterly. Despite his disgust with the lengths the man had gone to for immortality, Harry continued watching to learn as much as he could about the items. That's when the memories got a bit hazy, unfortunately. He was able to learn what items the man had used, but not where they might be and their protections. Harry assumed that some of the memories got corrupted during his struggle, but he was still disappointed. He hoped that he would be able to learn more after his mind had settled. He did make a mental note of the items Voldemort corrupted, which included Riddle's diary, which was destroyed, the Gaunt's ring, Slytherin's locket, Hufflepuff's cup, Ravenclaw's diadem, and his snake Nagini. Then there was a time skip, and next thing Harry knew, he was witnessing the night his parents died. He was practically mute as he watched his father valiantly fight off Voldemort, trying to buy his family as much time as he could. He almost cried out when James fell to the killing curse 15 minutes later. Then he watched the murderer saunter up the stairs as if he had all of the time in the world. When the dark wizard confronted his mother, he looked around and noticed the runic symbols she had written on the floor. He also noticed a runic symbol on his younger version's forehead in the shape of his infamous scar. He promised himself he would look into that more closely later before turning back to his mother and Voldemort. Lily stood defiantly in front of the most feared wizard in magical Britain, refusing to move even an inch in spite of being offered her life. The respect he had for his mother increased after witnessing her bravery firsthand. Then Voldemort killed her without remorse as well before he walked toward the crib containing baby Harry. The evil man smiled cruelly, disparaging the idea that Harry would contain any power to defeat him. Then Voldemort used the same curse he killed the baby's parents with, expecting immediate death. However, that is not what happened. Harry watched as some sort of shield sprang into place, blocking the curse and rebounding it back at Voldemort, throwing the man to the floor. Harry wasn't focused on Voldemort, though, looking intently at his younger form to see if anything else happened to him. Something did happen, but it didn't bring Harry any peace. Quite the opposite, in fact. He watched as first two small golden lights headed for his chest. One came from his mother's body, and the other seemed to come from his father, because it came through the wall from the direction of the stairs. That's not what upset Harry. No, it was the black, inky substance that shot from the disintegrating body of Voldemort, heading straight for his scar and being absorbed into his body. The same substance Harry saw get absorbed into the objects that were turned into Horcruxes. Harry forcefully expelled himself from his mindscape, letting loose a loud scream of anger, pain, and fear. His elves came to check on him, but Harry was too far gone into his own world to hear their pleas. No, 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 Harry repeated over and over again. He pulled his knees to his chest and rocked himself slowly as he continued to chant the same word as if it was a mantra. However, no matter how many times he said the word, it didn't change anything. I'm a Horcrux. He turned me into a monster, just like him, he thought with horror and disgust. This was why he could tell when Voldemort was nearby. This was the source of their connection. The elves, unsure what else to do, moved him to his room and put him to bed. Harry was too distraught to really notice. Eventually, Harry passed out from pure exhaustion, and his elves kept watch over him during the night. His dreams were filled with images of himself committing even worse crimes against humanity than Voldemort ever had. He saw himself burn worlds and annihilate innocents with reckless abandon. Yet he couldn't wake up from the dreams no matter how hard he tried. Harry spent most of the next day in his room, refusing to eat or drink. He stayed in bed staring at the ceiling in despair, sinking deeper and deeper into a depression. No matter how hard they tried, the three house elves couldn't get Harry to do anything. That night, though, Harry went into the training room and blasted training dummy after training dummy, trying to exhaust himself enough that he wouldn't have any energy to dream. When he was done, he took an hour-long shower, futilely scrubbing his skin raw as he tried to remove the taint from him. It didn't work because he was still disgusted with himself afterwards. His plan to have no dreams failed as well, and he was tormented with the same nightmares of the previous night. The next morning, Harry came to some conclusions. First, he realized that as a Horcrux, he would have to die in order for Voldemort to be killed. He had seen no methods to destroy a Horcrux without destroying the object that contained it. Not that he looked too hard. This suited him just fine because he wanted to die anyway, unable to live with the knowledge that a piece of Voldemort's soul was living inside of him. Second, he realized that Dumbledore had to know of this, so any chance of him working with a man was almost completely gone. He didn't think he could be civil with a man that ruined almost every chance of happiness for him, knowing of the proverbial death sentence hanging over him. Third, he was done holding back against the Death Eaters. If he was going to die sometime soon, the least he could do is take as many of them possible with him. Not that he was going to start throwing killing curses around, but he wouldn't concern himself with their survival if it meant innocent lives were saved. With that decision made, he got out of bed and began his normal routine, working himself even harder than before. At breakfast, he read the Daily Prophet to learn that Sirius had been declared innocent posthumously, information that did nothing to calm his anger. In fact, he had to work hard to control his anger after that before he destroyed the kitchen. During his magical practice, he started using some of the spells from the Black Library. He stopped himself from using dark curses or the unforgivables, not wanting to corrupt his soul any more than the Horcrux already did, but he did learn some of the elemental spells. He was especially talented with the fire and air ones, so he focused on them. Winky and Dobby tried to talk to him throughout the day, but he only gave them short or one-word answers before walking away. Creature, however, stayed completely clear of Harry, cleaning up in silence. The elf had begun to truly respect his new master, seeing the strength and potential within him, but now he was afraid. He knew if his master went dark, Harry would be much worse than Voldemort. He seriously hoped that wouldn't happen to him. The next day, during his meditation, Harry learned of a raid happening that night. It would involve 10 new recruits, 6 regular ones, and 2 Inner Circle members, Travers and McNair. Even though he would be outnumbered 18-1, he still was going. His inner voice was screaming at him to rethink his decision, but he had stopped listening to it yesterday. At breakfast, Harry informed Dobby of the time and location of the raid, instructing him to be ready an hour before the start time. He spent most of the day in the training room working on the elemental spells, trying to get them down as much as he could. Then he took an hour-long nap after a big lunch to gain his strength back. When it was time, Dobby looked solemnly at Harry, not wanting to take him to the raid, but knowing he had no choice but to obey a direct order. Winky begged him not to go while creatures stood by helplessly, but Harry shook his head at them. "I know you're worried about me, but this is something I have to do," he said firmly. "Dobby, it's time to go." Dobby nodded sadly before popping him to the location. Harry forced Dobby to leave before he began surveying the area. It was a small village with only one main road in and out. There were a few dirt roads that led to 3 farms. About 30 different buildings total were scattered around the village, 2/3 of them residential. In the middle of the village, all of its people seemed to be gathered in front of the main building for some sort of celebration. Harry counted around 50 people, 50 lives that he had to save. This only strengthened his resolve to get these people out and to seriously hurt those who planned to turn this joyous occasion into a tragedy. He thought for a moment, trying to think of a way to get these people out of there before the Death Eaters showed up. Eventually, he decided he would have to put them all into a fully warded area. He hoped he would be able to convince them to listen to him, but he would knock them all unconscious if he had to. With that decision made, he quietly walked to where everyone was congregated, pulling his hood up. When he got there, a few people noticed him and told those around him about his presence. Within a few minutes, he had everyone's attention. "Who are you?" a big burly man asked. He seemed to be the spokesman for the group, so Harry turned to face him. "Who I am is not the important question. Why I'm here is," Harry responded. "I've come to warn you of an imminent attack on your village. Some real evil people, murderers, are going to be here shortly, and they have every intention of annihilating every single person in this village, men, women, and children." Some people let out gasps of fright, and Harry paused a moment to let that sink in. "I can help you, but you're going to have to trust me." "Why should we trust you? How do we know that you aren't with these so-called attackers?" the same man asked. Harry decided to nickname him Chief, "Because if I wanted to kill you all, you would be dead. But since you don't believe me, I'll prove it to you." Before anyone could say anything else, Harry had his wand drawn and was casting the defensive spell, Ignis Muris, behind him and away from the people. They all gasped as a huge wall of fire appeared behind the hooded stranger. "Do you believe me now?" Chief nodded his head mutely after all of his fellow villagers looked at him for direction. "Good. I need for you to lead us to a building that can fit all of you in it on that end of your village," Harry instructed, pointing to his left. Chief nodded in compliance, making Harry silently sigh in relief. The villagers gathered everyone together, picking up the small children as they started moving in the direction Harry specified. Chief picked the last building on the right and began ushering all of his people in. When the chief entered in at last, Harry spoke up again. "You're probably going to hear a lot of noise, but no one is to leave this building until men and women in blue robes come get you. Do you all understand?" Everyone nodded their heads in unison. "Good. I'm going to cast some protective wards around this building, so you will be safe, I promise." Harry closed the door and began to do just that, using every ward he had learned from Minerva to protect the people. Satisfied with his work, he went back to the center of the village and used the tables and chairs around him to set up some barriers and blockades to give him an advantage against being outnumbered. Then he climbed to the top of the main building of the town to give himself a good vantage point, waiting for the Death Eaters to arrive. The sound of 18 apparition pops signaled the group's arrival. Slowly, they stalked into the town, looking everywhere for the sign of people. The lack of sound seemed to unsettle them, making Harry smirk before he got down from his position. He took note of everyone's positions before he cast the Fumo's charm, a thick smoke emitting from his wand and spreading out over his makeshift battlefield. Then, without warning, He sent 3 bombarded charms in the direction of his opponents, starting the battle. Harry dodged out of the way of a few spells heading for him before he sent a reducto their way. Hearing the satisfying scream of pain, letting him know his spell made contact with someone. After a few minutes of spells flying everywhere, one of the Death Eaters cleared the smoke screen, having come to their senses. Harry counted 15 of them still standing. Well, at least that took out some of them, he thought as he spun out of the way of a killing curse. It's only one person, Travers shouted, emboldening his group. Harry only smirked at them as he sent a Ventus Vulnus, wind slash, in the man's direction, hitting 2 Death Eaters near him, though he managed to jump out of the way. The battle got serious then, Harry's opponents trying to keep him off balance by overwhelming him with spell fire. Harry was not deterred, however, as he used the environment around him to even the odds, transfiguring things into stone and glass shields. He even threw conjuration in the mix, making shields out of thin air when necessary. When those were blasted, he would send the broken shards back at the attackers. He also made great use of the elemental spells, hitting them with waves or slashes of wind and whips and blasts of fire. Every time he got one of them one-on-one, he used Osseum Ruptor and the Stunning Charm to take them out of the fight permanently. He also used the traditional blasting and exploding spells to knock them back when too many got too close, knocking a few into the buildings where they crumpled to the floor. Harry got hit as well. One managed to catch his left leg with a burn curse, while another blasted him into a building, injuring his back and his head. When he got up from that, his jacket fell open, allowing a dark, cutting curse to strike his abdomen. However, he ignored every injury, so focused on his mission and filled with adrenaline that he didn't feel them. After about 30 minutes of battle, there were only 5 left, including Travers and McNair. Harry was starting to feel the effects of using so much magic, but he persevered, standing tall against his remaining opponents. "Who are you?" McNair asked. "Someone who doesn't fear your master," Harry retorted scornfully. "Do you think you're funny, boy? Wait until my master gets a hold of you. We'll see who's laughing then," Travers yelled, angry at his opponent's disrespect of the Dark Lord. "Seeing as he has trouble killing a single underaged wizard, I think my chances of survival are pretty high," Harry replied sarcastically. "Anyway, first you have to catch me." He sent an overpowered De Primo, causing everyone except for the 2 Inner Circle Death Eaters, who managed to throw up shields, to be thrown back several feet. Harry didn't have time to worry about if they were dead because he was immediately engaged with his 2 remaining opponents. Tired as he was, he still managed to keep up with them, dodging and deflecting their spells. They managed to break his left hand and bruise or break some ribs, yet he continued to fight. Then, Harry mistimed a movement, getting hit by Travers' Cruciatus Curse. Harry fell to the ground in pain as the Dark Wizard held him under the spell for 10 seconds before releasing it. "Not so tough now, are you?" Travers asked cruelly as he put Harry back under the spell for 10 seconds again. "No, would he come back?" McNair chuckled darkly in amusement as Travers sneered down at Harry, casting the curse again. As they taunted him, Harry was just about ready to give up. The pain wasn't as excruciating as Voldemort's, but it still hurt, and he was tired of living the cursed life he'd been saddled with. He wanted it all to stop. Yet, just as he was about to surrender, the image of Minerva's smiling face popped in his mind. Then he was flooded with images of all his friends and the good times he had with them. Her face was most prominent, though, and he focused on it. He realized just how important she had become to him, and he knew he couldn't do this to her. She deserved better than this from him. "I don't want to die. Not like this," he thought as he gathered his strength, preparing for an opening. The 2 Death Eaters verbally taunted him for a minute longer before Travers cast the curse again. This time Harry was ready for him, though. Fighting through the pain, Harry managed to lift his arm up and fired a bone breaker at his current tormentor, hitting the man in the neck. Travers fell down to the ground dead. Harry didn't think about that, though, as he saw the killing curse rushing toward him. He knew there was no way he would be able to move in time, so instead he gathered all of his remaining magic up, willing it to take him away from there before the curse could hit him. "Take me back home," he thought desperately. Right before the deadly curse came into contact with him, he vanished without a sound. McNair looked at the spot in utter shock, trying to figure out where Harry had gone. Then he heard the sound of several people operating there, and knew he had to go before the Aurors saw him. He used his emergency port key to get away, trying to figure out how he was going to explain this to the Dark Lord. Meanwhile, Harry traveled for a few seconds before he stopped at his intent-driven destination. His body slammed to the ground upon arrival. He fell unconscious almost immediately after. The person who he landed in front of almost jumped out of their skin at his sudden arrival. Then they recognized who it was and gasped in shock and fear. Harry, Chapter 4, Harry's Minerva. And this chapter is a bit of a filler, so sorry if it seems a bit slow. The next one will have the conversation between Harry and Minerva and the beginning of their plans, so it should be better. Also, I made a small edit to the end of the Chapter 3 to reflect that Travers and McNair did not manage to get a cut on the back of Harry's head. The jacket that he has on protects him from most spell damage, but not all blunt force damage, and the hood was not removed during the battle, so that was not possible. He did suffer a head injury that caused some external bleeding, but that was from being thrown into a wall very hard. You don't have to read the chapter over if you've already read it, though. Chapter 4. Minerva McGonagall was returning from a stroll through the forest that surrounded her home. She had just been thinking about Harry and what she could do to help him. After long deliberation, she had resolved to find him, wherever he was, and knock some sense into him, literally if she had to. There was no way that him being alone was good for his health, mental or physical, something she knew from personal experience. Plus, he had a bad habit of getting into trouble whether he looked for it or not, and right now she could sense that he was looking for it. She refused to let someone whom she cared for get themselves killed. Not if she could stop it. Now, Minerva's home was a mystery to almost everyone. In fact, most people assumed that she lived at Hogwarts full-time. There were only 5 people alive that knew where she lived. Even Dumbledore didn't have access to her home. Minerva also rarely got visitors, especially ones that were unannounced. Therefore, her reaction to a body appearing from out of nowhere, dropping to the ground only a few feet in front of her, can be excused. She transformed in her tabby cat form before jumping about 5 feet in the air in fright. Embarrassed, she quickly transformed back and cautiously took a closer look. Her heart almost beat out of her chest when she realized who it was. "Harry!" she screamed in horror. Within seconds, she was kneeling down by his side with her wand drawn as she cast a basic diagnostic charm on him. He was alive and breathing on his own, but his clothes were bloody. His head and abdomen were bleeding badly. His left pant leg was burned. His body was tremoring, and he was unconscious. Overall, he looked like he had been in a fight for his life. As worry tried to overtake her, she had to shake her head to clear it. Right now, she needed to get him inside and call for Poppy. She could worry about what caused his condition later. Once inside, Minerva lay down on the sofa carefully before heading toward the fireplace. After taking only 2 steps, she was interrupted by 3 more pops of apparition. She spun on her heels, wand out, and ready to defend Harry from the threat. It turned out to be 3 familiar house elves, however, causing her to lower her wand a bit. She didn't drop it completely, though, showing that her aura-honed wariness was not forgotten. "Dobby," she stated cautiously, addressing the excitable elf. Creature and Winky were with him as well, making for an odd group. "What are you 3 doing here?" "We felt our master was in danger, Professor McGonagall, but couldn't feel him through the bond. We came as soon as we could feel him again," Dobby replied, the other 2 nodding in agreement. Minerva didn't have time to ponder what that meant or the obvious physical changes in Dobby and Winky. "Harry is alive but very hurt. I'm going to get Poppy so she can heal him," Minerva quickly explained before running to the fireplace, throwing some fluid powder into it to make the call. The elves gathered around Harry as she waited for Poppy to answer her call. Winky, trying to be helpful, removed his clothing down to his boxers so the healer would have easier access to his injuries. She put the special jacket and boots to the side to be clean since they suffered no damage, while vanishing the rest. "Minerva, what seems to be the matter?" Poppy asked when her face appeared in Minerva's view a long minute later. "Harry's hurt. He's somehow apparat to me, but he's unconscious and his clothes are all bloody and burned," Minerva babbled, the panic evident in her voice. "I'll be right over," Poppy declared firmly before disappearing to get some supplies. A minute later, the healer was stepping into the living room. She deposited the case of supplies on the coffee table before going to the sofa, her wand already drawn. Seeing how much blood was on his body, She spelled a blood-replenishing potion into his system as a precaution. Then she scanned his entire body twice to make sure her results were accurate before she started working to heal him. First, she used her wand and a wound-cleaning potion to clean his body up and remove all of the blood so she could see all of his injuries clearly. Next, she had to stitch up the cut on the right side of his abdomen due to the dark nature of the injury. He had a cut on the back of his head as well, but she was able to close it up with her wand. She applied some Murtlap and Didney to both cuts and covered them up. Then she rubbed burn healing paste to his left leg, covering it up as well. There was severe bruising on his back, and he had 2 bruised ribs on his lower left side, all of which had to be treated with bruise-removing paste. To make him more comfortable, she put a padded wrap on his back to avoid aggravating it any further. The rest of his injuries were minor and easily healed, including his broken left hand, and soon enough, Poppy was finished. She cleaned him up once more before turning to face her audience. "How bad is he?" Minerva asked cautiously. Poppy sighed before listing all of his injuries. "He has a cut on his abdomen from a dark curse, a cut on the back of his head from blunt force, severe bruising on his back, 2 bruised ribs, and a second-degree burn on his left leg. All of those should fully heal, though he'll likely be left with scars. He is currently in a coma due to the combination of a concussion, cruciatus exposure, and severe magical exhaustion. Overall, he looks like he just fought a war and barely survived." "How bad is the cruciatus exposure?" Minerva asked, afraid it might have damaged his mind. "I can't say for sure," Poppy admitted sadly. "If he is able to wake up from the coma on his own within the next few days, then I think he will be okay. If not, well, I wish I could give you a better answer. He is breathing on his own, which is always a good sign." Seeing the despair on her friend's face, Poppy tried to give her some more hope. "I know it looks bad, but just remember that Harry is a fighter and has a tendency to survive things others can't." "I know," Minerva replied, hoping for another Harry Potter miracle. Poppy pushed down her own worry for her patient before finishing her explanation. "For right now, all you can do is keep a watch over him. I'll come over twice a day to check on him and reapply the salves and paste to his injuries. I would bring him to the hospital wing, but I figured you don't want a certain headmaster to know where he is at the moment." Poppy was well aware of Minerva's anger with Dumbledore over his treatment of Harry and agreed with her. "Yes, that would be best for right now," Minerva replied, knowing that Dumbledore couldn't find out about Harry until she had talked to the young wizard herself. "Maybe not even after that." "Noted," Poppy acknowledged. "I'll make sure to be discreet about my comings and goings from the castle to avoid his suspicion. Now, do you want to put him in your spare bedroom upstairs?" "Yes, the one with its own bathroom. Right across from mine," Minerva replied. Poppy led the way upstairs, carefully levitating Harry in front of her. When she had him situated on the bed and under the covers, she turned to make a few final remarks. "If you need anything or there is any change in his condition, don't hesitate to call me. Also, I want all 4 of you to make sure you get enough food and rest." The healer looked at Minerva and the 3 house elves individually before continuing. "I know how worried you are about him, but you're of no use to him if you're exhausted or famished. In fact, I suggest you take shifts watching him to avoid that." When all of 4 of them voiced their agreement and thanked her for her help, Poppy bid them a good night. Now that things had settled down, Minerva turned to the strange trio of house elves. "May I ask how you came to be Harry's elves?" Dobby and Winky looked at each other, unsure if they should respond. Then they remembered how close Harry was to this woman, and they believed their master wouldn't mind them telling her some things. Dobby answered for both of them. "Harry bonded to us the day he left Hogwarts. He bonded us to him as family instead of slaves, changing us. It made us stronger, smarter, and healthier than regular house elves. We can even talk more normally," Winky added shyly. "Well, that explains how he was able to disappear without anyone noticing. That also explains why the 2 of you look so well," she noted. "Of course, he would find some way to make his house elves different from the typical ones." Her thought was bittersweet, though, and she hoped she would be able to ask him about it in person soon. Creature stepped forward to answer her as well. "Master is the lord of the Black family now," the elf stated simply. Minerva looked closer at him, noticing the slight changes in his demeanor. He stood straighter and more dignified. He even spoke of Harry with respect. If anyone could fix that elf's attitude, It would be you, Harry, she thought. It would have amused her if she wasn't so worried about him. After a moment, Minerva focused her thoughts on trying to decide what to do next. She knew she would be staying in the room with Harry until he woke up and figured that she could transfigure the sole chair in the room into a recliner to sleep in. First, she needed to take a shower, and she let the elves know so before leaving the room. 15 minutes later, Minerva returned to see Winky and Creature had gone, leaving Dobby as the only one left. He informed her that he was taking the first shift. Hedwig had also appeared and was perched on the headboard of the bed frame. She hooted in greeting, and Minerva could tell that meant the owl was staying for the night as well. Then she swooped down to land on Minerva's shoulder, butting her head against the witch's cheek gently in a sign of shared sympathy. Minerva stroked Hedwig's feathers for a moment before the owl flew back up to her previous perch, settling in for the night. Minerva did the same thing herself, transfiguring the chair into a spacious recliner. Then she sat down, reclining it all the way back to get comfortable before turning to face Harry. As she lay there, her thoughts began to wander, trying to come up with scenarios that would explain his injuries. In an attempt to calm herself, she ran her fingers through his hair, reassuring herself that he was alive and he would recover. That's all that mattered for now. When he woke up and was up to it, however, he would get a long talking to. She was even more resolute about the decision she had made before he appeared in front of her. Whether he liked it or not, she was going to knock some sense into him. He could have gotten himself killed, and she wouldn't let that happen again. She was going to get to the bottom of what made him act so recklessly to prevent it from happening again. The next morning, Poppy came before 7 to check in on Harry. Minerva, who had managed to get 5 hours of sleep, was already awake and alert, though she had a crick in her neck from the chair. The house elves, who had guarded Harry and Minerva in 3-hour shifts throughout the night, all reappeared when Poppy arrived. "Good morning, everyone," Poppy greeted. "I assume that you noticed no changes during the night." When all 4 responded in the negative, she moved to scan over Harry. When there was no sign of a deterioration in his condition, she reapplied the salves and bandages to his wounds, which were already starting to look better since last night. She also spelled nutrient potions into his system to prevent dehydration, starvation, and the atrophying of his muscles from disuse. While Poppy was working, Minerva had stretched her body out, thankfully getting rid of the crick in her neck. "How is he?" Minerva asked when the healer finally turned back to face her. "He's improving, though he doesn't show any signs of waking just yet. His magic is also recharging a bit slowly, and his body is still shaking from the cruciatus, but not as bad as last night. Nothing has gotten any worse, though," Poppy explained. "Do you think he feels any pain?" Minerva asked, voicing a worry she hadn't considered last night. "No, but I couldn't give him a pain-relieving potion at the moment either way. With his coma, the concussion, and the cruciatus exposure, the potion might do more harm than good," Poppy explained sadly. Minerva nodded in understanding, taking her friend's word for it. "I'll be back later tonight to check on him. Make sure you all take care of yourself while you watch over him." "We will," Minerva replied. Poppy returned back to Hogwarts after that, leaving Minerva and the 3 house elves alone. Before Minerva could say anything, Winky stepped forward and offered to make her breakfast. Unable to find a reason to refuse, and understanding that the elf probably needed something to do to distract herself, she accepted. Winky popped away to do so, leaving Minerva with Dobby and Creature. "I can watch over Harry during the day, though you're more than welcome to come check on him whenever you like. If you have anything else to do or orders that Harry gave you before last night, don't hesitate to do them. It'll probably help to have some sort of distraction to stop you from worrying as much," she suggested. Dobby and Creature decided to go back to Grimmauld Place and continue cleaning it up, seeing the wisdom in her words. A few minutes later, Winky returned with breakfast and the daily prophet before popping away to work on the manor as well. Alone, Minerva tried to decide what to do to distract herself. Reading didn't appeal to her at the moment, and she had no papers to grade. Her only true hobby was dancing, but she definitely wasn't in the mood for that. Out of boredom, she picked up the newspaper Winky had brought for her and saw that Harry's recent adventure was on the front page just like last time. When she had seen the first article about the hooded stranger a few days ago, she almost immediately knew it was him. In her mind, Only Harry would be bold enough to face that many Death Eaters head-on, without backup. Seeing this as a chance to figure out some of what happened last night, she read through the article, gasping in shock at its contents. To think that he had thought it was a good idea to take on 18 Death Eaters alone spoke to his state of mind. What happened to make you risk your life like that? She thought angrily as she turned her gaze toward him. She knew it had to be bad and was a bit afraid to find out the answer. In the back of her mind, though, she was impressed that he had managed to get out of there alive against those odds. As Minerva was looking at Harry and trying to figure out what was going on with him, an idea came to her that would allow her to help Harry while feeling like she was doing something constructive. With Harry's advanced level of knowledge and skill in transfiguration and defense against the dark arts, and his ability to survive, albeit barely, when very outnumbered, she thought it would be a good idea if he took his EW. TS over the summer in those two subjects. While she waited for him to wake up, she could prepare a study guide for both subjects. That way he would have less school work to focus on and more time to prepare for his next inevitable confrontation with Voldemort, something Harry would be happy with. Hopefully, it would also mean he had more time to relax, because this latest act obviously showed that he was under entirely too much stress. She ignored the anxious voice in the back of her mind that wondered if he would be okay when he finally woke from his coma. Mind made up, Minerva went to her private library and searched for the books she would need to make a comprehensive guide for him. Once she found them, she brought a Muggle notebook and pen with her back into the room and sat down in her chair. She transfigured one of the nightstands into a desk before getting to work, glancing at Harry periodically as she did. When Poppy came back after 9 that night, Minerva told her about the plan she had come up with for Harry. Poppy approved of it and was also glad that Minerva had something to distract her from her worries. This was their routine for the next 3 days. Poppy would come early in the morning and late at night to check in on Harry, reapply his salves, change his bandages, and give him nutrient potions. She was able to slip in and out of Hogwarts without anyone noticing her absence. Minerva worked on the study guide for Harry as she watched over him. She only left the room to shower, continuing to sleep in her transfigured recliner at night. The 3 house elves would take shifts to watch him during the night. During the day, they would spend most of their time cleaning up Grimmauld Place while checking on Harry periodically. In addition to cleaning up the manor, Winky also prepared all of the meals, making sure everyone had enough to eat and drink. Harry's condition steadily improved, and by the night of the second day after the attack, his magic had fully recharged. Poppy and everyone else were hopeful that with his core now back to full strength, his injuries would heal even faster, and he would wake up soon enough. All of his minor injuries were already fully healed, but the burn on his leg, the cut on his abdomen, and the bruises on his back still needed more time. The afternoon of the 4th day after the attack, Harry finally woke up. Harry was roused slowly from his coma, and it took him a few minutes for his eyes to finally open up. When they did, his vision was blurry, and he couldn't recognize anything about his surroundings, causing him to start panicking internally. He remained completely still as he tried to work out where he could be, though his mind was still fuzzy. Then the memories of the Death Eater raid came rushing back to him, and he became worried that he had been captured until he realized that he was lying on a comfortable bed and not a prison cell floor. Deciding that he must be in a safe place, he slowly turned his head to see if anyone else was nearby. His gaze fell on Minerva, who was working intently on the study guide, though it took him a moment to recognize her through his blurry vision. Minerva, Harry called weakly, his voice raspy from disuse. He had to repeat himself several times before Minerva heard him. Startled, Minerva almost dropped her notebook in surprise as she pushed what she had been working on to the side and turned to face Harry. When she heard the panic in his voice, she quickly went to reassure him. "Easy, Harry. You're safe now, and I'm right here. Everything is okay," she soothed repeatedly, stroking his hair gently. Creature, who was in the room at the time, left to go get Poppy while Minerva calmed Harry down. "Where am I? How did I get here?" Harry asked when he was a little calmer. Minerva helped him to sit up properly and got him to drink some of the water Winky had set to the side for him when he woke up before she answered his questions. "I don't know how you got here, but you're at my home and you're safe. Don't worry about that right now, though," she said in the same soothing tone. "How are you feeling?" "Like I got ran over by the night bus and electrocuted," he said, groaning in pain. He was still trembling slightly from the Cruciatus curse, though Minerva hoped that would go away soon. I'd imagine so. You seem to have been through quite an ordeal, she remarked. He tried to say something, but she quieted him before he could speak. We'll talk about it when you're feeling better. The important thing is that you're alive. Harry was about to respond, but he was interrupted by the arrival of Poppy and his 3 house elves. Well, it's good to see you awake and coherent, Harry. Poppy greeted as she walked over to the side of his bed. She scanned over his body before saying anything else. I need to do a test to make sure the concussion and cruciatus exposure didn't damage your mind, she informed him. Okay, Harry readily agreed, hoping that wasn't the case. It took Poppy about 20 minutes to finish the test and make a determination. Your mind is still completely intact despite everything you suffered through, she announced, causing them all to release a sigh of relief. Then the healer listed all of the other injuries he had sustained and their status at the moment. Now that you're awake, I can give you a potion to ease your pain and get rid of the concussion. I also want you to take a dreamless sleep potion for the next 2 nights to ensure that you continue to get the rest you need to heal properly. For the rest of today, I want you to remain in bed. When Harry tried to protest, she cut him off. You should be fine too. Walk around a bit tomorrow, but you just woke up and need time to recover from your coma. How long have I been out? Harry asked quietly after he drank the potions for his pain and his concussion. For almost 4 whole days, I need you to take it easy. Also, no using magic until I say so, Poppy stated sternly. Harry nodded in compliance. Good. I'll be back to check on you later tonight, and will bring the dreamless sleep potion with me. Thank you, Poppy, Harry said. Then Poppy turned to face Minerva. Make sure he tries to eat something for lunch and dinner today. Also, go easy on him for today. I will, Minerva promised. She didn't plan on talking to him until he was ready. Poppy left after that. Harry turned to face his elves who had been silent throughout the entire exchange. I'm sorry I made you guys worry about me, he apologized. We are just glad you are okay, Dobby replied, the others nodding in agreement. Harry wanted to say more, but he didn't really have the energy to do so at the moment. Minerva, noticing his exhaustion, asked for Winky to prepare some soup for him to eat. Then Harry turned back to Minerva to apologize. I'm sorry, he began before she cut him off. I know you are Harry, but now isn't the time to talk about it. You just focus on eating and getting some rest for right now, Minerva stated firmly. The rest of the day was spent in a tense and awkward silence as everyone tiptoed around the unresolved issues. Minerva continued to work on the study guide, though she didn't explain what she was doing to Harry. Dobby brought him a book to read, so he wouldn't get too bored. Since he was able to eat full meals, Winky made sure to feed him as much as he could stand in an attempt to give him his strength back. Creature and Dobby continued to work on their project, though their mood was improved now that their master was awake, and they knew he would be okay. Poppy came back that night as promised and made sure Harry took the dreamless sleep potion before she left. He drifted off shortly after that. Minerva took a bit more time to fall asleep as many thoughts ran through her head. Now that he was awake, there was a lot they needed to talk about. At least he's alive, Minerva, so just hold on to that, was her last thought before she also succumbed to sleep. Chapter 5, Harry's Minerva. And I really meant to finish this during the weekend, but I've been sick for 2 weeks, so it was hard to concentrate on it. Also, I may be a little late with the next chapter since I have to catch up with some things I've been neglecting while I was sick, but I'll try and finish it as fast as I can. Chapter 5. The next day, Harry woke up shortly after Minerva did, feeling more alert than he had the previous night. He still wasn't 100%, but he could feel that his concussion was gone. How are you feeling? Minerva asked him when she noticed that he was awake. Still pretty sore, though my head feels much clearer. I even seem to have stopped shaking, he replied quietly. I could really use a shower, he added after a moment. When Poppy gets here, you can ask her if it's okay, she stated before they lapsed into an awkward silence, still unsure what to say to each other. Thankfully, it didn't last for long since Winky, who was currently guarding Harry, had gone to retrieve Poppy. Good morning, you two, Poppy greeted as she walked through the door about 5 minutes later. Winky, Dobby, and Creature silently followed behind her, standing to the side as they watched her tend to their master. Poppy quickly drew her wand and scanned over his body, happy to see that he was steadily improving. While it seems like your concussion has cleared up and you've stopped shaking from the cruciatus exposure, your other injuries still need some time, until they're fully healed though. Then she looked up at him. So, how are you feeling? Still a bit sore, but much better. I was wondering if I could get clean, though, Harry replied. Poppy thought about it for a moment before giving in. All right, but you should do it now, before I reapply the salves to your wounds. Harry nodded gratefully before slowly getting out of the bed. Minerva moved to help steady him, which was fine until he came to an embarrassing realization. He was only wearing boxers. Bloody hell! I'm almost Starkers, he exclaimed as he practically dove back under the covers. His face was burning from his blush. Poppy shook her head at him, though an amused smirk appeared on her face. This was much easier when you were asleep, but you don't have anything to be ashamed of, Harry. This made Harry turn even redder. The elves left to give him some privacy, Winky going to make breakfast, but Minerva stayed put, though she averted her gaze to make him less uncomfortable. She did have a small amused smirk at his reaction. After she was able to calm him down, Poppy assisted Harry to the bathroom. Then she removed his bandages, scowling a bit at the scars on his back, courtesy of the Dursleys. She let him get cleaned in privacy. He had to take a bath instead of a shower, however, since she didn't want him to stand on his injured leg for longer than necessary. When he was done, she had him sit down on the toilet so she could reapply the salves to his back, leg, and abdomen, wrapping them back up in bandages. Dobby popped in to provide him with some sweatpants and a t-shirt to wear, something Harry thanked the elf for profusely. Feeling much better now that he was clean and clothed, he slowly walked out of the bathroom with Poppy's assistance to sit back down in his bed. How do you feel now? She asked him, an amused smile still on her face. Harry gave her a small smile. Like I'm almost human. I'm glad. Now you are allowed to move around today, but don't push yourself too hard, she cautioned sternly. I'll make sure he behaves, Minerva interjected, giving Harry a stern look as well. He nodded his head quickly in compliance to both of the formidable witches. Very well. I'll be by tonight to bring you your dreamless sleep potion, Poppy said when she was sure he took her warning serious. Then she left him and Minerva alone. As she fled back to her office, she thought about the inevitable conversation the two would have today, silently hoping it would go okay. Their friendship is too important to them both for them to lose it. Back in the room, Minerva rose to her feet as she turned to face Harry. Come, let's eat breakfast downstairs. I'm sure you're ready to get out of this room, she stated before helping him stand up. Together, they made their way down to the kitchen where Winky already had breakfast waiting on the table. They ate in silence, both lost in their thoughts as they tried to figure out what they were going to say to each other. Hedwig came in to be petted by Harry as he ate, but that was the only interaction that occurred in the kitchen. After thanking Winky for the meal, Minerva led Harry over to her private library, thinking it would be a more comfortable location for the difficult conversation. She seated them on a sofa in front of a large window that looked out onto the property. The silence continued for a moment longer before Harry spoke up. Thank you for taking care of me, Professor. I understand if you want me to leave, though. He spoke in a polite but sad tone. Why would you think I want you to go? She asked incredulously, not expecting that comment. I was horrible to you the last time we talked. I said things I shouldn't have, and threw everything you've done for me in your face, as if it didn't mean anything. You didn't deserve that, and I don't deserve your friendship, he explained, looking away from her. She gently grasped his chin and turned his head to face her. While I am upset with how our last conversation went, it doesn't mean I do not still consider you my friend, she declared compassionately. You shouldn't, he muttered despondently as he looked down in shame. Why do you say that? She asked in concern. I'm not a good person to be around, he replied evasively. Harry, you're going to have to explain that more, she pressed. You don't want to know. I should just go. It'll be better for you that way, he insisted, trying but struggling to stand up. Minerva gently made him sit back down on the sofa before standing up in front of him, unable to contain her anger any longer. No, I will not let you run away from this conversation. Not this time. Not when you almost got yourself killed because of it. When Harry was still silent, her patience completely ran out and her tone went cold, letting him know that she was really pissed off. You will explain what is going on with you. Right. Now, Harry sighed, knowing that she wasn't going to let it go. Fine, but don't say I didn't warn you. After the ministry fight, Dumbledore made me wait in his office so he could talk to me. We argued, and he told me about a prophecy about me and Tom, a prophecy that he should have told me a long time ago, so I wouldn't have gone to the ministry in the first place. His tone was bitter as he recited it for her. Minerva usually didn't put much stock in such things, but she knew that Voldemort was suspicious enough to believe them. It explained why he went after Harry when he was just a baby. The monster tried to kill him before he could become a challenge to his power. He threw this at you right after everything you had been through. When he nodded, she released a breath in anger. "This is why you ran away?" she asked after a moment. "Partially," Harry admitted. When I asked him why he was just now telling me about it, he claimed it was to preserve my childhood. When I pointed out that I had already lost my childhood and innocence before I started Hogwarts and why, he claimed that everything I have been through was necessary for the greater good. I'm sure you can guess how well I took that. So, in response, I made him aware of how similar I and a certain Dark Lord's childhoods were and told him to hope I don't follow down his path because I would be much worse, and it would be all his fault. I also destroyed his office. This was just an empty threat, correct? Minerva asked warily. "Yes, I don't plan on becoming like that monster," he clarified, though internally he was doubting if he could keep that promise. Anyway, after that I kept having the same nightmares over and over. I kept seeing you and everyone else I cared about being killed and blaming me for it. There was nothing I could do to stop them. They drove me crazy, and I couldn't face it. Harry looked down in shame at his weakness, a single tear falling from his eyes. "Harry, you should have talked to me about it," she chastised lightly. "I know, but I was so angry and afraid. I couldn't think straight. So, I pushed you and everyone else away. I spent most of my time in the room of requirement, and I bonded to Dobby and Winky so they could help me sneak off of the Hogwarts Express shortly after the train started its journey. They took me to Gringotts, where I learned about Sirius emancipating me in his will and that he was still my magical guardian, but only through the Black family, not the Potter family." Minerva looked at him in confusion. "I don't really understand it either, but it gave me freedom from Dumbledore, so I didn't question it. I also got ownership of Grimmauld Place, so I went and stayed there. I didn't want to, but it was the easiest place to go and be hidden from everyone since I took control of the wards on the house, including the Fidelius charm. Then I started implementing my plan." Minerva raised an eyebrow at that. "And what plan was that?" "I decided that since Tom could use our connection to spy on me, I could do the same to him." "I was right." Before Minerva could tell him how foolish that was, he pressed on. "I used our connection to learn of possible Death Eater raids before they happened, so I could stop them. I discovered 2 of them. The first one was an attack on Justin Finch-Fletchley and his family. There were 6 of them. I managed to stop the bastards before they could really hurt anyone, but I let one go so he could deliver a message to his master. The rest I tied up for the Aurors to take care of." Harry took another pause, unwilling to go on. "And what about the second attack? The one with 18 Death Eaters?" Harry kept his head bowed. "What on earth possessed you to face that many enemies on your own?" He still wouldn't reply. "Answer me, Harry. Do you have a death wish?" "Yes," Harry shouted, finally looking up at her. "I wanted to die. I have to die for Voldemort to be defeated, so I figured I might as well get it out of the way." Minerva took a step back in disbelief. "Harry," she began shakily, "why would you say that?" Tears welled up in his eyes as he thought about his unfortunate discovery. "After the first raid and the success from spying on Tom, I got overconfident. I thought it was a good idea to probe my scar, so I did it. It was really hard, but I managed to get a lot of Tom's memories from it. Some of them were corrupted, but I managed to learn that the evil bastard made Horcruxes, 7 of them in total. The last memory I saw was the night my parents were murdered." Harry paused for a moment to regain his composure before continuing. Minerva's heart sunk at him having to see his parents' death, but remained silent, though she had a sinking feeling about what he would say next. "I watched as Dad fought Tom as long as he could. I saw my mom willingly give her life for mine. But that wasn't the worst part. When he tried to kill me, the protection my parents set up for me stopped him, and he started to disintegrate. But before the memory ended, I saw a black, inky substance attach itself to my forehead and seep in through the scar. The same substance that went into the other objects. I'm a Horcrux." Minerva couldn't speak as horror gripped her entire being. "No, he doesn't deserve this after all he's been through," she thought angrily. She knew what a Horcrux was from a friend of hers who studied arcane magic. "I'm harboring a piece of that monster inside of my head, so it makes me a monster by definition," Harry declared when she didn't say anything. "I have to die so that he can be killed. After that, I didn't think I wanted to live knowing that he was inside of me." But then, when I had the opportunity to just give up and let Travers and McNair kill me, I couldn't do it. I wanted to see my friends again. I wanted to see you again, so I fought back and I escaped. But it doesn't matter because I still have to die. Minerva knew there was a lot she needed to process about what she had just learned. She wanted to scream and shout about the unfairness of Harry's life, but right now, he needed reassurance. So, instead, she sat back down beside him before pulling him into a tight hug. Harry resisted her at first before finally succumbing to his emotions as he sobbed into her shoulder. His body shook as he let go of all of the frustration, fear, disgust, and sorrow that had been building up inside of him since he saw his godfather disappear into the veil. Minerva cried as well, her tears falling into his hair as she thought about the injustices of his life. The two of them sat like that on the sofa for a while, sharing in their anguish and trying to gain comfort from each other. When Harry had finally calmed down enough, Minerva pulled away so she could look at him. Harry tried to avoid her gaze, but she was having none of that. "Please look at me, Harry," she pleaded. He relented after a few seconds, seeing not disgust in her eyes as he expected, but kindness and compassion. "Harry, you're not a monster. I know you aren't one, because I am your friend, and I do not see a monster in you. I see a young man who has been dealt a horrible hand in life, yet manages to still have a good heart in spite of it." She placed her hand on his heart to emphasize her statement. Harry, seeing the sincerity in her eyes and hearing it in her voice, wanted to believe her words. "I'm so sorry, Minerva, for everything. I didn't mean any of it, I swear. Please forgive me." He didn't think he deserved her forgiveness, but he hoped she would give it to him anyway. "It is already forgiven," Minerva assured him gently before her tone became sharper. "But I want you to understand me very clearly, Harry James Potter. If you ever do something so foolish as to try and fight a war on your own, I will turn you into a toad. I understand that you're afraid, but you need to realize that you are not alone. What you do affects those who care about you, affects me. How do you think we would feel if you had died that night? I, for one, would be devastated." She gently placed a finger on his chin before he could. "Look down. I know you are dealing with a lot right now, but you don't have to handle it alone. I am here for you, every step of the way, so stop trying to push me away. Let me help you, and together we will figure it out, I promise. I don't know what I did to get a friend like you, but thank you, Minerva," he stated gratefully. "You're welcome," she replied as she wrapped her arm around his shoulder. They spent the rest of their time until lunch in a companionable silence, both thankful that their friendship was healing. There was still a lot of things for them to figure out, but it could all wait for a moment. Right now, they needed this time of peace to help them face the storm ahead. After they finished their lunch, courtesy of Winky, they went back to the library. This time they sat at the table in the middle of the room, sitting in chairs beside each other. Minerva brought her personal pensieve with her, placing it on the table. "All right," she began seriously. "We need to start planning what to do next. I know this is probably the last thing you want to do, but we need to look at those memories again. With your mind more settled now, it's possible that we can get more information from them." Harry nodded reluctantly. "Okay, just give me a minute to organize them all." He closed his eyes to help himself focus as he gathered them all up from the corner he had placed them in. As he examined them, they seemed to be clearer than they had been before, giving Harry hope that he and Minerva would be able to learn more from them. After about 20 minutes, he removed them from his mind and dropped them into the pensieve. "That's all of them. Before we watch them, you should know that they won't be pleasant. It'll also take a while, but I figured there may be clues in his childhood that might tell us where he could have hidden them," he informed Minerva when he was done. "I didn't expect it to be a fun experience. As for the length of it, I agree that clues may be in his past, so it is necessary," Minerva remarked. Then she looked at him in concern. "You don't have to. Watch them a second time if you don't want to," she added, wanting to spare him from further pain if she could. "Thanks for your concern, but I can handle them as long as I'm not alone," Harry replied confidently. "Besides, 2 pairs of eyes are better than 1, and I'd rather neither of us have to watch them any more times if it can be helped." She gave him one more look before assenting with his decision. "If you're sure then." When he nodded, they both leaned their heads over the pensieve before entering it at the same time. Unlike the last time Harry watched the memories, he and Minerva didn't skip any of them. They watched as Tom Riddle Jr. was teased by the older children of the orphanage for being different with very little help from the overworked adults in charge. Some of the adults even punished him when weird things happened. They observed as he transitioned from the tormented to the tormentor after realizing why he was so different. Gradually, he became crueler and crueler as he abused his powers and enjoyed it. The time when he terrified two fellow orphans by bringing them into a cave that was almost impossible to access was proof of this. I hate to say it about a child, but while he had a less than ideal childhood, he seems to have been born with a natural cruel streak, Minerva observed. Harry scoffed. My childhood was much worse, but you don't see me taking it out on kids, especially ones just as unfortunate as me, he remarked bitterly. Minerva looked at him sadly. We need to have a real conversation about your time with the Dursleys one day. Not right now, obviously, but one day in the near future, she stated gently. You don't want to hear about them, he said evasively. She gave him a pointed look. I've seen your scars, Harry. I'd rather know the truth of your mistreatment than allow my imagination to continue to come to its own conclusions. She hesitated for a moment, wondering if she'd overstepped her boundaries, and quickly tried to backtrack some. I understand if you don't want to discuss it with me, but it is healthier for you if you open up about it to someone you trust. As cliché as it may sound, talking about things does help quite a bit. I know that for a fact. Minerva said this in a cautious tone. After a moment, Harry finally responded in a quiet but sincere voice. You're the only one I trust enough to share it with. Minerva chose to ignore the warm feeling that enveloped her at his response. They focused their attention back to the memories, realizing they were now at the part when Riddle was informed of being a wizard by a surprise person, Dumbledore. They noticed the suspicious look the younger version of the headmaster gave Riddle. It made them believe that Dumbledore could already sense the cruelty within the boy. That explains his obsession with the man, Harry muttered darkly. Minerva silently agreed. As they watched Riddle go through his time at Hogwarts, they took note of the people he hung around, fellow students and professors, as well as his obsession with the history of the school and its founders. Minerva pointed out that many of the students he hung around with either became Death Eaters or were the parents of them. They could tell that Riddle cared very little for his group of friends, though he was scarily good at convincing them otherwise. As for the professors, Riddle practically had them wrapped around his finger, and he was able to convince almost all of them that he was the model student. Only Dumbledore showed any suspicion of him, though he didn't act on it unfortunately. When it came to the part where Riddle asked one of his professors about Horcruxes, Minerva gasped in recognition. That explains why Slughorn stopped teaching. He must have realized just who Voldemort really was and felt guilty for explaining them to him, she declared. Harry looked at her curiously, but decided it wasn't important at the moment. Then they watched as Riddle made his first Horcrux with the death of Moaning Myrtle and his framing of Hagrid for the opening of the Chamber of Secrets. When Minerva saw the size of the basilisk, she grabbed Harry's arm tightly to remind herself that he was still alive. You killed that at 12? She asked in shock. I probably shouldn't mention that it was a bit bigger than that when I fought it, Harry replied sheepishly. You really need to stop understating some things, she muttered, gripping his arm tighter. Before they transitioned to his time after Hogwarts, they saw Riddle discover the Room of Requirement, making Harry suggest that he might have hidden a Horcrux there. Next, they started delving into his years after Hogwarts, learning that he worked at Borgin and Burke's. The memories were a bit clearer, so they were able to see how Voldemort discovered and acquired the items he used to make his Horcruxes. He killed Hepzibah Smith for Hufflepuff's cup and Slytherin's locket, letting her house elf Hokey take the blame for it. Privately, Harry knew he had seen the locket somewhere, though he couldn't remember where at the moment. They witnessed his murder of his paternal family, the Riddles, watching him blame his maternal uncle, Morphin Gaunt, for their murders while stealing the family ring. They observed him manipulate the ghost of Helena Ravenclaw to learn of Ravenclaw's diadem, which explained said ghost's avoidant nature. They were also surprised to witness him try to apply to Dumbledore for the position of defense professor. Though they weren't able to see the memory, both concluded that he was the one who cursed that position, preventing anyone from staying for longer than a year. After that, there was a time skip over the years between then and Voldemort's first reign of terror, just like last time. They were both a bit disappointed that they still didn't know where exactly the Horcruxes were, but Minerva assured Harry that the clues were hidden in the memories they had seen. Finally, they had reached the night Voldemort murdered Harry's parents. Minerva grabbed his arm gently, giving him comfort as he had to watch his parents get killed yet again. She was proud as she watched one of her favorite students fight off the powerful dark wizard, though it was bittersweet. When she flinched as James's body hit the floor, Harry grabbed her hand in his, squeezing it gently, which surprised her. She didn't stop him, though, and they stayed that way even after the moment was over. They followed the murderer up to the room containing Lily and a baby Harry. Minerva paused the memory as she observed the runic schemes drawn on the floor. "What was your mother doing?" she wondered aloud. Harry shrugged. "Unfortunately, I didn't take ancient runes, but she carved one on my forehead as well." Minerva stood in thought for a moment longer before unpausing the memory. Harry squeezed her hand again, which he had not let go of when his mother was murdered. Minerva squeezed his hand in return, yet again reminding herself he was still alive as Voldemort cast the killing curse at him. At the end, she took note of the two lights that went into the baby Harry and scowled at the Horcrux as it embedded itself into his scar. When Harry and Minerva were back in their bodies, it was almost dinner time. They took about half an hour to write everything they remembered from the memories down before Winky called them in for dinner. As they ate sitting across from each other, they discussed what their next move should be. "Our first priority right now is to find a way to get that thing out of your head," Minerva stated, starting the conversation. Harry didn't have much hope for that. "How are we going to do that, though?" "The only known methods to do so require the destruction of the container." Minerva was quick to try and squash his hopelessness. "I have a friend named Samina that might be able to help us. She studied arcane magic her entire life. If anyone knows how to get it out of you, she either will or will know how to find out. I'll send her a letter in the morning asking her to come visit." Then she placed her hand on top of his and squeezed it gently as she looked directly at him. "No matter what it takes, we will find a way to get that thing out of you that doesn't require your death, even if we have to travel all over the world to find it," she declared fiercely. Harry couldn't help but be moved by her declaration and vowed to stay optimistic, if only for sake. "Thanks, Minerva." They were quiet for a moment before he spoke up. "Okay. So you'll write to your friend Samina, who you've never told me about, by the way. While we wait, we need to try and figure out where the rest of the Horcruxes could be." "Agreed," Minerva replied, before they started compiling a list of possible locations based off of their notes on the memories. After 20 minutes, they had a few potential places to search based off their belief that Voldemort placed sentimental value on things from his childhood in Hogwarts. They also believed that he may have given another one to one of his Inner Circle members, like he had with Lucius. Okay, so he likely hid one somewhere in Hogwarts, probably the Room of Requirement, with another of his followers, probably Lestrange, and in places connected to his childhood or the Gaunt family. We know that the diary is already destroyed and that Nagini is kept with him or hidden at all times. Now we just have to figure out the specifics, Minerva concluded. There was still a lot to figure out, but she believed they were on a good track. Harry ran his hand through his hair and thought, "I think we're going to need some help with this, but I don't know who we can trust at the moment." "Well, Dumbledore is definitely out of that equation," Minerva began angrily. "He had to have known what your scar really is, and he did nothing to get it out of you. I doubt he even tried that hard. Instead, he practically conditioned you to become a sacrificial lamb. He tried to make sure that your life was so worthless to you that you would sacrifice it without hesitation." She was shouting at the end as she stood up and banged her hand on the table furiously. "Minerva, while I appreciate the anger you feel towards him on my behalf, we can't outwardly make an enemy of him just yet," Harry said soothingly, pulling her into a hug. "I'm not asking you to pretend to be his friend or anything, but you can't let him know that we know about the Horcruxes. Besides, you can't get fired because Hogwarts needs you there." "I need you there." The shock from Harry actually initiating physical contact managed to break through her rage. She took a deep, calming breath, releasing her anger for the moment. Then she pulled away from the hug too. "Look at him. Okay, but I reserve the right to turn him into the manipulative goat that he is when we can." Harry laughed at that and shook his head at her. "If only the world knew how explosive your temper really is." Minerva lightly slapped his arm, though she had a small, amused smile on her face. They both took their seats before she continued talking. "Let's get back on topic. Now, for who we can trust to help us, I suggest we tell Andromeda and Tonks. They could also help you with your new duties as Lord Black, or at least how we can use that title to our advantage. She paused for a moment before thinking of someone else. We might also want to involve Amelia Bones. Having help from the head of the DMLE, who is unbiased, intelligent, and trustworthy is a good idea. Plus, you have something to offer her. Harry looked at her quizzically. You've been able to spy on Tom through your link to discover raids before they happen. I'm sure the one in charge of the Aurors could find a good use for that information, Minerva explained patiently. Oh, I didn't think you were going to let me still do that, he replied in surprise. Well, I don't like you putting yourself in danger like that without someone to watch you. I can't argue that it isn't useful. As long as you promise not to do it without me, I won't stop you, she consented, knowing she couldn't protect him from everything. But you have to be careful and do everything to avoid being discovered, she added sternly. Harry nodded in acceptance. I promise that I'll be careful and avoid any unnecessary risks. Good. I say we send a letter to Andromeda tomorrow and wait until we talk to her and Tonks before we contact Amelia, unless you learn of another attack, Minerva stated. She was about to say something else, but was stopped by the arrival of Poppy. I take it that your conversation went well then, Poppy remarked, seeing and feeling the lack of tension between the two. Yes, we're okay now, Minerva confirmed, causing the healer to smile in response. Good. I'll just look you over Harry and be on my way then, Poppy stated. She made him take off his shirt so she could check his back and abdomen before rolling up his pant leg to look at the burn. She reapplied the salves and bandages, satisfied with their progress. Here are your dreamless sleep and pain-relieving potions. I still want you to avoid using magic for one more day, but I will clear you after that. As for your injuries, they are still healing on track, but I want you to continue to take it easy until I say otherwise. Thanks for everything, Poppy, Harry said sincerely. She gave him a small smile. You're welcome, as always, Harry. Just try to stay out of trouble for a while. Your life matters, Harry. You shouldn't be so reckless with it, Poppy scolded, though there was compassion in her voice. I know, he conceded. Poppy gave him one more stern look before taking her leave, promising to come back in the morning. I think you've had enough excitement for one day. You should take your potions and then go to bed, Minerva stated. Harry, feeling drained from the day, didn't argue with her. Once he swallowed down the potions, Minerva helped him up to his room and into his bed. Good night, Harry, she said before heading to her own room. Now that he was going to be okay, she didn't have to stay in the room with him as he slept, but she decided to leave his and her door open just in case. That night, both of them went to sleep with smiles on their faces, glad that their friendship was on the mend. Chapter 6. I'm sorry that it's been so long since my last update, but life has been keeping me really busy lately with a few family situations and a bout of writer's block. I'm back though with another chapter, and I thank you for your patience. This chapter is a bit of a filler, but there's some important information in it. I also tried to give some insight into Harry and Minerva's friendship. For those of you who are also reading my other stories, I will have updates for them by Sunday. I promise I'm not discontinuing any of them, and from this point on, I will only refer to Grimmaud's place as Black Manor, so hopefully no one will get too confused. Also, if didn't mention it before, Andromeda represented Harry during his trial for underage magic instead of Dumbledore, so they already know each other. Chapter 6. Poppy came by early as usual to check on Harry and reapply the salves and bandages to his injuries. He was still on restriction from using magic, but she promised him that it would end tomorrow. After practically begging the healer, she did give him permission to go on a light jog, though that was the only exercise she was willing to let him do. He took the small concession as a victory, relishing in the thought of getting his body active, even if it was only for a little bit. She also let him know that his injuries should be fully healed within another 2 days before returning back to Hogwarts. After that, Harry and Minerva adjourned to the kitchen to eat the meal Winky had prepared for them, the latter bringing the study guide she had been putting together and some parchment to write letters with her. While they ate, they exchanged small talk, keeping the subjects light for the moment, though they knew there were some serious matters that they still had to discuss. Mainly, the two friends enjoyed the ability to once again converse freely with each other. As they finished up their meal, all 3 of Harry's house elves appeared in front of them, looking as if they had something to say. Harry decided he needed to get something out first, though, still feeling guilty about his treatment of them. Before you guys tell me why you came here, I want to once again apologize for the way I have treated you. I promised that you would be my friends, my family, yet I have done a poor job of keeping that promise. I will try to do better in the future, starting with bonding Creature to me as family." Harry turned to face said elf, specifically. "If you would like that, of course." Creature thought about the offer seriously for a moment. Creature has realized that Mistress Black was wrong about her beliefs. Master has shown that he is much stronger than any pure-blood creature has ever met. Creature also likes the way that Master treats Creature, Dobby, and Winky with respect. Creature now knows that Master Harry is right and that pure-bloods are not superior. Creature would like to be bonded to Master Harry as family. Harry immediately did the ritual, causing Creature to change like Winky and Dobby did. He became stronger, healthier, and taller. Harry also gave Creature the same conditions that he gave Winky. "Thank you, Master Harry," Creature replied thankfully. "You're welcome. Now, what did you guys have to tell me?" Harry asked curiously. "We have finished cleaning up Black Manor, and we're wondering what you wanted us to do next," Dobby informed his master. "That's great," Harry exclaimed before scratching his chin as another thought popped into his head. "Well, now that it's clean, it will have to be furnished and decorated. As my first attempt to treat the three of you better, I will give you full authority to decorate it. I believe that I can trust your judgment with this, and my vault will be at your full disposal. I only ask that the master bedroom be decorated more to my style. Just try to make everything warm and inviting while also stately like a manor is supposed to be." "Thank you, Master Harry," Winky replied excitedly. "We promise that it will be decorated in a way that is worthy of you, Master Harry," Creature added before all three elves popped away to work on their next project. "I wonder how it will all turn out," Minerva mused, having never heard of someone giving house elves creative license to design a house. Harry shrugged, unworried. "We'll find out in a few days, but I'm sure everything will turn out just fine." Minerva shook her head at his casual attitude, an amusing smile on her lips. "Only you would see nothing odd about giving house elves carte blanche in redecorating your entire house. Well, I figure that since they spend so much time cleaning them, they should know how to decorate them. Besides, do you really want me to figure out how to design any room besides my own?" "It'd likely become a disaster," Harry laughed lightly. She laughed with him. "Indeed. While you have many talents, I don't believe home designing is one of them. Not after the incident with the ROR." He mock-pouted at her. "Oi. It was an honest mistake, and you promised never to bring it up again." She laughed even more. "Don't pout, Harry. Everyone has something they aren't good at." "What aren't you good at then?" he asked, a curious smirk on his face. "Never you mind that," Minerva replied quickly. Then, before Harry could complain anymore, Minerva cleared her throat and became serious once more. "Anyway, there are some more important things we need to talk about. First is the training I plan on putting you through for the remainder of the summer." Minerva handed him the study guide before continuing. "This, along with my tutoring, will help you review so you will be able to take your NEW, TS and Data and Transfiguration." Harry ran a hand through his hair in confusion. "But I just took my OWLS and haven't even got my scores back. How do you know I'll be able to pass the NEWTS this summer?" Harry asked, incredulously. Minerva pierced him with one of her signature, stern glares for a moment. "Harry, you and I both know that you passed those subjects with flying colors. Besides, don't you realize that I have been teaching you material above EWT level since the second term of this past school year?" Harry gave her a sheepish look. She shook her head in exasperation. "Conjuration on the level you're capable of is not taught in school. The defensive spells we've gone over are close to mastery level work. The only thing you really need to work on is the theory, but it shouldn't take you too long to understand. Trust me, you will have no problem taking the tests, and passing them will give you more free time while you're in school," Minerva pointed out before elaborating on the other training she will be giving him. "Now, once Poppy clears you for full practice, I will be intensifying your training. If you can fight off 18 Death Eaters and survive, then you can handle it. To devise a proper training schedule, I will need to see a memory of the night of both raids, but we will be starting as soon as possible. I'll also show you the battle in the Ministry, though you probably won't like my actions during it or the second raid," Harry warily agreed, looking down for a moment. "I kind of let my anger influence my actions." Her expression softened a bit at his downcast tone. "I promise I won't get angry at you, but I want to see firsthand how you respond in a real-world situation. She quickly moved on from that depressing subject, hoping that the next one would cheer him up. I'll also be teaching you the Animagus transformation, though we will be using the method I used, not the Ministry's bastardized version of it. It will only take one full moon night to complete, which isn't until the 30th of the month. Harry let out a chuckle at her derisive tone when she mentioned the Ministry before responding. Wicked. I wonder what kind of animal I'll be, he said excitedly, showing his age for once. Maybe I'll be a really big cat, like a panther or something. Minerva smiled at him in amusement. Boys, she teased, always thinking that something big means it's better. Harry mock glared at her, but she ignored him, never realizing that being small can help you get into more places than they think. Then her tone turned mysterious. Though, I have to admit that being bigger has its uses. Harry gave her a confused look that only grew in size as Minerva transformed into a much larger version of the tabby cat form than he was used to. She stayed like that for a few minutes, so Harry could examine her properly before morphing first into the form he was accustomed to, and then back into a human. How did you do that, and why is this the first time I'm seeing it? Harry asked when he found his voice. Minerva smirked at him before launching into an explanation using her lecture tone. It's one of the benefits of being a natural animagus. You will have the ability to make your animal form larger or smaller, though it takes practice to figure it out. You will gain the fully enhanced senses of your animal that can be used whether in animal or human form. You also will be able to use some magic while an animal, though nothing too complex. Then she pulled out her wand. Before I explain what will happen during the ritual, I need to confirm that you are indeed a natural animagus. She waved her wand in a complex pattern, whispering a chant in Latin. After about a minute, Harry glowed green. As expected, you are a natural animagus. He had a broad smile at that news. Wicked. Minerva couldn't help but smile with him. Wicked indeed. Now the ritual that you will go through is fairly simple. The transformation will occur on the night of a full moon. 7 days before that, you will have to take a potion that will cause you to experience dreams about your animal every night. This will help you to learn more about your animal before you become it. Then, on the 7th night, you will take another potion that will put you into a trance before forcing you to transform. For 12 hours, you will be stuck in your animal form to give you time to become accustomed to it. After that, you will just have to practice until you master it. Sounds easy enough, Harry agreed. It is. I will have to write a letter to my friend Matthew to ask him for the potions. He's the one who helped me discover my animagus form, Minerva stated as she pulled a piece of parchment out. I might even ask him to be here for the transformation. If that's all right with you? He shrugged in response. I trust your judgment. If you trust him, then it's fine. She nodded before writing a quick note. I also need to write to Samina to ask her to come here, as well as Andromeda. I was thinking last night, and I believe I should write to my friends. I don't really know what their reactions might be, but they need to know that Dumbledore can't be trusted, though I'll only be able to go into a little detail. Depending on how they respond, I'll try and set up a meeting with them so I can tell them everything that's been going on. That's a good idea, she agreed before expressing her concern. But Harry, try not to get too discouraged if they don't react in the way you hope they will. I'll try not to, Harry replied. The two lapsed into silence as they composed their letters. Minerva tried to include as much information in her letters possible without mentioning Harry's name so that her friends would be able to detect the urgency in her words. After only a moment's hesitation, Harry decided to write to the Weasley twins along with Hermione, Ron, Ginny, Neville, and Luna. Fred and George have always been pretty supportive of him, and they defended him during the times that most of the school turned their backs on him. Minerva, who had finished before him since she had less people to write to, read over his letters when he asked if they were okay. She only had to make a couple of adjustments to them for clarity. When it was time to send the letters out, Hedwig and Minerva's eagle owl, named Athena, appeared in front of their respective masters. I think we should send Hedwig with the letters for Samina and Matthew and send Athena with the others, Minerva suggested. Hedwig is definitely the stronger flyer of the two, and it will likely take a few days to find the two of them and deliver their replies. In addition, it might be best if an unrecognizable owl goes to your friends to prevent anyone from suspecting that the letters came from you. Harry saw the wisdom in her words and quickly acquiesced to her request. They made sure to give both owls plenty of snacks and water before they sent them on their way, wishing them luck on their journeys. After breakfast, both of them took a light jog around the property, with Minerva giving him a full tour of the property. It was a cottage-style home made of tan stone with brownwood trim. The lawn was neatly trimmed, and there was a wide stone path that led from the outdoor patio into the forest. They only jogged for about half an hour, Minerva making sure Harry didn't push himself too hard. Once they got cleaned up, they spent the rest of the day in the library. Harry gave Minerva the requested memories so she could watch them and develop a training plan for him while he started studying for his NE. When Minerva finished watching his memories, she got his attention. "You did well during the first raid and the battle at the Ministry. I know you might feel that you let your anger control you after Sirius's death when you dueled Bellatrix, but that isn't the case. She is a ruthless witch who didn't hesitate to try and kill you. If you had been lenient with her, she would have done so. That doesn't make you a bad person, but I wanted to kill her?" Harry protested. Minerva grabbed his right hand in hers and squeezed it softly. "Yes, but you didn't enjoy it. That makes you different from her and those who think like her." Harry nodded in understanding after a moment, accepting her explanation. When the moment was over, she focused him back on his studies as she came up with a training plan for him. They took a break for lunch, sitting outside on Minerva's patio table to enjoy the nice weather outside. After they ate, she told him about her plans for his training, which included elemental abilities. Watching his performance during the second raid convinced her that he might possess the rare ability. "Wait, you're saying that I might be an elemental?" Harry asked in surprise. "What does that mean exactly?" "I am, and it means that you have the ability to control one of the four elements without the need of a wand," Minerva explained. "It's not something that many people can do, and unlike most magical talents, it is not passed down through the bloodline. Instead, only those with a certain amount of power, mental and magical, are capable of it. There are very few people that have this ability. Dumbledore and Riddle are both elementals able to control water and fire respectively. I'm one of the even rarer people able to control more than one element, fire and earth. To demonstrate this, Minerva stood up and snapped her fingers, causing a small fire to appear above her thumb and index finger. Instead of burning her, she was able to control its movements. She moved it around her hand for a moment, showing her absolute command of the fire. Then she enlarged it until it formed a shield in front of her. Next, she extinguished the flame and looked around until she found a large boulder on the property, lifting it up 10 feet in the air. She lifted another and proceeded to juggle them for a moment before lowering them to the ground gently. To finish off her demonstration, she caused the very ground around them to shake, though not too hard that it would cause the earth to split. Harry was looking at his friend in awe when she was done. "I don't think I tell you how amazing you are often enough," he stated seriously, turning his gaze to the boulders Minerva had been juggling in the air. His compliment caused a slight blush to color Minerva's cheeks unexpectedly, something she hoped he wouldn't notice. Harry, oblivious to his friend's slight dilemma, continued talking, giving her time to quickly regain her composure. "Since you can control two elements, does it mean that you are stronger than Dumbledore and Riddle?" "Naturally, yes. Though I'm sure both of them have used certain rituals to bolster their strength," Minerva replied. "It doesn't mean that if I were to face them, I would automatically be able to win, but it does give me an edge." "That makes sense, I guess. After all, it takes a lot more than power to win a battle," Harry noted. "So, what makes you think that I'm an elemental?" "The fact that you were able to use and control those advanced air and fire spells after very little practice," Minerva explained. "Usually it takes more than a few days you had to master them, which suggests that they simply come naturally to you, because they are the elements you have control over. We will have to wait until Poppy clears you from magic use tomorrow to test that theory." However, Harry couldn't wait. At dinner, they received replies from Harry's friends and Andromeda. The latter agreed to come over tomorrow for dinner with Tonks in tow. As for Harry's friends, he was a bit surprised by how much they believed in him. Luna and Neville, who had no prior loyalty to the headmaster anyway, took him at his word. They trusted Harry fully and didn't believe that he would make a decision like this unless he had a really good reason for it. Hermione, it seems, had been doing some thinking of her own and had come to the conclusion that Dumbledore did not have Harry's best interests in mind and was hiding something really important from her friend. She also promised that she was on his side, not the headmaster's. Ron and Ginny, while wary about going against Dumbledore, seeing as their family was very loyal to his cause, decided to back Harry instead. They believed that something was suspicious about the whole situation. Plus, Harry was the one who had actually taught them how to survive and protected them, not Dumbledore. Even Fred and George didn't hesitate to support Harry, though it didn't surprise Harry as much. Those two were naturally rebels who went by their own moral code. Well, it seems that they're all on board. Harry spoke up once he had finished reading all of the letters. Now we just have to figure out a way for all of us to meet up. Minerva had that figured out. What if they come here? It's a secure location, and only those who I personally give access to know where it is. I'm sure the twins can come up with an excuse to get their younger siblings out of the house for a few hours, she suggested. Are you sure? He asked, wanting to be certain she was okay with it. After spending time here, he realized that this place was Minerva's personal sanctuary from the world. I wouldn't have suggested it if I wasn't, she replied calmly. All right then, I'll write them in the morning to let them know. We can probably meet on Friday during lunch. That should give them enough time to make some plans, Harry stated. I'll make them port keys to get them here and back, though they should probably all leave from the same place. So I only have to make one return destination, Minerva added. Harry looked at her with a mischievous smirk. Making a port key without authorization from the ministry? Huh? You really are a bit of a rebel, aren't you? Minerva swatted his arm for his comment. I expect you to keep that knowledge to yourself. Can't have my students finding out. It would ruin my reputation and encourage the troublemakers, she said in mock seriousness, knowing that he would never tell anyone about it anyway. Don't worry, your secret is safe with me, Harry promised before a grateful expression formed on his face. Thanks for doing all this and going through all this trouble for me, Minerva. That's what friends are for Harry, Minerva stated. The two of them stayed up a bit longer to write the replies to Harry's friends before retiring for bed, Harry taking another dreamless sleep potion. They would send the letters off in the morning so that Athena would have time to hunt and rest. The next morning, Harry and Minerva took another light jog an hour before Poppy was set to arrive. This time, she took him down the stone path from her patio which led to a river. There was a small seating area surrounding a fire pit on the bank, and they sat down to catch their breaths for a moment. I'm come here often when I need to think. In fact, I was coming back from here when you arrived, Minerva admitted, gesturing for Harry to sit down. He sat beside her as he took in the calming atmosphere. I can see why. It's so peaceful out here. Then he turned to face her with a sly smirk, though he didn't immediately speak. What's that look for? She asked, wary about what was going in his mind. She knew that look meant either he had a crazy idea or a thought that was going to test her patience. Harry shrugged nonchalantly, though his smirk remained. I was just wondering how many others you brought back here, or am I just really special? He laughed hard, gripping his injured side at the flabbergasted expression on her face, an expression very few people could get from her. Harry James Potter, she shouted in outrage. Her cheeks were inflamed, though she couldn't tell if it was from anger or embarrassment. The truth was she hadn't brought anyone out here before except Cal. She wasn't going to admit that to Harry, however. Harry took a moment to regain his composure. Sorry, but I couldn't help it. You should see the look on your face. At Minerva's stern glare, he straightened up, becoming serious. I didn't really mean anything by it, he apologized sincerely. I do appreciate you showing me your personal oasis. I can tell it means a lot to you. Her glare softened at his genuine tone. Yes, well, please refrain from making such comments in the future. I know that we're friends, but I'm still also your teacher, and there's a certain boundary we shouldn't cross, even when joking. She waited until he looked properly chastised before giving him a soft smile. But yes, you are special, if it makes you feel any better. Harry smiled back at her, before they both turned to face the river. They sat in silence for a few minutes, enjoying the scenery, before they headed back up to the house. Minerva also showed him the medium-sized training room that was on the second floor, before they both went to take showers in their respective bathrooms. Poppy arrived about 10 minutes after the two had finished getting dressed. After checking him over, she gave Harry permission to use magic again, something he was obviously excited about. He was still told to take it easy, but the bruises on his back were fully healed. All he had to wait for was his leg and abdomen now. With that good news, Harry and Minerva spent the day studying and working on magic. At breakfast, they sent the letters off with Athena before moving to the library. There, they spent the first half of the day going over the study guide. Minerva also had him make copies of the memories from Voldemort and his 2 raids, though this time they separated them out into the different sections. This way they could show people only as much as they wanted them to see. It took him about half an hour before he had several vials filled with the memories. Minerva made sure to label and cap all of them and placed them in an unbreakable box for safekeeping. Then, after lunch, they went into the training room. First, Minerva had him throw all of the spells he knew at a target that recorded his accuracy and power. He shot each spell 3 times before moving on to the next one. Harry was happy with his results, seeing how much his hard work over the years was paying off. Minerva was also impressed, especially since he cast almost all of them silently, something she verbally expressed to him. When he was done, they took a short break as Minerva explained how he would discover if he was an elemental. To determine if you're an elemental, you'll have to try to recreate simple air and fire spells without your wand. First, you will cast the spells, one at a time, and hold them so you can study them. You'll have to fully examine the element, see how it feels and responds to you. When you think you've analyzed them enough, and while still holding them with your wand, you'll have to try and copy that effect in your other hand. If you can manage it, then it proves that you're an elemental. Okay, I think I understand how to do it. I'll try the fire one first, Harry said after he contemplated her words. They sat there for half an hour longer, eating some snacks and drinking the water that Winky had brought them. When he was ready, Harry got into a meditative pose and cast a small flame from his wand. As Minerva had instructed him, he examined the fire on the tip of his wand as he tried to figure out how to recreate it. It took him several minutes before he was comfortable enough to start trying to do it in his other hand. He took a deep breath to compose himself before carefully willing his magic to gather in his hand. Then he pushed it to form fire, his mind focused on what the fire from his wand felt like. After 10 minutes had passed, a small flame appeared from his hand. "Brilliant!" Harry exclaimed, causing himself to lose his concentration and his flame to go out. He tried to do it again, this time managing to call up the fire in 5 minutes. "Well done, Harry. Now try the air this time," Minerva said proudly. Harry nodded before using his wand to cast a weaker version of the wind/spell, containing it in a small area above his wand. He went through the same process, though this took him a bit longer since the wind was a bit harder to examine. When he finally started trying to recreate it, it took him about 15 minutes to get it. He did it again, calling up the wind in about 7 minutes before turning to face Minerva. She gave him a proud smile and clapped her hands together. "It's official. You are a double elemental in fire and wind. Now you'll just have to practice it until you can call it up with little thought and bend it to move according to your will." Harry stood up and was about to start practicing then and there, but Minerva stopped him with her hand on his arm. "I think you've done enough magic for the day. Andromeda and Tonks should be here soon anyway, and you need to freshen up before dinner." Harry reluctantly agreed with her, knowing from her tone that she wouldn't budge on this. She sent him off to his room and then went into the kitchen to check with Winky, who was getting everything ready for the Tonks women's visit. Their guests for the evening arrived at 6:45 via the flue in the living room. Harry and Minerva, who had been sitting on the sofa in front of the fireplace to wait for them, stood up to greet them. "Min, it's good to see you," Andromeda said, pulling the woman into a warm hug. "I've wondered why I haven't seen you in over a week, but now I understand." Not many people knew this, but the two of them had become close after Minerva helped Andromeda when she had run away from her family before the start of her last school year. Then, when her husband, Ted Tonks, had been killed by a dark wizard, Minerva had helped her get back on her feet, even taking care of Tonks when necessary. They had been good friends ever since and saw each other often, especially during the summer. "It's good to see you as well, Andy," Minerva replied. "As you can see, I've been a bit busy lately. It's quite a long story." "I can imagine," Andromeda agreed. While the two witches talked, Harry turned to greet Tonks, who he had grown close to since last summer when he was at Grimmauld Place. Instead of ignoring him like most of the other Order members, she had actually taken the time to get to know him, helping him come out of his shell with Sirius's help and teaching him some Auror fighting tactics. "Hey Dora, thanks for coming," Harry said. "Watcher Harry. So, this is where you've been hiding out then?" "Actually, I've only been here since the night of the first of this month, I think. I'll explain everything else in a moment though," Harry replied. "How have you been?" "All right, all things considered," Tonks said, the sadness in her tone causing Harry to nod in mutual commiseration. "You know the Order's been losing their minds trying to find you." "I can imagine. I suppose I should send the old man a letter to tell him to stop looking for me, Harry remarked, though he was reluctant to do so. I'm sorry, I didn't write to tell you about technically running away. It's okay, Harry, Tonks replied. Before they could say anything else, Minerva and Andromeda joined them. Harry, it's good to see you as well, Andromeda said as she pulled him in a short hug. It's good to see you as well, Mrs. Tonks, Harry replied with a smile. Andromeda shook her head at him in exasperation. How many times do I have to tell you to call me Andy? We are friends after all. Andromeda was the one who had represented him during his sham of a trial at the Ministry. In fact, by the time Dumbledore arrived in the courtroom, Harry had already been declared innocent. They had been friends ever since, with her giving him advice whenever he asked her for help. Harry chuckled lightly. Yes, we are friends, Andy, he agreed. Minerva also gave Tonks a hug before leading them all to the kitchen, where Winky had a delicious meal set out on the table. After thanking the house elf and causing her to blush, they filled up their plates and started to eat. The conversation started out with safe topics as they ate their meal. Andromeda and Dora discussed their work and how things were going in that area, throwing in a few funny stories that had happened recently. Harry and Minerva shared the discovery of his fire and air elemental abilities, as well as the news that Black Manor was being fixed up and decorated by Harry's house elves. The Tonks women were impressed with the former and amused with the latter, making Harry promise to show them around the place when it was done. Once the dinner was eaten, they went into the library to discuss the reason for the meeting. Winky brought them some chocolate cake to enjoy, hoping that it would make it easier for them to talk about the difficult subject. Thank you, Winky, Harry said before the elf could leave. He managed to catch on to what she was trying to do. You're welcome, Master, Winky replied humbly before popping away. They were seated at the table, the Tonks women on one side and Harry and Minerva on the other. The pensieve and box of memories were set on the edge of the table so that everyone had a clear view of each other. After a moment of silence, so that everyone could taste the delicious cake, Minerva started up the conversation. Thank you both for coming on such short notice, but there are quite a few things that we need to tell you about. I have to admit that your letter had me a bit worried, Minerva, Andromeda said, allowing her concern to be displayed on her face. I doubt what we have to tell you will assuage any of those worries, but as our friends, it is something you need to know, Minerva replied. Then she looked at Harry, gesturing for him to begin the story. Harry took a deep breath to calm himself before speaking. I'll start with what happened the night that Sirius was killed. After Voldemort escaped from the Ministry, Dumbledore sent me to his office, making me wait there for him to get back, because he wanted to talk to me. Harry then described the conversation that followed, including the prophecy, causing the Tonks women to gasp in outrage. Minerva managed to control her emotions only slightly better than them. So, after idiotically hiding this information from you all of these years, he decided that then was the best time to tell you? Right after you had just lost your godfather? Andromeda asked rhetorically, anger coloring her words. Harry nodded in response. Tonks' hair was bright red in fury. That old manipulative goat. I hope his stuff is so damaged it can't be fixed. She didn't realize how true that was. Dumbledore had been unsuccessfully trying to fix his things since that night. Once the two witches had calmed down some, Harry continued the story, describing the dreams that he had and their effect on him. Shamefully, he admitted to pushing everyone away and the argument that he had with Minerva on the night of the leaving feast. He described how he was able to sneak off the Hogwarts Express with the help of Dobby and Winky and his meeting at Gringotts. You are Lord Potterblack now, then? Andromeda asked. Technically, I'm only Lord Black, Harry clarified. For some reason, I had two magical guardians for the lines, Dumbledore and Black. While Sirius was able to emancipate me, I was only able to claim the Black line. I didn't think about it too hard since I was able to get my freedom anyway. Andromeda had a confused look. That's odd. I'll have to look further into it, but that's a matter for another day. Harry nodded in agreement before continuing. I was actually going to ask the two of you if you would like to be brought back into the family, though you'll have to tell me how to do so. A tear fell down Andromeda's face at his words. I would like that very much. All you have to do is say, I, Lord Black, do hereby bring our names back into the Black family with all rights, privileges, and protections so forth. So mote it be. We will glow white to signify that we were accepted. Harry did as Andromeda instructed him, and both women glowed white to show that he was successful. After giving everyone a moment to regain their composure, He continued telling his story. He explained how he started to spy on Voldemort through the connection they share, and his discovery of the first raid. Tonks almost jumped from her chair as a realization hit her. "You're the hooded stranger?" Harry nodded in response. "But that means you're the one who faced." Tonks trailed off for a moment. "What were you thinking, going to fight 18 Death Eaters on your own?" "I'll get to that in a moment, though you probably won't like my answer," Harry answered sadly. After a moment of pause, he told them about his idea to probe the presence in his head where his scar was and the result of that. He described his first trip through Voldemort's memories and the revelation that the monster had not only made multiple Horcruxes, but also that one of them was residing inside of him. The Tonks witches had matching looks of horror on their faces at his revelation. Then, ready to be done with the story, he told them how depressed he'd gotten. He admitted that he decided to go fight so many enemies on his own because he was practically suicidal and didn't want to live any longer. He described how close he got to dying before the thought of all of his friends made him realize that he couldn't do this to them, and he managed to apparate to Minerva. Minerva took up the story at that point, telling them about the condition he was in when he arrived here. She listed all of his injuries and explained how Poppy had been taking care of him since then. She ended with a summarization of everything that had happened in the last few days and the plans they had come up with so far, including their notes about possible locations for other Horcruxes. Both Tonks women had tears falling down their faces at the unfairness of Harry's life. Andromeda was the one who spoke up first, her voice full of compassion. "I'm so sorry that you have to deal with all of this. As if your life wasn't hard enough." Harry gave her a small, woeful smile. "It's not your fault. Having friends like you make it more bearable." Tonks, however, had risen to her feet, her hair a fiery red to express the anger coursing through her entire being. "No, it's Dumbledore's fault. That bloody bastard knew that thing was inside of your head, and he did nothing to get it out of you," she shouted as she realized the implications of Dumbledore's actions regarding Harry. "He tried to make sure your life was miserable enough that you would be willing to sacrifice it. I doubt he even tried to get it out. In his arrogance, he probably believed that if he couldn't find a way, then no one else could." Harry nodded in agreement, which is exactly why he can no longer be trusted and why we are unofficially breaking from his side and trying to recruit others to help us. "Well, you definitely have our support," Andromeda declared. "Yeah, anything you need, you just ask, and we got your back," Tonks added. "And despite what you may expect, neither one of us see you as a monster just because you have a piece of him inside of you. Yes, the fact that you have been able to stop him from taking control of you for all these years is a testament of your strength as well as the purity of your heart," Andromeda stated. "Thank you both," Harry replied, a bit overwhelmed. A single tear rolled down his cheek, causing Minerva to squeeze his hand gently, something he appreciated. "Have you started looking for a way to remove the Horcrux?" Andromeda asked after another pause for Harry to regain his composure. "I've written to my friend Samina. If anyone can figure it out or knows where to look for the answer, it's her," Minerva answered. "Now we just have to wait for her to respond." Andromeda nodded in recognition. "Yes, your friend who studies arcane magic. Well, is there anything that we can start working on then?" "There is something that I need from both of you at the moment," Harry spoke up. "Andy, I'm going to have to announce my ascent to lordship and take up my seat soon. I was hoping that you would become my proxy for it." Andromeda smiled mischievously at that. "I would be happy to do so. I'll also teach you more about politics and the laws just in case you need to use that knowledge. As for becoming your proxy, it will have to happen at the next meeting, which is on the 5th of next month, though I will have to verify that for you. Don't worry about it, though, because I will make sure that you're more than prepared for it." Harry thanked her before turning to Tonks. "As for you, Dora, I need you to set up a meeting with your boss." "Consider it done," Tonks declared. "Do you have a specific day you want to meet with her?" Harry scratched his chin in thought. Preferably on Friday for dinner if she's available." Tonks promised to get it set up when she went into work tomorrow. "There's one more thing. I want you to try and sound out some of the younger order members to see if it's possible to convert them to our side." "No problem," Tonks replied. After they finalized some plans, Andromeda and Tonks fled back home with the promise that they would be back over tomorrow evening after work. Chapter 7. And thank you for your reviews and continued interest in this story. This is another long chapter for you. It wasn't supposed to be this long, but it kind of wrote itself. There are a few fluff moments between Harry and Minerva. I hope you enjoy. Also, I have the next chapter already written, so it should be out within the next 2 days. Chapter 7. After the meeting with the Tonks women, Harry and Minerva stayed up for a bit longer, talking about their next steps. After an hour had passed, Harry started yawning, signaling that they needed to get ready for sleep. They retired to their respective rooms soon after. Poppy came by once they had finished getting ready for bed to reapply the salves to Harry's leg and abdomen. He drank the pain potion she gave him, but refused to take the dreamless sleep potion. I don't want to get addicted to it, Harry argued. Poppy rolled her eyes at him. Do you really think I would give it to you if I thought you were becoming addicted? The fact that you're refusing it right now proves you aren't. Harry, just listen to Poppy, Minerva requested. You're not fully healed yet, and you could use all the sleep you can get. She was worried he would be plagued by nightmares, especially after how he reacted to them recently. Harry understood what she was worried about, but shook his head in response. No, I'm healed up enough. Besides, I have to face my dreams at some point. Harry's tone and expression were full of determination. Poppy sighed, knowing that his look meant he wasn't going to change his mind. Very well, I won't force you to take it, but I will leave it here in case you change your mind. Thank you, Poppy, Harry said gratefully. She left shortly after that, wishing them both a good night. I still think you're rushing yourself, Minerva remarked. I'm a Gryffindor, Minerva. We're supposed to face our problems, not run from them, Harry pointed out. I promise I won't try and deal with them on my own or push you away this time. I learned from mistakes, honest. He was serious too. His brush with death had scared him straight. Minerva gave him a piercing stare for a minute before sighing in reluctance. Fine, but I'm leaving both of our doors open, and you're not allowed to put up a silencing charm. Deal. Harry went to sleep just fine soon after, having no problems whatsoever drifting off into the land of Morpheus. Staying there proved to be a problem, however. The dream started off pleasantly with him, flying on his firebolt high in the air, surrounded by blue skies with the ground and his problems thousands of feet below him. It was so realistic that he could feel the wind whipping his face as he flew faster and faster. Then, the sky filled with dark gray clouds. Rain poured down, the wind became turbulent, and lightning lit up the sky. The thunder was deafening, making it hard for Harry to hear anything. To make things worse, he lost control of the broom as it zipped him toward an unknown destination. He could do nothing but hold on tightly as a reluctant passenger. At first, everything was a blur, but soon enough the images became clear, though this didn't reassure Harry. As he flew by, he was assaulted with flashes of things he'd seen in his most recent nightmares. His friends being struck down mercilessly one by one, their dead corpses looking at him with blame and anger in their eyes. Sirius and his parents calling him a traitor. Himself slaughtering his friends and many other innocent lives as he became a worse Dark Lord than Voldemort. Yet there was nothing he could do to stop it. Outside of his dream world, he was tossing and turning in his bed, trying to escape from the horrible things he was being forced to watch. When he became too overwhelmed, he started screaming, a sound that reverberated throughout the house. It was full of pain and anguish. Minerva, who had already started stirring due to the atmosphere of unrest she'd unconsciously detected, practically jumped out of her bed upon hearing him, snatching her wand from under her pillow. She hurried to Harry's room, her wand drawn, ready to defend Harry from any threat. What she saw as she stepped into the room broke her heart as she hurried to his side. Climbing on the bed, she quickly began to calm him down, soothing words and placations falling from her lips as she ran her fingers through his hair. It took several minutes, but eventually she had calmed him down enough to be able to pull him into her arms safely. She continued to stroke his hair as he fully woke up. "Easy, Harry, it's just me. You're safe," Minerva declared softly when she felt him stiffen up in her arms. "I know what you saw was bad, but it's over now." Harry gently gripped her arm that was wrapped protectively across his chest as he spoke, his voice raspy from screaming. "I'm sorry for waking you up." "Don't be. You have no control over it and no reason to apologize for it," Minerva replied. Then she called for Dobby to bring Harry some water to soothe his throat. She helped Harry sit up so he could drink it properly, steadying his hand when she saw it begin to shake. Harry set the cup on his nightstand when he was finished before moving to sit beside Minerva. "Do you want to talk about it?" she asked after a long moment of silence. "It was like the rest of the nightmares I've been having since that night," Harry spoke after a bit of hesitation. "It starts off good, and then somehow I'm jumping through various scenes, all of which are bad. I see everyone I care about dying. I hear them blame me for their deaths or call me a monster. Then," Harry faltered, unwilling to continue. Minerva squeezed his hand reassuringly. "It's okay, Harry. You can tell me. Then I see myself, except I have cruel red eyes. I'm forced to watch myself be a total monster, killing any and everyone who gets in my way. I have no mercy for anyone, including my friends and you." Harry looked down in shame before concluding in a small voice. "That's what scares me the most." Minerva grasped his chin and gently turned his face so she could look him in his eyes. "I see no monster in you because it's not who you are." Harry was quick to protest. "But I do have a piece of one in me. What if it takes control of me? What if I can't fight it anymore?" She shook her head at him determinedly. "You've fought it off for this long, even as a small child, so I doubt it will be able to take control of you now. Also, you have your mother's protection helping you as well as me, so you're not doing this alone." When he tried to argue again, she cut him off before he could get started, her tone unyielding. "You're not a monster, Harry James Potter. You are a good man with a huge heart who always tries to do the right thing, even if the reasons might be a bit misguided. The Horcrux in your head is unable to change that because you are strong enough to fight off its attempts at influencing you. It might be inside of you, but it is not part of who you are as a person. Understood?" He looked in her eyes, seeing the honesty and confidence she had in him. Okay. He didn't know why she had so much faith in him, but knew she was almost always right, so she had to be right about this. Still, his dreams felt so real, making it hard to ignore them. Her tone became softer, though it was still firm. "Besides, we are going to get that thing out of your head as soon as possible so you won't have to worry about it anymore. Once Samina writes us back, we can start working on it." Harry nodded in reply before they lapsed into silence, both lost in their thoughts. After a few moments, he turned to face Minerva and was about to say something before he realized something. She wasn't wearing her glamour. This caused his words to die on his lips as he gazed at her in shock. She didn't notice him for several minutes, as she was still lost in her thoughts. It must be said that Harry's always found his professor and friend attractive. In fact, he's had a crush on her since his third year at Hogwarts. It wasn't just because of her looks, though. He was even more drawn to her personality. While she's a stern and intimidating teacher, she is also very kind and fair. He knew for a fact that if you came to her office for help, she does not hesitate to give it to you, something he knows from personal experience. Besides being a good teacher, she is very independent and strong, and she won't hesitate to stand up for what's right, even if it puts her in danger. After being her friend since his fourth year, he's also learned that she has a sarcastic sense of humor, a great laugh, and a beautiful smile that lights up the room when she allows it to show. All in all, Minerva was a very attractive woman to him, inside and out. The only two people who know this very embarrassing information are Sirius and Tonks, and he extracted a promise from them to never tell another soul, living or dead, the moment they got it out of him. They both kept it, of course, though that didn't stop them from teasing him when nobody was around or paying attention to him. While the teasing aggravated him at times, he was glad they knew about it, because he could talk to them when he was confused about his feelings or just needed to vent his frustrations about wanting someone whom he could never have. At the present moment, he really wished Tonks was here for him to vent to, seeing as he was facing another dilemma in that area of his life. See, while he's known for sure since his fourth year that Minerva wore a glamour, he's never actually seen her with it off. She still looked like herself, and he wouldn't have trouble recognizing her, but the age wrinkles and creases that usually lined her face were all gone, showing the youthfulness she possessed due to her magical strength. Instead, her skin was smooth and silky with a bit of a radiant tan glow from running outside in the sun on her property. Her hair had no gray in it, the ebony locks luxuriant, thick, and wavy. She didn't even have her hair pinned up, so he could see how long her hair really was. Main point is, her beauty left him speechless, especially since he had no warning or time to prepare himself. I'm doomed. Minerva sat lost in thought, oblivious to Harry's predicament for a few moments until she felt his eyes on her. She turned to face him and became worried by the strange look he had. Is something wrong, Harry? Harry shook himself to regain his composure enough to answer her. Not really. It's just you forgot to put your glamour back on. He was blushing a bit, though she didn't notice that. Oh, she exclaimed, her cheeks reddening as well. How did you know I wore a glamour? She asked in surprise. She thought she had done a good job of keeping that a secret. I figured it out in my 4th year after spending so much time with you, he admitted. I suppose this was bound to happen at some point due to us residing in the same house, she stated after getting over her shock. Usually I keep the glamour off while I'm here, since only a few people have access. I must have forgotten to put it back on when I rushed in here. They sat in an awkward silence before Harry broke it a few minutes later, his voice full of nerves. If you want to keep it off, you should. Just because I'm here doesn't mean you have to be inconvenienced in your own home. But if it makes you uncomfortable to have it off in front of me, then put it back on. It won't bother me, whether you wear it or not. Realizing he was rambling a bit, he stopped talking. Minerva, after a moment of thought, decided to act on her impulse to keep the glamour off instead of keeping it on, even if it might seem a tad inappropriate. Well, there's really no reason to put it back on. You've already seen me after all. Unless it makes you uncomfortable. There were many feelings Minerva's natural form evoked within him, but anything resembling uncomfortableness was not it. The situation, yes, but the way she looked, no. No, not at all, he replied quickly. Very well then, Minerva concluded. There was another pause before Harry spoke up once more. Thanks for helping me, but you should go get some sleep. I'll be fine now. Are you sure? She asked in concern. Yeah, don't worry about me, he replied, trying to sound confident. Minerva gave him one more look of concern before acquiescing. She walked out of the room, leaving the door open before going to her bed. It took some time before she was able to go back to sleep, her mind on Harry's description of his nightmare. Harry decided not to try at all, remaining awake for the rest of the night. Tonks went into work early to catch her boss, Amelia Bones, alone in her office before the shift change started and the day crew came in. She was thankful that Amelia's secretary hadn't even made it in yet, as she went and knocked twice on the door. The witch was a good worker, but had a tendency to instigate rumors. Come in, Amelia called in her typical commanding tone. Watch your boss, Tonks greeted as she stepped into the room, closing the door behind her. Mind if I have a quick word? It's about a sensitive matter. Amelia looked up from her desk, her curiosity piqued. Is it about work? Tonks shook her head. No, but it's about the war. You have my attention. Sit down then, Amelia said, gesturing to the seat across from her. Tonks scanned the room with her wand for listening charms before warding it from eavesdropping, causing Amelia to raise her eyebrow. This must be really important. It is, Tonks replied as she sat down. She took a calming breath before continuing. First, I need to confess to you about my involvement in the Order of Phoenix. I know I shouldn't have joined without your permission, but I did it to help my cousin and Harry. Not because I believe that Dumbledore is the greatest person in the world. I suspected as much, though I'm glad you aren't a blind follower of that man like too many others. I won't ask how many more of my Aurors are involved with this club, but thank you for telling me. I also understand your reasons for joining, Amelia said after giving Tonks a piercing stare. Tonks silently sighed in relief. Did he make you take an oath of secrecy? No, Tonks. I can tell you everything you want to know, though there isn't as much to tell as you'd think. Dumbledore likes to play his cards close, yet expects everyone to follow him obediently. Her tone was bitter at the mention of the headmaster, the pink shade of her hair darkening with her mood. Amelia nodded in understanding. Yes, he's always liked to hold all the cards for himself and disperse information when he deems it necessary, she said sarcastically. But you can tell me all about that later. I believe you have something more urgent to tell me. Yes, ma'am. I can't give you too many details at the moment, but a certain someone with very distinctive scar would like to meet with you. Privately, Tonks informed her. Amelia raised her eyebrows in surprise. So, you were in touch with him then? I've heard rumors that he was missing yesterday. He's actually been MIA since the day the students went home, but I saw him yesterday, Tonks explained. The Order's been looking all over for him since he disappeared from the train, but I knew he wouldn't be found until he was ready. Just so happens that he was hiding in the last place anyone would think to look for him. Tonks smirked at the irony before continuing. The old goat's been trying to keep it all hushed up, but but I figured the rumor would get out soon enough. Interesting. I assume that he's finally had enough of Dumbledore's games then? Amelia mused. Tonks' hair turned red. That's an understatement. Bloody furious is more like it. He has more than enough reason to be too. That tosser completely screwed up his life. She took a deep breath to calm down, her emotions still high from the discussion last night. I'll let him explain it all and more to you in person, though. He's free to meet for dinner on Friday, though he's able to work with your schedule. Before I agree, I have one question, Amelia said after a moment. Why does he want to talk to me? Because he trusts me and my judgment, and he knows I trust you. Tonks replied simply. Very well. I'm not available on Friday, but I can meet with him Saturday evening at 7. You could bring him there, Amelia decided. I'll let him know. Tonks agreed. Now, tell me all about what Dumbledore's order has been doing since its reformation. Him. Meanwhile, Harry and Minerva were just finishing their morning jog. Minerva had noticed that Harry looked like he was lacking in sleep, but let it go for the moment. Even though he was now talking to her again, she didn't want to push him too hard, just yet. She wanted to give him time to deal with his nightmares on his own. However, if it went on for too long, she would step in. Poppy also noticed his tiredness, but a look from Minerva stopped her from commenting on it. The healer did pull the witch to the side to talk privately when she was done checking him over. Once they were downstairs by the fireplace, Poppy turned to face her friend. He had a nightmare last night, didn't he? Poppy guessed. Minerva nodded. Yes. I woke up when I heard him screaming and managed to calm him down. He described it to me afterwards, and I tried to reassure him, but I'm not sure how effective my words will be. Poppy shook her head sadly. While I wish he had given himself more time to recover, he was correct about having to face them. If he goes on for too long without adequate sleep, let me know and we'll try something else. That's what I was thinking as well, Minerva agreed. Then Poppy got a mischievous expression on her face that made Minerva nervous. Her words only increased it. I see that you aren't hiding yourself in front of him any longer. Minerva blushed lightly. I may have forgotten to put my glamour back on when I rushed to check on him. He was able to see that it wasn't on, and I decided that since he'd already seen me, there was no reason to hide anymore. When Poppy smirked in amusement at her, she lightly slapped her friend's arm. Don't you go getting any perverted ideas. I'm his professor and head of house for Merlin's sake, she cried indignantly. If you say so, though I'm sure Harry will have trouble seeing you as his professor while you're looking like that, Poppy replied before escaping through the floor. Minerva stood there gobsmacked at her friend's words until Harry snapped her out of her daze to say that breakfast was ready. After they finished eating, the two of them spent the day either practicing magic or studying for Harry's newts. They made no mention of Minerva's lack of glamour, though Harry couldn't stop himself from sneaking peeks at her throughout the day when she wasn't paying attention. The Tonks witches came over for dinner, where Tonks described her meeting with Amelia and her agreement to meet Saturday evening. After dinner, Andromeda started teaching Harry about the Wizengamot and his duties and responsibilities as Lord Black. It was a bit boring to him, but she was a good and patient teacher who poked fun at some of the rules and traditions to keep him interested. They stayed at it for about 2 hours before calling it quits. After, Andromeda and Tonks pulled Minerva and Harry respectively to the side for small talk, both witches curious about why Minerva was in her natural form. I see you're not wearing your glamour. I wonder what caused that change, Andromeda asked once out of earshot of the other two. Like with Poppy, Minerva blushed lightly in embarrassment. I forgot to put it on when I went to help him with his nightmare last night. When he noticed it, I figured he'd already seen me, so there was no point in continuing to hide. Andromeda peered intently at her friend. I know you've spent a lot of time together since you started mentoring him, but I didn't realize just how close you two were until seeing how you react to each other. Minerva hesitated before answering. He's a good friend, she admitted. I've tried to keep it as a mentor-student relationship, but it would be disrespectful to call him anything less than my friend. Well, it's good that you two are so close, or you'd never have been able to talk some sense into him. If not, he probably wouldn't have listened to you, Andromeda remarked. Minerva nodded in agreement. Yes, he can be quite stubborn when he gets his mind set on something. I tried to talk to him before he left school, but he was set in his decision to fight on his own. I'm just glad he was able to find me, so I had another chance to talk him out of it. Yes, it is interesting how he was able to apparate directly to you and to a place he's never been or had access to, Andromeda mused. He had access, though he didn't know that, Minerva clarified. But I've never brought him here. I added his name after he disappeared. As for him operating to me specifically, I've seen him do so many things thought impossible that I've stopped trying to explain it. True, though he had to be truly focused on you to be able to accomplish it, Andromeda pointed out calmly. She took note of the blush forming in Minerva's cheeks before continuing, so the witch couldn't protest her words. Either way, it's good that he's safe and listening to those who care about him once more. Yes, it is, Minerva agreed cautiously, trying to ignore the effect Andromeda's words had on her. I'll be back tomorrow same time. You try and get some rest. Andromeda said after a moment she wanted to ask more about Minerva's feelings for Harry, but decided to leave it alone for now and continue to observe the two of them. Call her crazy, but despite their big age difference, she could actually see them as a couple after seeing how they interacted with each other. While Andromeda was taking the more subtle approach, Tonks was much blunter with her questions. Then again, she already knew about Harry's feelings, while Andromeda only had suspicions of Minerva's. So, what do you think now that you've really seen her? She asked teasingly, laughing at the blush that immediately formed on his face. That good, huh? Harry spluttered before taking a deep breath to calm down. Well, I understand why she was a glamour now. If not, none of the wizards would be able to focus on her lessons. She laughed even harder at him. You're probably right. I'm suddenly really grateful she suggested I take my newt for her class. I know I wouldn't be able to focus in her class after this, he admitted. You should tell her that, she suggested. Harry looked at her like she was barmy. Really? And how well do you think that would go over? Tonks shrugged. Maybe she'll give you a shot. Or maybe she'll say we can't be friends anymore, Harry argued, his tone incredulous. I doubt she'll stop being your friend just like that, Tonks reasoned, giving him the you're being overdramatic look. She cares too much about you to do that to you, and you know it. Harry conceded that point at her look, but still wasn't convinced it was a good idea. I know, but I don't want to make anything more awkward than things already are. She may have forgiven me for running away and distancing myself, but I still have a lot to make up for. And that's not even mentioning the fact that I'm basically living here with her for the summer as she trains me and helps me study. Do you know how weird things would get if I told her how I feel and she rejects me? I don't want to make her uncomfortable in her own home. Tonks sighed, knowing he wouldn't budge at the moment. Maybe you're right, but I still think it's worth a shot. Why are you so determined to get me to tell Minerva how I feel, even though it's just an immature crush? Harry asked seriously. Because excluding my mum, you and McG are the most important people in my life. I want you both to be happy, and I think you could do that for each other, Tonks admitted. Besides, you and I both know that what you feel for her is much more than a simple, immature crush. The Tonks witches retired to their home soon after with promises to return for dinner the next night, leaving Harry and Minerva with some things to think about that would keep them up for another hour. The next 2 days followed pretty much the same pattern. Harry and Minerva would jog around the property and through the forest in the morning before Poppy arrived to check on Harry's injuries. After breakfast, they would practice magic and physical exercises in the training room until it was time for lunch. Once the lunch break was over, they would go in the library to study newt material and possible Horcrux locations until it was time for Andromeda and Tonks to join them for dinner. After dinner, Harry and Andromeda would study politics for about 2 hours before the four of them would talk about all kinds of things until it was time for wrap things up. They received replies from Harry's friends as well, with the twins asking if they could meet on Monday to give them a little more time to set up an excuse for their mother. They planned on saying that they wanted Ron and Ginny to help them set up the store, but the supplies wouldn't arrive until Monday. Harry and Minerva saw no problem with that and sent replies to everyone, scheduling the meeting for that day, as well as giving them port keys to bring them here when it was time. Harry also continued to have nightmares at night, and Minerva comforted him every time, trying to reassure him as much as she could. She could see that they were badly affecting him and that he wasn't getting enough rest, but still hadn't figured out a way to help him just yet. During breakfast on Friday, after Poppy declared that Harry's physical injuries were fully healed, Hedwig arrived back from her journey. Hey girl, how are you doing? Harry asked as familiar when she landed in front of him. I missed you while you were gone. Hedwig hooted in appreciation, rubbing her head against his cheek affectionately. Minerva smiled fondly at the two of them before turning to address the snowy owl. Hedwig, may I have the letters you retrieved for me? Hedwig gave Minerva a hoot of approval before holding out her leg with the letters tied to it. Thank you for making such a long journey for us." The owl hooted in response before turning to Harry with an expectant look. Harry laughed at her, knowing exactly what she wanted. Yeah, I know you and your bacon. Just give me a moment, all right." He called for Winky to bring some bacon while Minerva opened up the letters, reading them as he played with his owl. "Matthew will be here on the 23rd with the potion you'll need for the Animagus transformation and plans on staying until the process is complete. Samina says she'll be able to make it here on the 16th once she's finished with a job she's working on." Minerva informed him when she had finished both letters. "Good. At least we'll get some answers about this thing in my head then," Harry replied, trying to think positively. "Also, I'm really looking forward to becoming an Animagus." "I can imagine so," Minerva remarked. Before she could say anything else, another owl flew into the room and interrupted her. Hedwig barked angrily at the owl from her perch on Harry's shoulder, causing it crash into the table in fright. "Leave the owl alone, Hedwig. It's just doing its job," Harry exclaimed. When his owl gave him a blank look, he shook his head at her. "You know you're the only owl for me, but sometimes other birds have to make deliveries to me." Hedwig puffed up her feathers proudly, causing him to shake his head affectionately at her. Minerva, meanwhile, removed the letter from the owl, who quickly flew back out the window before Hedwig could get to it. "I believe these are your OWL results." She handed it to him and watched as he opened it up, excitement in her voice. "Yep, these are them," he confirmed before deciding to tease her a bit. He slowly opened the envelope and pulled out the parchment. Then he read through his results just as slowly, studying them for longer than necessary as he heard Minerva begin to tap her foot impatiently. Eventually, that patience completely ran out. "Well, are you going to tell me how you did or not?" she exclaimed, drawing a laugh from Harry. "Calm down, woman. You can see them for yourself," he said between laughs, handing the results to her. Minerva almost snatched it from his hand. "I wonder what people would think if they knew that the dignified Professor Minerva McGonagall was so impatient," he joked. Minerva swatted at him before turning back to read the paper in her hands. It said as follows: Harry James Potter has received the following OWL scores. Astronomy A. Care of magical creatures O. Charms O. Defense against dark arts O+. Divination P. Herbology. History of magic A. Potions E. Transfiguration O+. You did excellent, Harry. I'm very proud of you, she declared happily, her eyes shining with pride. Harry blushed at her praise. "Yeah, well, I had a brilliant teacher," he replied modestly. "Nonsense. You put in the hard work necessary to earn these grades," she insisted. "Divination aside, of course." He laughed at the last part of her comment. "Yeah, well, I had no intention of taking that class again, anyway. I'm actually surprised I didn't get a troll." He glanced at them again for a moment. "It's also a good thing I'm not planning on being or any longer, or I'd be a bit disappointed by my potions grade." Minerva shook her head at that. "Honestly, the fact that you were able to do that well with Snape's less than adequate teaching is amazing in and of itself. Either way, now we can officially start working on scheduling a time for you to take your Transfiguration and Defense newts. How are we going to do that without anyone finding out before I take them?" Harry asked curiously. He knew if Dumbledore found out somehow, the man would do everything he could to stop him from taking them. Minerva thought about it for a few seconds. "I believe you should take them at the ICW office instead of the Ministry of Magic. That way no one can contest your results, and the Ministry won't be involved at all. We should ask Amelia if she can help us with that when we see her tomorrow." He nodded in agreement. "All right, sounds like a plan." After that, they went into the training room to practice. Harry was getting better at his elemental powers and was able to call them up within a few seconds now, though he still had to concentrate pretty hard to do it. He could even control larger amounts of them. As for his other training, Minerva had him doing exercises and drills to make him even faster and more accurate with his casting. She was also working on his movement and observational skills to help him react instinctively and with little thought or hesitation. Though he felt like he wasn't getting better fast enough, Minerva informed him that he was improving quicker than he realized. She also let him spy on Voldemort before lunch, since Poppy had declared him as fully healed. He didn't find anything specific, but could tell the Dark Wizard was planning something. He would have probed harder, but was concerned about getting caught, especially since Voldemort was on high alert after the 2 raids he'd foiled. The rest of the day, Minerva let Harry relax as a congratulations for his OWL results. She surprised him with his broom, which she confiscated from Umbridge, and they spent the hours until Andromeda and Tonks were to arrive in the skies. At dinner, both Tonks witches congratulated Harry as well when they heard the news. They also asked if they could be there when Samina and Matthew arrived and said they would be over for breakfast in the morning. Harry and Minerva agreed, and soon after they left for the night. Tonks and Minerva's nights weren't over just yet though, since they had an order meeting to attend which was at the Weasley house. While both had every intention to quit and soon, they decided to wait until the right time and continue to gather as much information as they could until then. They arrived separately to avoid any suspicion and greeted each other as if they hadn't just had dinner together. They greeted others plus as well before sitting down, both taking seats as far away from Dumbledore as possible without being obvious about it. Minerva was seated by Remus while Tonks had plopped down by Hestia. Remus gave his former professor a strange look for a moment, though she was oblivious to it. 10 minutes later, everyone had arrived and were seated, waiting for Dumbledore to start the meeting. "Thank you all for coming," Dumbledore began. "I would like to start the meeting with updates on the search for Harry. Has anyone learned any new information or heard rumors about any possible sightings?" Everyone except Snape shook their heads in response. "Molly, has he tried to make any more contact with Ron and Ginny?" Dumbledore asked the mother of seven. "No, they haven't received another letter since the first one. Neither has Hermione. They have no idea where he could have gone," Molly replied sadly. Arthur put his arm around her to comfort her. "Remus, Nymphadora, has he tried to contact either of you?" Dumbledore inquired. Both shook their heads. Tonks' hair was red at his use of her first name, but she was smirking internally at his cluelessness. Remus gave her the same strange look as Minerva, but remained silent for the moment. He promised himself that he would speak to both witches before he left, though. Kingsley spoke up next. "There have been no reported sightings of Harry, but you should know that a rumor's been going around about him being missing in the Ministry. I believe some of the students noticed that he did not get off the train on the day the students got back. They must have mentioned it to their parents. That is unfortunate. We will have to do everything we can to keep this under wraps." Dumbledore cautioned. "Severus, have you heard anything?" "No, Headmaster. The Dark Lord is unaware of Potter's absence," Snape replied unconcernedly. "Very well. At least he is still in the dark, though that will change if the public finds out about it," Dumbledore stated. "Continue to look for him everywhere you can." Dumbledore then asked about other order matters, with the meeting lasting for an hour longer. When it was over, Tonks discreetly pulled Hestia, Charlie, Bill, and Fleur, the newest order member, to the side one by one and away from everyone else to talk to them. First up was Bill, and she made sure to put a privacy charm around them before she started talking. "I have to ask you a serious question, and I need your honest answer." "What's the matter, Tonks?" Bill asked in concern. She took a deep breath. "I want to know how you feel about the way Dumbledore is running this war. I wish that we were doing more sometimes, but I think Dumbledore knows what he's doing. After all, he's the reason we didn't lose the war last time, and he beat Grindelwald, so he's the best to lead the war this time," Bill responded. "Why are you asking?" Tonks thought for a moment to come up with an excuse without revealing too much or looking suspicious. In the end, she decided to give a misleading answer. "I was just thinking that there's more we could be doing, but you're right. Dumbledore knows what he is doing." Technically not a lie, but Bill didn't know the true meaning behind it. She went to Charlie next, who had a different response than his brother. "To be honest, I don't think he's doing enough. I've read up on what really happened during the First War, and there were too many deaths that could have been prevented if he hadn't been so focused on trying to redeem the Death Eaters instead of saving innocent lives. I also think he holds back too much important information, leaving us in the dark far too often, yet expecting our loyalty." Tonks gave him a small smile. "I knew you were my best friend for a reason." "Because I'm awesome," he replied, laughing at the blank look on her face. "Anyway, I guess you're asking me about this because you feel the same way?" Tonks nodded. "I do. I can't tell you more about this right now, but expect something in the mail soon about a new path for this war. Also, don't mention this to anyone else." Charlie nodded in acceptance. Fleur was her next target. "The truth is that I joined the order to help Harry after what he did for my family. But I don't like YEA I. Dumbledore seems to treat Harry as if he's a weapon instead of a person. He says that Harry has to be found, but not that he's concerned about how he is doing. Harry just lost his godfather, and is probably having a hard time coming to terms with it. Yet, Dumbledore doesn't talk about that, Fleur declared, a hint of anger in her voice. Tonks let the Vila know that she appreciated her anger on Harry's behalf before telling her the same thing she told Charlie. Then she went to her last target, her fellow Auror Hestia Jones, asking her the same question. I don't know if it's because he's getting old or he spent too much of his life being told he's right all the time, but he shouldn't be leading this war, Hestia said bluntly. He keeps most information to himself and seems to have some hidden agenda that he doesn't want us to find out about concerning Harry. Plus, he puts entirely too much trust in Snape, who is still a Death Eater as far as I'm concerned. I was planning on quitting and telling Madame Bones about my involvement soon. Tonks nodded in satisfaction. I was going to suggest you do that anyway, though you should probably wait before you quit. What aren't you telling me, Tonks? Hestia asked suspiciously. I can't reveal too much right now, but I'll be in touch soon with more information, Tonks promised. Should I give the same message to Shaq? Tonks shook her head sadly. No. Unfortunately, I think he's too wrapped up with Dumbledore for that to be a good idea. He'll have to come to that decision on his own. They said their goodbyes before Tonks walked over to where Minerva was waiting for her. How did it go? Minerva asked quietly. Everyone except Bill is seeing the old goat for who he is, Tonks replied. She was about to say something else before Remus walked up to them. Can I talk with you too? Remus asked firmly. He walked out of the house before they could respond to him, causing the two witches to look at each other in confusion. What do you think that's about? Tonks asked as they followed after him a few seconds later. Minerva pondered it until a sinking realization came to her. He's a werewolf, Dora. I believe he was able to smell Harry's scent on us. Tonks gasped in horror. I can't believe I forgot about that. Bloody hell. Well, I hope he'll let us explain ourselves before he runs to Dumbledore, Tonks remarked. Minerva nodded in agreement. They found Remus waiting for them at the end of the Weasley walkway. He put up privacy wards around them before speaking. As intelligent as the two of you are, I'm sure you've already figured out that I can smell Harry on you. So I'll let you explain why that is the case when neither of you have mentioned running into him. His tone was no nonsense as he looked at them expectantly. Before I say anything, you must take an oath of secrecy. You can't say anything we tell you to anyone, especially the headmaster, Minerva replied just as firmly. She and Tonks stared him down until he finally relented. Very well, Remus said before taking the oath. When Minerva was satisfied with it, she said, Harry is staying with me and has been since the first of the month. I won't tell you the whole story because it is his to tell, but he is safe and doing much better than he was when I found him. Why haven't you told Dumbledore and the Order this when we've been looking all over for him? Remus asked, anger creeping into his tone. Because Dumbledore can't be trusted, Tonks declared bluntly. We've learned things that prove he doesn't have Harry's best interests at heart. Yes, Minerva affirmed. And we will no longer allow that man to continue to ruin his life. But it's Dumbledore, Remus protested. He wouldn't hurt Harry intentionally. Tonks scoffed at that while Minerva responded to him. He has, and if you think really hard about everything you know about Harry's life, you'll realize it as well. And that's not even including how he failed. Sirius. Remus went quiet at that. Can I see him? He asked after a moment. I'll have to ask him that, Minerva replied. I'll make sure he writes to you with his answer. Remus nodded in thanks before operating away, a lot of questions on his mind. Well, that went well, Tonks remarked. Indeed, but I think it's time we leave before our luck runs out, Minerva suggested. Minerva told Harry, who had still been awake when she arrived, about how the Order meeting went. When she spoke about Remus, Harry was unsure how to respond to the man who hadn't put as much effort into getting to know him like Sirius did. To help him out, Minerva suggested that he send a letter to the man with the questions he had for him before agreeing to meet with him. With that settled, they both retired for bed. Unfortunately, a few hours later, Harry was in the throes of a nightmare. As she had for the past few days, Minerva went to soothe him until he woke up from it. When he was calmed, they sat in silence for a moment before she spoke. Harry, you can't keep going on like this. You need to get some real sleep, or you're going to cease being able to function, she stated. Harry shrugged indifferently. I'm used to having little sleep, so I'll be fine. I should probably start putting up privacy wards, so I'll stop. Waking you up, though. No, you will not put up any wards, and you aren't going to be okay if you continue on this path, Minerva argued sternly. Everyone needs their sleep. Even you. Well, what do you want me to do? I don't know how to stop them from happening, Harry countered defensively. Minerva sighed. I know that, Harry, but we have to do something because this isn't healthy. They lapsed into silence, both trying to figure out what to do. Then an idea popped into Minerva's head, though she was reluctant to suggest it since it was highly inappropriate. She glanced at Harry, seeing the bags under his reddish eyes and the paleness of his skin. He was suffering and needed to sleep badly, but there was nothing else she could think of for the moment. With that in mind, she gathered up her Gryffindor courage and turned to face him. I have an idea. What if I stay in here with you for the night? She said cautiously. Harry looked at her like she was crazy, so she hurried to explain herself. It's not a permanent solution, but I know that sometimes another's presence can help keep nightmares at bay, or at least make them less traumatic. When Harry didn't respond, she was afraid she'd made him uncomfortable. We don't have to do it if you don't want to. It was only a suggestion. Harry shook himself out of his stupor at her words. While he knew this was risky due to his crush, he couldn't make himself do the right thing and say no. So instead he cautiously said, "Okay, let's try it. At least for now." With the decision made, they were still for an awkward moment before rearranging themselves in more comfortable positions. They kept some room between them to remain appropriate, but they were turned to face each other. "Go to sleep, Harry. I'll be right here if you need me," Minerva whispered. She reached out her hand to run it softly through his hair, and after a few moments he drifted off. She stayed up a little longer, lost in her thoughts about everything that's happened over the past few weeks. Even with all the stuff about Dumbledore and Horcruxes, what was concerning her most at the moment was her feelings about Harry. They were changing, intensifying, and she didn't know what to do about them or how to orient them back into much more appropriate realms. I don't know what's going on, but I have to stop it before it gets too far. Chapter 8, and I probably should have mentioned this in the beginning, but Minerva was born on October 4th, 1940 for this story, making her 56 right now. I just wanted to clarify that for anyone who was wondering about it. As always, thank you for your reviews and continued interest in this story. Chapter 8. The next morning, Andromeda and Tonks came over for breakfast just as planned. Harry and Minerva, after a short discussion, both decided not to mention their sleeping arrangements to the two witches for the moment. It had worked, though, because Harry hadn't had another nightmare and was feeling refreshed from the deep sleep he'd gotten. They were a bit awkward around each other when they woke up, but managed to get over it by the time their morning run was completed. When the four of them had finished eating breakfast, they were visited by Harry's 3 house elves who had been checking in with him periodically throughout the week. "Master Harry, we've finished decorating Black Manor," Dobby announced. Harry smiled at them. "Really? That's great work, guys." He turned to face the other witches. "How about we all check it out right now? It's not like we have anything planned until this evening," he suggested eagerly. When they all agreed, the 3 elves popped them to the main entrance. To say they were shocked by what they saw would be entirely accurate. It looked like a completely different place. Gone were the dark and drab decor that gave the place its oppressive atmosphere. Instead, everything was light and peaceful while still looking stately and refined. It was even missing the painting of Walburga Black, something all 4 of them were relieved by. Harry, after getting over his surprise, directed his elves to give them a full tour, and that's what they did, showing them every single room in the manor. The rest of it didn't disappoint either. Each room was unique while still keeping with the stately, yet homely theme of the manor. Some were designed to be more intimate, while others were more formal. They even saw the elves' quarters, which were quite comfortable for them, something Harry approved of immensely. The last 2 rooms they were shown were the Master's Suite and the Master's Study. As requested, the suite was decorated to his taste with dark brown furniture, silver gray walls, and red accents and bedspread. Winky had even fixed and cleaned the jacket Sirius gave him, and it was laying across his bed. The study was decorated with same color scheme as well, but it had one addition that caused Minerva to question him. Besides the large desk, comfortable chair, fireplace, and sofa, in the right corner of the room sat an ebony brown baby piano. "You can play the piano?" she asked him in surprise. Harry ran his fingers through his hair sheepishly. "I can play a little." "Code words for he's musical genius," Tonks interjected. "I wouldn't say I'm that good," Harry argued, "but I'm not bad at it." "How long have you been playing?" Andromeda asked. "Since I was 8, Harry replied. "It's a good way to relieve stress for me." Dobby must have added it to the room. "I forgot that he caught me playing one night." "You've played on one at the castle?" Minerva asked. Harry nodded in confirmation. "I found a room during my first year with one in it. When we discovered the ROR, I sometimes had the room make one for me to play on. You'll have to play for us one day, Minerva remarked, curious to hear how good he was. Yeah, one day, Harry replied. After that, Harry retrieved his jacket off of his bed, and they adjourned into the kitchen. You guys did a spectacular job, Harry praised. Yes, what you did with this place is nothing short of amazing, Minerva agreed. No one will recognize it. You guys can decorate my place anytime you want to, Tonks remarked, only half joking. I can't believe this is the same place. I never thought I would ever feel comfortable here, but you three made it possible, Andromeda declared. All three elves blushed at the compliments and humbly accepted them. After all of your hard work, you three deserve a break. Take the rest of the weekend off as a thank you for what you've done to this place, Harry announced, causing the three of them to thank him profusely. Then he invited them to sit down as he and the witches asked them various questions about how their cleaning and renovation process went. The humans made them comfortable by treating them like normal, intelligent beings, and after a few minutes they were conversing freely, without any hesitation. After a while, Harry sat back as a nagging thought came to him. It took him a few minutes of racking his brain until it hit him. Hey, sorry to interrupt, but while you three were cleaning up, did you happen to see a locket around here? It was shaped like an octagon with Slytherin's crest on it. I really need it. Minerva looked up at him in surprise. Are you sure you saw it here? Tonks and Andromeda perked up, curious about what they were talking about. Harry nodded in confirmation before turning back to the elves. You're not in trouble if you have it, but it's important that I get it. I need it to stop Voldemort. Creature cautiously stepped forward, his head bowed. I know what locket you're referring to, Master Harry. He popped away, returning a few seconds later with the locket in his hand. Old Master Regulus took this from you-know-who and asked me to destroy it, but I failed him. He died while getting it. Harry kneeled down in front of Creature, compassion in his expression and his voice. I'm sure you tried everything you could to destroy it, but it's not your fault that you were unable to do so. Only few substances can destroy this thing, and they're very rare. Don't worry, though. I know exactly how to take care of it for you. Regulus's last wish will be fulfilled. I promise you. Thank you, Master Harry, Creature said quietly, a tear running down his cheek. That's a Horcrux, isn't it? Andromeda asked, seeking confirmation. Yep, Harry replied. We should probably put it somewhere where it can't influence any of us. According to Riddle's memories, it can do so if you're left in its company for too long. How are we going to destroy it, though? Tonks asked. Harry smirked. Well, one of the substances that can destroy it happens to be basilisk venom. I happen to know exactly where to get it. The Chamber of Secrets? Minerva guessed. 5 points to Gryffindor Professor. They left Black Manor shortly after that to return to Minerva's place. Harry, realizing they should have done this earlier, let Tonks and Andromeda see the memories about the Horcruxes. He showed them everything except his parents' death. Then they spent time in the training room watching and helping Harry practice. He and Tonks even had a few mock duels where he managed to beat her 2 out of 3 times. Instead of getting upset about it, though, Tonks took the defeats graciously and congratulated him on the progress he had made. When it was time for a break, Harry, remembering that he'd given his elves time off, made a lunch of fish and chips, surprising the witches with his cooking skills. An hour before it was time to meet with Amelia, they went over how much they wanted to tell her. After vigorous discussion, they decided to reveal everything, including the Horcrux in Harry's scar, unless she gave them a reason not to. Right before it was time to go, Minerva gathered up the memories they planned on showing Amelia, leaving her pensive since Tonks informed them that her boss had one of her own. Harry also made sure to bring his jacket with him, just in case. Then, Tonks gave them the Floo address for the Bones Manor, and one by one, they disappeared into the flames. When they arrived, Amelia was waiting for them on her sofa in front of the fireplace, though she stood up to greet them quickly. Welcome to Bones Manor, Mr. Potter, she stated. Minerva, Andromeda, I did not realize you were coming as well. Tonks bowed her head sheepishly, her hair turning slightly red. I may have forgotten to mention that. Andromeda and Minerva shook their heads at her. I'm sorry my daughter did not inform you beforehand. I promise I raised her better than that, Andromeda said, teasing her daughter. Well, no harm done. Both of you are more than welcome, and it's good to see you both. I had Topsy make plenty of food just in case anyway, so there's more than enough for all of you, Amelia stated. It's good to see you as well, Minerva remarked. Thank you for agreeing to meet with us, Madam Bones, Harry said. Will Susan be joining us for dinner? I was assured by Aura Tonks that this meeting would be worth it, Amelia replied. As for Susan, she is spending the night at the Abbott's house, so we can talk privately. Now, before we get into what will likely be a very intense conversation, let us eat. She led them to the dining room where they sat down at the table, which already had the food on it. Amelia was at the head with Tonks and Andromeda on her left, and Harry and Minerva on her right. Almost immediately after they were seated, Topsy popped in to take their drink orders, bringing them back a few seconds later. "Thank you, Topsy," Amelia said gratefully to her elf, who bowed before popping away. They all filled their plates and began to eat, conversing about safer subjects for the moment. Harry and Minerva explained how she had been secretly mentoring him since his 4th year, and that he was staying at her house for the summer, but not how he came to be there. Tonks described how she and Harry had become friends and the aura lessons she'd given him. Andromeda informed Amelia of Harry's status as Lord Black, and that she was teaching him about politics and what that status meant since he had very little information on the subject. Amelia described the political climate at the moment, letting them know that Minister Fudge was barely holding on to his position. When they were finished eating, Topsy cleared the table of food and brought Amelia her pensive, as well as some pastries to snack on. "Well, Mr. Potter, my niece has a high opinion of you, and she's very grateful for your tutoring this past year. As am I," Amelia began. "She showed me the skills you taught her and the rest of the DA. You seem to be a very capable teacher." Harry smiled humbly. "Susan's a strong and brilliant witch. I just helped her realize her potential. As for being a good teacher, I learned from the best." Amelia glanced at Minerva briefly before nodding in agreement. "Yes, you have," she agreed before becoming serious. "Now, I think we should get to the reason for this meeting. Tonks has informed me that you will no longer be following Dumbledore and that you have information relevant to the war effort." Harry nodded. "Yes, it's a long story, but before I get to the stuff about the war, you need some background information." He took a deep breath before continuing. "I don't really know how much you know about my so-called childhood, but the truth is that I didn't really have one. I was forced to live with Muggle relatives on my mom's side, the Dursleys, who hated me and treated me like a slave. I didn't know anything about my parents or magic until I got my Hogwarts letter and Hagrid brought me to Diagon Alley. I thought things would get better once I started school, but unfortunately it didn't. While I finally made friends and was away from the Dursleys, school wasn't safe for me. I've lost count of how many times I almost lost my life in the past 5 years, but I'm sure it was entirely too many times. I have memories to show you some of those incidents, but the main point is that Dumbledore is responsible for every single one of them in some way, shape, or form. He cannot be trusted to do the right thing, because he is too focused on accomplishing his so-called greater good." Minerva spoke up next. "He has put not only Harry, but all students at Hogwarts in danger too many times trying to accomplish some scheme or another that only he knows about. I'll try to do everything I can to mitigate the disasters he creates, but I only have so much power. May I see these memories before we continue?" Amelia requested. "Of course," Harry replied as he dropped the relevant memories from his past 5 years into the pensive. The other 3 witches, who hadn't seen them all before either, also asked if they could watch them, which Harry agreed to. He sat silently in thought as he waited for them to finish, which took about half an hour. When they finished, they had to take a moment to compose themselves, all rattled by what they saw. Minerva was the worse off, causing Harry to look at her in concern. She waved him off before he could say anything. "You didn't tell me it was this bad," Tonks exclaimed, looking at Harry in shock and horror. "Yes, you really have a talent for understating things," Andromeda agreed sadly. "I can't believe that manipulative bastard let all of that happen at a school. If it weren't for you and your friends, many would have died. That man cannot be trusted whatsoever," Amelia declared angrily when she had regained her composure. "He did not inform my department about any of these incidents, which is a mandatory protocol he's supposed to follow when the lives of the students are in danger." She took a deep, calming breath before continuing. "As for you, Mr. Potter, the fact that you not only survived these dangerous situations, but emerged victorious, is a testament to your strength, talent, and drive. Susan told me that there was something special about you, and now I understand why." "Thank you, Madam Bones," Harry replied bashfully. "You're welcome. Now, if you have more shocking information to tell me, I think I'm going to need a stronger drink." Harry laughed grimly. You'll be wanting to get that drink then, because that's not the worst of it. Amelia did just that, asking Topsy to bring a bottle of scotch and glasses for all of them, except Harry. After taking a healthy swig from her glass, she spoke again. All right then, what else do you have for me? The other three witches drank some of their alcohol as well, with Minerva drinking the most. I've read the paper's speculations on me being the chosen one. Well, there is a prophecy concerning me and Voldemort, one that Dumbledore knew about and kept hidden from everyone, including me. He didn't tell me until after the battle at the end of DOM, right after I lost Sirius, Harry explained before reciting it for her. And let me guess, he did nothing to prepare you for this, has he? Amelia asked bitterly. Harry scoffed. The only thing he's told me is that love is the power he knows not. If it weren't for Minerva's training, I would have died in that graveyard at the end of my 4th year before I could even learn about the prophecy. At least somebody has some common sense, Amelia remarked. While I do not doubt the power that love has, seeing as there are several rituals that call for it, and the DOM has an entire department devoted to studying it, you won't be able to stop Voldemort by giving him a hug. From what you've told me, it sounds like Dumbledore thinks you have to be sacrificed to defeat Voldemort. You're right, Madam Bones, Harry confirmed. That's exactly what he believes. What do you mean? Amelia asked cautiously. Riddle-made items called Horcruxes, Harry stated, causing Amelia to gasp in horror. I'm going to assume you know what they are. Unfortunately, I do, Amelia replied. I came across them during a case once when some idiot tried to create one. But you said Horcruxes, as in plural? 7 in total, Minerva confirmed. How did you learn of this? Amelia asked. She didn't doubt them, just needed confirmation. Harry looked down for a moment, causing Minerva to put her hand on his shoulder and squeeze it comfortably. It's okay, Harry. Amelia won't think any differently of you if you tell her. She's always been a good judge of character. Harry nodded in acknowledgement before looking back up at Amelia. I don't know if you've heard rumors about it, but the night Riddle murdered my parents, he unintentionally formed a connection with me. Recently, I decided to probe this link and gained access to some of his memories, learning about the Horcruxes through them. I know what they are, but not where they are. They include his diary from the Chamber of Secrets incident, the Gaunt family ring, his maternal family, Ravenclaw's diadem, Slytherin's locket, Hufflepuff's cup, his snake, Nagini, and in me. Amelia was horrified, though she didn't think any less of Harry because of it. That's why the two of you are connected? Harry nodded in response. This is why Dumbledore has been trying to condition you as a sacrifice. Harry nodded again. I'm so sorry that you have to deal with this. It's bad enough to have a psychopathic, dark wizard after you, but to know that a piece of his soul is inside of you. I can't imagine how horrible that feels. It's not easy, but I've got people on my side who care enough about me to remind me who I am when I'm feeling low, Harry admitted sadly. Well, you can count me as another person on your side. Anything I can help you with, just ask, Amelia declared officially. Thank you, Harry said gratefully. I have copies of all of Riddle's memories for you to view. You should also know that I can sometimes spy on him through our connection, though it's quite dangerous. It's how I was able to learn of the 2 Death Eater raids I stopped. You're the hooded stranger, aren't you? Amelia asked, quickly making the connection. Yes, Harry said, briefly putting up the hood of his jacket to prove it. And before you ask, I just found out about the Horcrux in my scar and wasn't in the right frame of mind when I went to the 2nd raid. Very well, Amelia said after giving him a stern look. I'm sure Minerva has already reprimanded you for that, so I will leave it alone. Next time you learn of a raid or attack, I expect to be informed of it. Just because you are the one in the prophecy doesn't mean you have to do everything. My aurors are quite capable when they are utilized properly. Of course, Harry replied. There are some things we could use your help with, Minerva spoke. Harry is planning on taking his newts for Transfiguration and Defense to give him more free time while in school, but we don't want anyone to find out about it until afterwards. Amelia nodded in understanding. I know someone in the ICW who can help with that. I can also schedule for you to take your apparition exam, since you are eligible for it. That would be great, Madam Bones, Harry said thankfully. You're welcome, and please call me Amelia, she replied. Only if you call me Harry, he responded with a smile. Andromeda spoke up next, an idea having formed in her mind. There is another matter to consider. With the political climate as it is, and Harry back to being considered a hero, we can change some things in the government. What do you mean, Andy? Harry asked in confusion. Well, You will be attending the next Gringotts session to claim your seat and nominate me as your proxy. This presents an opportunity for us to have a vote of no confidence for Fudge, something you can call for due to your status. We could have someone who will actually take this war serious nominated if we play our cards right, Andromeda explained. But who will we nominate? Tonks asked. It would have to be someone who has the respect of most of the light and neutral families. Minerva looked at Amelia, realizing where Andromeda was going with this. It's simple. We nominate Amelia. She is known for being fair, just, honest, and uncorrupt. She also has a reputation as a strong fighter and leader and is the most respected official in the ministry. Exactly, Andromeda concluded. Sounds like a good idea to me. It gives us the ability to neutralize Riddle's influence in the ministry and actually use its resources to effectively protect the country and fight the war, Harry noted. Amelia glared at all of them, not really wanting the responsibility, but seeing the reason in it. Fine, if you believe it will work, I will do it. We'll have to reach out to some of the neutral and light families, however. I can do that, Andromeda declared. Before anyone could say anything else, Harry got a sharp pain in his scar. Bloody hell, Riddle's here, he shouted. How many of them are here, Harry? Minerva asked urgently as they all stood up from their seats and drew their wands. Harry pulled up his hood to hide his presence. 50 of them, with Bellatrix and Fenrir Greyback, Harry relayed after he had quickly probed Voldemort's mind. They've already put up the anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards and jammed the Flu connection. They also seem to have disabled all of the wards on your property. So this has to be an inside job. Someone will be paying for this, Amelia snarled angrily. Internally, she was thankful she wasn't alone, and Susan was safe at the Abbott's house. Do you have another way out of here, boss? Tonks asked as they heard them start banging on both the front and back doors. Never had a need for one, Amelia replied. The room they were in had no doors or windows to the outside, leaving them completely trapped. Well, I guess we'll have to fight our way out, Harry declared firmly before calling for his 3 elves. I know I gave you the weekend off, but we have an emergency here. I need you 3 to get as much of Amelia and Susan's stuff out of here as possible, but stay safe and hidden. The 3 of them nodded before popping away. Amelia did, the same with Topsy. If only they could pop us out of here, he muttered aloud. The others silently agreed with him. Unfortunately, it wasn't possible for a house elf to apparate a human through anti-apparition wards, though they themselves could move through them freely because they weren't recognized as beings by the design of the wards. Harry, we need to even the odds like you did during the second raid, Minerva instructed. He nodded in acknowledgement, and the 2 of them began to showcase their transfiguration prowess. They changed the dining room into a makeshift battlefield, using everything around them to create barriers and covers to help neutralize the enemy's advantage of numbers. When they ran out of material, they started conjuring up some things, though not too much since they needed to conserve their energy. The other 3 witches helped where they could, using charms where appropriate to enhance some of the objects that had been created. Just as they were finishing, the first wave of Death Eaters had arrived. Their enemies were taken completely by surprise when they saw 5 armed and dangerous people instead of the 2 they were expecting. She's got company, one of the Death Eaters shouted before the spells started to fly. While the Death Eaters threw spells without thought or strategy, the defenders made good use of their environment and carefully selected and aimed their spells. They made sure to use spells and methods that would permanently take their foes out of the battle, some of which were lethal. They also worked as a team, watching each other's back and fighting like a unit, unlike the Death Eaters who fought only for themselves. After 15 minutes, and with the first wave of enemies almost completely defeated, the second wave arrived with Bellatrix and Greyback in the front. Where's Riddle? Tonks asked Harry quietly. He's still out in the front, doing some type of ritual, I think, Harry whispered back. That's not a good sign, Tonks muttered, echoing all of their thoughts. They couldn't say any more as Bellatrix and Greyback had stopped walking. The latter cackled insanely when she recognized her sister and niece. Andromeda and little Dora, she called mockingly. Bellatrix, Andromeda responded coldly. I think you and I have some unfinished business, Annie, Tonks challenged angrily. Bellatrix laughed even louder until Tonks sent a severing curse at her, which she barely managed to dodge. I will kill you, blood traitor, just like I killed Sirius, she shouted as the battle began in earnest again. This round was much more intense, as these Death Eaters were much more experienced than the first batch were. Still, the group of 5 continued to hold their own against them as they effectively used the battlefield they created. They were starting to sustain some injuries, though, and time was working against them. Yet despite the odds, the group was able to thin the numbers down. But more kept coming, and they'd been at it for a while. 10 minutes into it, Bellatrix managed to reach Tonks, starting a one-on-one battle between them. Andromeda saw this, but was unable to get to them due to the Death Eaters she was taking on at the moment. Tonks was undeterred by her crazy aunt, though, fighting as hard as she could against the Dark Witch. Unlike the time in the DOM, she was able to remain calm and focus on the duel instead of allowing her emotions to control her. Bellatrix was surprised by this, but tried to ignore the unease it gave her. She constantly mocked her niece as they fought to anger her, but Tonks was unfazed by her remarks. Greyback had also managed to get close to the defenders, positioning himself near Harry as he waited for an opportunity to pounce. When it came, Harry had just incapacitated someone and was caught off guard as Greyback slammed into him from behind. The force the werewolf used sent them crashing through a wall and made Harry lose his grip on his wand. They tumbled over together several times before slamming into an object that caused them to become separated. Unarmed, most wizards would have been powerless against a werewolf, even one that wasn't changed. Harry wasn't most wizards, though. Instead of panicking, he jumped to his feet and set himself in a defensive stance, his body loose and ready to react at any time. Greyback also got to his feet, though slower than Harry did, and looked at him curiously. You know, most wizards recognize that this is a losing battle. You must be really stupid to think you can actually fight me, he challenged. Harry chuckled darkly. Or maybe I just know what I'm doing, he countered calmly. Tell me your name, so I know who I'm about to kill. Greyback boasted as he tensed his muscles, ready to attack. Why? When you probably won't live long enough for it to matter, Harry retorted back. Greyback, angered by his words, charged recklessly after him. Harry jumped out of the way easily. All right, so you may have a bit of talent, but that's not enough to save you, Greyback taunted before coming after him again. No words were spoken after that, as both fighters focused on the battle. Greyback came at Harry hard and unrelentingly, but Harry fought back just as hard. They both landed several blows on each other, though Greyback's were a bit harder due to his enhanced strength. The werewolf even managed to cut him across his face with one clawed finger, with Harry barely able to move fast enough to avoid the other claws. Then fatigue began to catch up with Harry as his recently healed body didn't have his normal endurance just yet, allowing Greyback to land a damaging punch that knocked him through the hole they had made in the wall earlier. While his jacket gave him some protection, his whole body still ached from the hard impact with the floor. Desperate to survive, Harry practically begged his elemental magic to work for him as the werewolf stalked toward him to deliver the killing strike. When Greyback was about 2 feet away, Harry managed to call up a strong wind and quickly sent it towards opponent. It lifted Greyback in the air and slammed him into the far wall, which cracked in several places, weakening the protections on it. Then, while Greyback was trying to get up, Harry found his wand nearby by him and quickly snatched it up before sending an overpowered severing curse at him. Surprising both of them, it decapitated him almost instantly. The werewolf's head tumbled to the ground, rolling around for a moment until it came to a stop. Thanking his lucky stars, Harry hurried back into the room, where the rest were still fighting. Minerva, Amelia, and Andromeda were hard at work battling the rest of the remaining Death Eaters, while Tonks was occupied with Bellatrix. The 3 older witches' performances showed exactly why others were wary to go up against them as they held their enemies at bay, taking them out one by one. Andromeda used her extensive knowledge of charms and barely legal curses to fight and defend her allies. Amelia went completely on the offensive, barraging her opponents with high-powered spells that kept them constantly on their guard. Minerva proved her worthiness for the title Mistress of Transfiguration as she artfully used the environment to her advantage. Anything they threw at her, she found a way to turn it back on them. They simply couldn't keep up with her. Tonks was also still fighting her aunt valiantly, showing why she was considered one of the best aurors in the department. Bellatrix was ruthless in her attacks, but Tonks gave as good she got, using lethal spells just shy of the unforgivables. They both had cuts and bruises from their fight, but they kept on going, neither giving the other a break. Then, when Harry ran back into the room, Voldemort finally decided to show his face. The defenders all ran back to each other to form a united front as the Death Eaters scurried to stand behind their master. Amelia Bones, we did not expect for you to have visitors, especially not those as esteemed as Minerva McGonagall, Andromeda Tonks, and her daughter, Voldemort drawled. Yet you brought 50 of your followers with you, Amelia retorted angrily. Voldemort chuckled, not rising to her taunt. After how long you have fought, and you still have spirit, I could use someone like you on my side. Harry spoke up this time, making sure his voice was modified to avoid being identified. You have a lot of nerve asking someone to join you when you've killed their family. Voldemort turned his attention on Harry, though he didn't know it was him. And who might you be? The Daily Prophet has taken to calling me the Hooded Stranger. I had fun causing you endless frustration. Looks like I'm about to do the same thing yet again, Harry mocked. You dare talk to the Dark Lord with such disrespect, Bellatrix shouted furiously, her wand drawn as she readied to send a curse at him. Enough, Bella, Voldemort commanded before turning back to Harry. You have proven yourself to be a formidable faux wizard, yet you are on the losing side. Tell me who you are, and I might grant you the chance of true power. Harry scoffed at him. Do you take me for an idiot? Just because these lot are dumb enough to follow you doesn't mean I am. I know for a fact that you aren't the type to share power. No, you like to hoard it all for yourself. Besides, you're completely insane and unstable, a combination that causes you to lash out at your subordinates when you don't get your way like a petulant child. Harry's voice turned cold as he concluded his answer. No, I will never join someone like you. Anger flashed through Voldemort's eyes briefly before he regained control of himself. Then I will make sure the last moments of your life are filled with a pain you've never experienced. Then he addressed the rest of the defenders. And what of the rest of you? Will you join me or die like your foolish comrade? Minerva spoke for all of them, a smirk on her face. The answer is a resounding no. So be it, Voldemort snarled before he began throwing spells at them. The 5 of them shielded what they could and dodged what they couldn't as they worked together to hold him off. His Death Eaters stood back and watched, cheering for their master and taunting the defenders, who ignored their words. They were fully focused on the duel. However, after a few minutes, things started looking bleak as their strength began to falter. While they had been fighting for over an hour, Voldemort was fully refreshed, and that disparity began to show. When Harry had to pull Minerva out of the way of the killing curse, they knew it was time to get out of there before he killed them. Harry thought hard before coming up with a desperate plan to get away. Hoping it would work, he looked at them all and mouthed the words, "Get ready to duck," before turning back to face Voldemort. "Hey, Tom," he shouted loudly enough to be heard. Then before Voldemort could react, he shouted, "Expulso," his wand pointed to the ceiling. The 5 of them jumped out of the way as everything from above came crashing down, causing chaos among their enemy. "All right, I've got an idea," Harry whispered quickly to the others. "Riddle won't leave until he thinks we're dead, so how about we transfigure somethings to look like us and sneak out while they're distracted? I'm sure me and Minerva can manage it." They all nodded in agreement. The 2 transfiguration geniuses did as planned, turning 5 pieces of broken furniture into exact replicas of them all, except for Harry. They didn't want anyone to find out that he was the Hooded Stranger just yet, so they gave his replica a generic and unrecognizable face instead. Harry also made sure to add his coat to his replica to make it more realistic. Tonks added cuts and bruises to the bodies to show their battle damage. Andromeda added some charms to help the spells hold and maintain their life-like qualities, while Amelia threw debris onto them to make it look like the ceiling had come crashing down on and around them. Once that was done, they moved to find a way out. Harry led them through the hole that he and Greyback had created, remembering the wall he'd cracked by throwing the werewolf into it. He stopped in front of it, trying to see if he could break it completely once Amelia confirmed that it led to the outside. "Wow, Harry, remind me not to piss you off," Tonks muttered, referring to the decapitated head of Greyback. "I didn't actually mean for that to happen," Harry defended. "No, but you did what you had to do to survive," Amelia pointed out. "There is no shame in that," Minerva added. Harry nodded distractedly as he continued to examine the wall. Then, without warning, He sent a highly concentrated blasting curse into the weakest point of the wall, followed quickly by a silencing charm to muffle the sound. The wall blew apart, exposing the outside world. "Very good job, Harry," Andromeda remarked as they walked outside to get beyond the apparition wards. "Yes, I was very impressed by your performance," Amelia added. "See, I told you he was great, boss," Tonks exclaimed. Minerva, seeing that Harry was sagging from fatigue, moved to support his weight. "Thanks, Minerva," Harry said tiredly. "You're welcome. I think you may have overdone it, though," Minerva replied. "It worked," Harry pointed out. Minerva smiled at him, laughing gently. "Indeed it did. I'm very proud of you." "Hey, Amelia, I'm sorry about your house," Harry said. Amelia shook her head at him. "You just helped save my life, yet you're apologizing about my house. Even after you instructed your house elves to get as much of Susan and mine's things as they could. You definitely are a unique young man. One that, after tonight, I'm positive is going to win this war." "That's Harry for you, a one-of-a-kind wizard," Andromeda noted. Soon after, they reached the point where they could apparate. Harry told Amelia the secret of Black Manor and gave her the coordinates so she could get there, realizing that it would be safest place for them at the moment. Four Pops signaled that their escape was successful. Meanwhile, Voldemort sent 2 of his Death Eaters to find them. They searched through the debris until they came upon all 5 bodies trapped under piles of damaged wood. One of them cast a spell on the bodies to check for signs of life. When it came up negative, they hurried back to their master to report their findings. "Good," Voldemort replied before leading them out of the house. Standing in front of the manor, he cast the final step of a ritual he had prepared earlier for the destruction of it, and sent his mark up into the sky while his Death Eaters dismantled the wards. They operated away after, leaving a few minutes before the Aurors arrived to see the damage that had been done. By the time the Aurors got there, the entire building was burned down to the ground, and the dark mark hung ominously above it. When they arrived at Black Manor, Harry almost fell to the ground because his legs gave out on him. Minerva was able to catch him, but his condition worried her. "I'm fine, Minerva," Harry protested, not wanting her to make a fuss over him. "No, you aren't. I need to get Poppy," she stated. "I'm sure all of us could use some healing." "Agreed. I haven't fought that hard since the first war," Amelia said. Once they got inside, and Harry was situated on a sofa, Minerva called Poppy, who picked up after a few seconds. "Minerva, what seems to be the matter? Are you and Harry all right?" "We're okay. But we had an unexpected visit from Death Eaters while we were meeting with Amelia. All of us, including Andromeda and Tonks, need to be checked for injuries, and Harry seems to have used too much magic," Minerva explained quickly. "I'll be there in a moment," Poppy replied. While they waited, Harry and Amelia's house elves popped into the room. "We got almost everything from Bones Manor," Dobby stated. "Yes. Eyes made sure we get all of you and Mistress Susan's important stuff, Mistress Amelia," Topsy added. "Thank you, Topsy. You did very well," Amelia replied. "Yeah, good job all of you," Harry spoke up, his voice low. "Please make sure you find a comfortable place for Topsy to sleep and set up bedrooms for Minerva, Amelia, Dora, and Andy. Oh, and also for Susan." "Yes, Master Harry," Creature replied, his words echoed by Dobby and Winky. They popped away just as Poppy arrived. "Well, it seems like you 5 had quite the eventful night," Poppy remarked as she put her supplies on the table. She turned to walk toward Harry to check him first, since he seemed to be in the worst condition. "Look at them first." "I'm fine, just tired," Harry said. "I'll be the judge of that," Poppy countered as she continued to walk over to him. Against his protests, she removed his jacket and shirt to check the damage, scanning his body with her wand. There were bruises along his chest and back, but not nearly as bad as the ones from last time. He had some minor scrapes and bruises on his hands and legs as well. The most serious injury was the single claw mark on his face. It stretched diagonally from above his left eyebrow to his hairline, and she examined it closely until she realized what it was. "You fought a werewolf?" Poppy asked, a bit horrified. "Yeah, Greyback to be exact," Harry confirmed. Poppy looked at him in awed shock for a moment. Tonks' remark didn't help to calm her. "He bloody decapitated him" is more accurate. The other 3 witches shook their heads at her. "I don't think that makes it any better," Andromeda noted. "How do you get yourself into these situations?" Poppy asked exasperatedly. "At least I wasn't alone this time," Harry defended. "Though I probably shouldn't mention that Voldemort was there as well." "What?" Poppy asked, barely remaining calm. "Don't worry, Poppy. We managed to get away before he could really do some damage, Harry tried to reassure her. The healer shook her head at him and his ability to understate things before taking a calming breath. She scanned his injuries once more before telling him her diagnosis. Well, you don't have to worry about being turned, but I will keep an eye on it in you. It will definitely leave a scar. However, I'm not sure if you will have any behavioral changes or not. You'll have to let me know if you notice anything different about yourself or your thoughts. When Harry voiced his consent, she continued, You have used quite a bit of magic, but not enough to completely deplete your core. It should recharge overnight, but you'll have to get plenty of rest. As for your other injuries, some bruise paste and pain potion should fix you up soon enough, but I want you to take it easy for at least tomorrow. Poppy decided. She applied the necessary salves, healed up his cuts and scrapes, and made him drink the potion before turning to heal everyone else. The others also had various cuts and bruises littering their bodies, with Tonks having suffered a cut on her arm from a dark curse, Amelia a burn on her shoulder, Andromeda a sprained ankle, and Minerva a cut on her leg. Poppy took care of them, all setting up a screen to give them privacy as she applied the salves to them. Then she gave them their potions and instructed them all to take it easy tomorrow before leaving, promising to return in the morning. Do you want to get Susan tonight? Minerva asked Amelia. No, I'll get her from the Abbots first thing in the morning, Amelia replied after a moment of thought. No need to wake her up in the middle of the night to tell her that her home is gone. The house elves popped in to show them all to their rooms after that. They bid each other good night before retiring to bed, ready for sleep after their long night. Minerva helped Harry to his room, laying him down in his bed. She cast a cleansing charm on him since she knew he didn't have enough energy to bathe right now. She also transfigured his clothes into something more comfortable for him to sleep in. Are you going to be all right for the night, or should I give you a dreamless sleep potion? She asked in concern. I don't want to take it, Harry argued stubbornly. You need your rest, Harry, we all do, Minerva pointed out. I'm only asking you to take it for one night. Harry, dazed from exhaustion, asked something he normally wouldn't have the courage to. Will you stay with me instead, please? I don't want to sleep alone, she sighed, unable to say no to him. Okay, just let me take a shower first, and I'll be right back. He muttered a noise of consent, and she left to go to her room, which was across the hall. 15 minutes later, she returned, feeling much better now that she was clean. Harry was already asleep when she got back. Hesitantly, she slipped into the bed and moved over until there was only a foot of space between them. Like the night before, she moved her hand to run her fingers through his hair soothingly, drifting off to sleep a few minutes later as her exhaustion caught up with her. And, as you've read, I tried to write a big action scene. Hopefully it wasn't too hard for you all to follow. Also, if anyone's wondering why Harry is able to fight off a werewolf, it will be fully explained some in either the next chapter or the one after it. Chapter 9. And after a lot of thought, I've realized that I don't have enough time to focus on more than one story at once. So, I will continue working on this one until it's finished while putting the other two on hiatus. For those of you who might be disappointed, I promise that I will come back to them once I finish this one. I just need to write one at a time. Also, I made a small change to the end of the last chapter to show that Harry's replica didn't have his face to hide his identity as the hooded stranger. If you've already read the previous chapter, you don't have to go back. Chapter 9. Early the next morning, Harry woke up before Minerva and immediately realized that something was wrong. They had changed positions as they slept. Unlike the previous night, their bodies ending up flush together with Minerva's arm wrapped around his middle and her head on his shoulder. He had his arm wrapped under and around her back with his hand on her waist near dangerous territory. Afraid of how she would react to this, he tried to gently maneuver himself out from under her without waking her. It was slow going since he froze whenever he felt her move, but after a few minutes, he'd managed to get free. Satisfied with that, he got some clothes that was left out for him, likely by Dobby, before going to the bathroom. While he got cleaned and ready for the day, Minerva woke up to find that Harry wasn't lying beside her. She ignored the slight twinge she felt at that knowledge, choosing instead to head to her own room and get ready as well. As she got dressed, she tried to remind herself that her feelings for Harry were purely platonic. By the time she was finished, she wasn't sure how successful she had been. By the time everyone in the house was awake and dressed, Poppy arrived to check up on them. She quickly examined all of their injuries, reapplied the necessary salves, and gave them all pain potions. You all seem to be healing just fine, and will likely be fully healed within a few days. I wanted to take it easy for today at least, though I won't put too many restrictions on you. I will check on you every morning for the next few days just to make sure you're okay." Everyone thanked the healer for her help before she returned back to Hogwarts. Once she was gone, they went into the kitchen. Amelia, noticing Minerva's different appearance, held the witch back for a moment. "I understand now why you wear a glamour," Amelia remarked. Minerva gave a short laugh, realizing she had forgotten to put it on. She'd gotten used to wearing her natural look unless she was going out. "Yes, I thought it would better for my male students if I changed my looks to be less distracting. I always suspected you did. You're much too powerful of a witch to not have kept your youthful looks," Amelia agreed. Her next response was a bit probing. "I'm a bit surprised you were wearing it in front of Harry, though. As was bound to happen with him living with me, I forgot to reapply the glamour one morning, and he saw me. I figured there was no reason to hide after that," Minerva replied calmly. Having been her professor, she had known that Amelia would question that, but decided not to wear the glamour anyway. After all, they would be seeing quite a bit of each other since she knew Harry would offer Amelia and Susan the use of his home for as long as they needed it due to the destruction of their own. Amelia wanted to ask more, curious about the relationship between the two after watching their interactions yesterday, but decided she would keep observing them instead, not wanting to pry too much. She respected them both too much for that. Minerva for being an amazing professor who was strict yet caring, and Harry for what he did to train Susan and the others regardless of danger. Plus, both of them helped to save her life last night. "Well, it's good to see you relaxed. You shouldn't have to hide yourself to make others more comfortable anyway. Wizards just need to learn how to act properly around beautiful women," Amelia said as they walked into the kitchen to join the others, causing Minerva to let out a short laugh of amusement. Harry was getting ready to start making breakfast as they entered the room. "You can cook?" Amelia asked, realizing what he was doing. "Indeed, he can," Andromeda answered for him. "He's very good at it too." Harry fought his blush. "I wouldn't say I'm that good, but I can get by." "We have mentioned his talent for understatements, right, boss?" Tonks asked, teasing Harry. "I think you might have said something along those lines," Amelia said, playing along. Minerva cut off Harry's protest before he could get started. "Just let it go, Harry. You're a good cook, and you know it. There's no shame or arrogance in admitting that." "You should not be cooking, Master Harry," Winky interjected as she popped right in front of him along with the other 3 house elves, interrupting their conversation. "You're supposed to be resting from your injuries." "But I'm fine, Winky. Besides, I promised to give you the weekend off anyway," Harry argued. "That was before you got into a fight with Death Eaters and a werewolf," Dobby countered. Creature nodded in agreement. "Us house elves will be taking care of all of you until you're fully healed." Harry sighed, knowing that it was a losing battle. "Okay, but I will still be giving you that weekend off." "Deal," Dobby replied after looking at his counterparts. "Topsy would like to help as well." Topsy spoke up. She was feeling a bit lost after the destruction of her home and needed to feel useful. "You can help me, Topsy," Winky said after glancing at Harry and Amelia for permission. Winky led her to the kitchen, and they began to prepare the meal. After about 20 minutes, the food was ready, and the house elves set the table for everyone, leaving to find some other work to accomplish after being thanked by the group. Just as everyone had started to eat, they were interrupted by the arrival of a post owl carrying the Daily Prophet. It landed in front of Harry, who quickly untied the newspaper from its leg before letting it fly away. His attention was grabbed by the front page title and image, and he quickly read through the article. Minerva and Tonks, who were sitting beside him, also read it. All 3 of their expressions were grim when they'd finished. "How bad is it?" Andromeda asked, her sentiments echoed by Amelia. Instead of replying, Harry handed them the paper so they could read it for themselves. The 2 witches sat the paper in between them so they could see it at the same time. The title read, "Bones Manor. Destroyed. Madam Amelia Bones, Professor McGonagall, Lawyer Tonks, Orer Tonks, and the hooded strangers' bodies found in the destruction." An image of the manor burned down to the ground with the ominous dark mark shining above. It was underneath this. The rest of the article was filled with various speculations on what had occurred there last night. A few Aurors who had arrived on the scene after made some statements expressing grief over their deaths, and the plan to make those who had committed these crimes pay. There were page numbers mentioned that had short biographies about Amelia and the others. It even mentioned the death of Fenrir Greyback, stating that his head was found separated from the rest of his body. I want you to know that you and Susan can stay here for as long as you like. In fact, all of you can. I want you all to have somewhere safe to be since this war is only going to get worse," Harry declared firmly after they had finished reading. "Thank you, Harry. Now I don't have to worry about finding a place for the two of us to live," Amelia replied, moved by his compassion for someone he barely knew. "I'll be staying too," Tonks said. "Me as well," Andromeda said. "We'll need to spend quite a bit of time together to plan for and fight this war anyway. It makes sense for us to live in the same place, and there's plenty of room here for us to have our own space. All right, how do we want to handle this?" Tonks asked seriously. "First, we need to get Susan from the abbot's house so she can know the truth," Harry said. "Yes, though I don't think any of us should go. It's best if only a few know the truth until we are sure who we can trust," Amelia noted. "Who do we send to go get her then?" Andromeda asked. "It has to be someone we know we can trust," Minerva pointed out. They all sat and thought for a few minutes before Tonks spoke up. "What about Hestia? We know she doesn't trust Dumbledore anymore, and she's a good and loyal Auror. I trust her with my life." "I agree with Tonks," Amelia remarked. "Hestia is an excellent Auror, and I can fully say that I would trust her with Susan's life. Also, her and Susan know each other and get along very well." "All right, if you two trust her, then so do I," Harry decided. Andromeda and Minerva voiced their agreement as well, both having prior interactions with Hestia that convinced them she could be trusted. "I can go see her right now if you like," Tonks offered. "Yes," Amelia said. "Once Susan is here and safe, we can figure out everything else." That decided, Harry gave Tonks a slip of paper on which he wrote the Fidelia's secret before she fled over to Hestia's place. Tonks stumbled out of the flue as she arrived, just managing to stop herself from falling on the ground. Hestia, who had been sitting on the sofa crying, jumped up from her seat and dropped her copy of the Daily Prophet that she'd been reading. Her wand was drawn and pointed at Tonks, who put her hands up in the air non-threateningly. "Who are you?" Hestia asked dangerously. "I'm your friend and fellow Auror, Tonks," Tonks replied calmly. "My friend is supposed to be dead along with her mother, Madame Bones, and Professor McGonagall," Hestia replied. "None of us died last night. We were attacked by Voldemort and his Death Eaters and managed to escape by faking our deaths. It was the only way we'd have enough time to find a way out of there," Tonks explained. "Prove it," Hestia demanded, still skeptical. "At the last Auror meeting, I asked you how you felt about Dumbledore, and you told me that the man can't be trusted, and you plan on quitting as well as informing Madame Bones of your involvement in the group," Tonks replied. Hestia lowered her wand down to the floor. "It's really you, Dora?" she asked for confirmation. Tonks nodded in reply. "Yes, I'm sorry we gave you a scare, but I'm really still alive, just a bit banged up." "We all are. Thank Merlin," Hestia exclaimed, pulling the metamorph into a short but tight hug. "What happened last night? We'll all explain it more later, but right now we need you to get Susan from the abbot's house and bring her back to the Old Order headquarters," Tonks requested. "Of course. The poor girl is probably devastated right now," Hestia commented. "Would I be correct in assuming that Harry got custody of that place?" "You would. He's also the secret keeper. He wrote down the secret on this piece of parchment for you and Susan," Tonks confirmed as she handed it to Hestia. "All right, I'll be over with Susan shortly then," Hestia said. "Wait, am I to tell the abbots that Boss is alive or not?" Tonks thought about it for a second before shaking her head. "As harsh as it sounds, it's better that they don't know for now until we decide how we're going to handle this situation." "Understood," Hestia replied, before going to grab a few things as Tonks left through the flue. Something told her she might not be coming home tonight. With that done, she fled over, appearing in the abbot's sitting room a few seconds later. Mrs. Abbott walked in a moment later, having heard her arrival. "Orange Jones, are you here to see Susan?" "Yes, ma'am. I have orders to take her to a safe house," Hestia confirmed, her tone professional. "She's upstairs in her room. The poor girl is quite upset by her aunt's death," Mrs. Abbott said. She had a few tear stains on her face, showing her sorrow as well. "I can imagine so. We all are very upset by the news," Hestia agreed before heading up to Susan's room. When she got there, the door was closed. She knocked on it and said, "Hey, Susan, it's me, Hestia. Can I come in?" Instead of a verbal response, the door was opened a moment later, showing a distraught Susan. Her eyes were red, her nose runny, and tears continued to fall down her face. The young witch threw herself into the Auror's arms as she started sobbing. Hestia quickly closed the door and maneuvered them until they were both sitting on the bed before holding the girl tightly as she tried to soothe her. Susan, it's all right. Your aunt is alive. Amelia is alive and safe, I promise you, Hestia declared. Really? Susan asked when she realized what Hestia was saying. Her voice was full of hope. Yes, I'm here to take you to her. What happened last night? I don't know yet, but Dora came and asked me to come get you. Are they all alive then? Yes, but we can't tell anyone that just yet. Now let's get your stuff so we can go there. The two of them quickly packed up everything Susan had brought with her. Once that was finished, they went downstairs back to the room with the fireplace. Susan said goodbye to the Abbott family with Hannah, giving her a tight hug. Susan promised to write to them soon before she and Hestia fled away. Back at Black Manor, the others were finishing off their breakfast when Hedwig appeared unexpectedly, swooping down to land in front of Harry as she began to scrutinize him. When she noticed the bandage covering up the scar on his face, she hooted angrily at Harry, demanding an explanation. I got in a bit of trouble last night, but I'm fine, honestly. We all are, Harry protested. Hedwig looked at him skeptically, pointing a wing at his scar. It's just a scratch. Hedwig's expression didn't waver. Okay, so maybe it was caused by a werewolf. But it's not like I've been turned or anything. Hedwig barked in exasperation. It's not like I went looking for trouble. It found me. Riddle and his Death Eaters showed up unexpectedly. At least I wasn't alone. Tonks, used to Harry's conversations with Hedwig, decided to tease him a bit. He was alone when he fought Greyback, but seeing as the werewolf lost his head, it seems our boy was able to handle it. Not helping Dora, Harry bit out. She only winked at him. Hedwig gave him a piercing glare. I know you worry about me, girl, but I'm okay. Unfortunately, there's a war going on, and I'm part of it no matter how much I don't want to be. I promise I'll try to be more careful, though, all right? Hedwig stared at him for a few more seconds before Minerva decided to help him out. He really isn't at fault this time, nor did he commit any unnecessary self-sacrificing act. He even managed to only suffer minor wounds. Hedwig turned to look at Minerva for a moment before hopping onto Harry's shoulder to be petted as she rubbed her head against his cheek affectionately. Harry obligingly stroked her feathers. Is he always this way with his owl? Amelia asked Tonks quietly, not wanting to disturb the moment. Pretty much. During his summer since he started school, she was the only one he could talk to at those people's house. They formed a very strong bond because of that. Plus, Hedwig is very unique. He told me that the owner of the shop where he got her from said that others before him who tried to buy her ended up returning her because she was always uncooperative with them, Tonks explained. Harry has a habit of doing the unexpected and forming unique bonds with others. You'll get used to it soon enough, Andromeda remarked, having overheard the two of them. They all sat quietly and watched him and his owl until they heard the roar of the fireplace, signaling that Hestia and Susan had arrived, causing them to get up from the table to greet them. The moment Susan saw Amelia, she ran into her arms, hugging her tightly as she sobbed in relief. Amelia held her niece just as tightly, the ramifications of last night fully hitting her, which caused tears to fall from her eyes as well. The rest of them decided to go back into the dining room to give the two some privacy. I'm glad to see you all are alive, Hestia spoke as they sat down at the table. Everyone could hear the emotion in her voice. I'm sorry we worried you, Hestia Andromeda replied. Yes, we really are sorry about that, but we had no other choice, Tonks added. If we hadn't, we likely would have died, Minerva noted. I understand, Hestia said. If it makes you feel any better, you are the first person we decided to tell, Harry said, in an attempt to cheer her up. Thanks, Harry, Hestia replied before taking a deep breath to calm herself. Anyway, I really approve of what you've done with the place. You'll have to compliment my house elves seeing as they did all of the cleaning and redecorating, Harry replied. You let your house elves decorate? Hestia asked, having never heard of anyone who'd done that. Harry shrugged, not seeing it as a big deal. Yeah, I figured they'd be better at it than me. Hestia shook her head at him. Well, they did a bloody good job of it. She looked around the room one more time before becoming serious. So, is this where you've been all this time? It's where I started out, yes, Harry confirmed. I'm sorry for causing you and the order to worry about me. My head was in a bad place at the time. Hestia shrugged. It's all right. As long as you learned your lesson. Hooded stranger. Harry looked at her in shock and didn't even try and deny it. How did you figure it out? Lucky guess, Hestia replied with a smirk. I'd scold you about that, but I'm sure Minerva here's already taken care of that. Hestia, here's an excellent observer. She tends to pick up things that even the most experienced aurors miss, Tonks explained. Harry looked at Hestia warily, wondering what else she'd noticed about him. Before he could get too deep in thought, Amelia and Susan joined them at the table. "Are you all right, Susan?" Harry asked in concern. "I am now," she replied. "Thank you all for helping my aunt get out." "We all helped each other, but you're welcome," Harry stated, speaking for all of them. "What happened last night? And how did you all come to be together?" Hestia asked, unable to remain patient any longer. Harry looked around at the others who knew the story before turning back to face her. "Well, that's a seriously long story, and there's some parts that I'm not quite ready to share. Just tell me and Susan what you are comfortable with," Hestia urged gently. She was well aware of his trust issues and aversion to talking about himself, and had no intention of pushing him too hard. "Okay," Harry said before beginning. With the others' help, he told Hestia and Susan about everything that had happened since the battle at the DOM except for the Horcruxes. He recited the prophecy, not seeing any reason to hide it, since it didn't really make any difference. Voldemort wasn't going to stop trying to kill him now, especially after he'd managed to make him look weak more than once. When they got to the events of last night, Harry hesitated to describe his fight with Greyback, still a bit ashamed of his actions. Hestia reassured him that he did what was necessary, and neither she nor Susan looked at him any differently. By the time they were finished, the two of them were a bit overwhelmed by everything he'd gone through. "Wow, I understand why you ran away then," Hestia remarked, shaking her head in disgust. "I knew he couldn't be trusted, but now I know it's not due to old age. It's because he's a manipulative, arrogant bastard. I can't believe he thought that right after you lost your godfather was a good time to tell you about the prophecy," Susan remarked angrily. She'd never been one to blindly believe anyone due to growing up with Amelia, but she didn't know Dumbledore was capable of this level of cruelty. The others gave them time to come to terms with everything, and a few moments later Hestia spoke up. "I'm in," she declared. "Me too," Susan added. "I'd try to stop you, but you're too much like me for that to go over well," Amelia said to Susan. "Besides, this war won't leave children unscathed anyway. I'll just have to make sure you're properly trained for whatever you might face." "Thanks, Annie. I promise I'll work as hard as possible," Susan replied. "All right then," Harry stated, going into business mode. "Well, I'm planning on meeting with my friends tomorrow to gauge their reactions." "I'd like to come as well," Susan requested. "Sure. You're my friend as well, so you're more than welcome," Harry answered. "I should probably invite Charlie and Fleur as well, since I plan on meeting with them soon anyway. That way we can kill two birds with one stone," Tonks remarked. "That's a good idea," Harry said in agreement. Minerva spoke up next. "We need to start thinking about training as well. If you're going to bring your friends into the fray, they need to be able to protect themselves as well as the information they'll be learning physically, magically, and mentally. You'll need a secure place to train them," Amelia pointed out. Andromeda spoke after a thought came to her. "A few months ago, I stumbled upon this store owner that had invented a way to link trunks to each other, where they would all open up to the same room with doorways leading to their separate trunks. Using them would make it possible to meet at whatever time is convenient without ever having to leave their homes. I could even add charms on them too. Warn when someone is within proximity of the trunk, so they could know when they're in danger of getting caught. We should add a ward to block the trace, so they can train in secret on their own as well," Amelia added. When everyone looked at her in shock, she shook her head at them. "We're in a war, and they need as much time to train as they can get. If that means allowing them to hide from the trace, then so be it." "That works," Harry said after they all got over their shock. "We could meet early in the morning, or late in the evening, or both to lower the chances of them getting caught. All of us adults, including Harry, can help with the training," Amelia said. "Some of us could probably use the practice as well to get back in shape and get our endurance back up." Harry quietly joked that he was technically an adult to Minerva, causing her to lightly slap his arm in amusement. "We'll have to go out to get to the store and get the trunks, which brings us to our next issue. How are we going to handle the world thinking you, for or dead?" Hestia asked pointedly. "Well, whenever we decide to do it, we need to make sure to get the true story out there, so it will reflect badly on Riddle," Andromeda noted. "We should probably keep Harry's involvement a secret. It's best that no one knows he's the hooded stranger for now, so we can keep the element of surprise," Minerva advised. "Minerva's right. We need to delay Riddle and the rest of Britain from finding out about my alter ego for as long as possible. In fact, we might even want to say that the hooded stranger died. That way we can use it as an advantage the next time I use that identity. Very sneaky, Harry. You probably would have done well in Slytherin, Andromeda remarked, impressed by his cunningness. Well, the Sorting Hat did say I would do good in that house, so that makes sense, Harry replied. Really? Susan asked. Only Tonks, Andromeda, and Minerva knew about this, so it was a surprise to everyone else. Yeah, I would have let it, but I'd already met Malfoy, and didn't think it would be a good idea if we had to stay in the same dorm for 7 years. After meeting Snape, I'm even more glad I made that choice. Harry explained. Minerva shook her head in agreement. Unfortunately, that man has yet to grow up and get over his grudge with James. It would not have been good for either of you to have any more interaction than you already do. You certainly would have shaken up the country even more if you had, Tonks noted. After everyone laughed at the thought, Amelia brought their attention back on the issue. As much as I'd like to continue to lull Riddle into a sense of false security, I don't think we should wait too long to reveal ourselves. If not, Fudge might try and give my job to someone either unqualified or worse, one of Riddle's agents. Dumbledore might as well. He doesn't have the best track record with hiring people lately, Minerva added. Good point, Harry concurred. We don't need him screwing up the ministry and the war efforts any more than he already has. I can get in touch with someone at the Daily Prophet who can be trusted to write the story the way we want it to be written and get us a press conference as soon as possible, Hestia proposed. I'll also stop by that shop you mentioned as long as you tell me exactly what I need to get. Thank you, Hestia, Andromeda said. Okay, there's one more thing we need to discuss, Harry stated. Who gave Riddle knowledge about your ward defenses? It has to be someone who's been to the manor before, and more than a few times, Amelia noted. They have to have extensive knowledge of wards and how to dismantle them, Hestia remarked. It's got to be someone who has a big grudge against you since they knew Riddle had every intention of killing you, Tonks pointed out. Can you think of anyone that might be angry enough at you to want to hurt you? Andromeda asked. Amelia sat back and thought, gasping a few moments later when she came to a realization. You know who it is, don't you? Minerva asked gently, seeing the despair on the woman's face. Yes, though I can't believe she hates me enough to want me dead, Amelia replied. Who are you talking about? Tonks asked. Would I be correct in assuming you're referring to Auror Ivy Henderson? Hestia guessed. You would, Amelia confirmed. She and I, we used to be very good friends. Both of us were at the top of our Auror class when we graduated, and we rose through the ranks very quickly. Then, when I was given the position of head of the DMLE over her, she changed. Ivy became jealous and felt she was more qualified than me. She believed I didn't deserve the job and that I somehow cheated my way to it. Since then, we only talk to each other when necessary. I've tried to reach out to her a few times, but she just continuously pushed me away. How are you going to handle this? Harry asked. Amelia thought on it for a moment. I think it's best I don't do anything drastic immediately. For now, I'll keep an eye on her and try to prevent her from learning any crucial information too early. Hestia and Tonks, I'll need your help with this as well as a few more Aurors that can be fully trusted. Of course, Hestia assented. You got it, boss, Tonks responded. I also will be putting the two of you on protection detail for Harry, Amelia continued. I am very aware of your ability to take care of yourself, Harry, but this will give them a logical excuse for being out of the office often. Don't worry, I'm not the macho type that truly believes he doesn't need any help, Harry replied. Oh, really? Minerva asked with an arched brow. Okay, well, at least I'm not when I'm in my right mind, Harry quickly amended. Minerva, along with Tonks, Andromeda, and surprisingly, Susan gave him deadpan stares. Really, I'm not that bad. Oh, so you're just not usually in your right mind then, Tonks countered sarcastically. Harry put his head down in embarrassment. Am I really that bad? Minerva decided to take pity on him. No, you aren't. You're nowhere near arrogant enough to believe that you're somehow invincible and require no help. We just want you to stop being so willing to sacrifice yourself. Your life is worth living, worth saving. I'll try to keep that in mind, Harry replied sincerely. Well, Amelia said after a moment of silence. I think that's enough planning for the moment. We need to start figuring out training plans for the kids. Harry, why don't you give Susan a tour of the house? Andromeda suggested, seeing that he needed a break. Zula. Come on, Susan, Harry said, gratefulness in his tone. The two of them left the adults to it. Hestia also exited the kitchen so she could make her trips out for the trunks and to meet her friend in the Daily Prophet. Harry and Susan had become good friends over the past year, so there was no awkwardness between them as he showed her around. They went to almost every room in the house, with Harry giving a running commentary of how things looked before the remodel. After giving her a tour, the two students ended up in the library to relax for a while. "Nice place you got here," Susan remarked as they sat down on one of the sofas. "You should have seen it before my house elves fixed it up," Harry replied. It felt like the epitome of a pure-blood supremacist home that's been allowed to fester for a while. Dark and oppressive. "I can imagine. I'm sorry about your home, Susan. If I could have saved it, I would have." Susan shook her head at him. "Only you would apologize for something you played no part in causing. Harry, you saved my aunt, that's what's important. Plus, you even thought of getting as much of our stuff out as possible. You have nothing to apologize for. In fact, I owe you a debt of gratitude I don't think I'll ever be able to repay. No repayment needed. You're my friend, and I protect my friends, but you're welcome." Susan glanced up at his head then, curious about his injury. "How is your eye?" Harry ran his hand across the bandage. "My eye didn't really get hit, but the injury hurts a bit. Are you?" Her tone was wary. She wouldn't really look at him differently if he was, but was well aware of the stereotypes that werewolves faced. If he was, she would support him completely, but she hoped that he wasn't burdened with it, knowing he already had enough to deal with. "No, thank goodness. Not that I have anything against werewolves, but I think I have enough on my plate already. Turning into a furry animal on the night of the full moon is a bit much right now." Harry smirked mischievously. "Plus, I'm becoming an animagus during the next full moon, and that would put a damper on my plans." "Yes, I could see how it would do that," Susan said as she laughed at him. "Want to see it? Poppy cleaned it up, so it doesn't look so bad now." "Sure." Susan was curious, especially since she wanted to be a healer one day. Harry unwrapped the bandage to reveal a centimeter-thick scar that ran diagonally from above the right side of his left eyebrow to his hairline, just barely missing his eye. "That looks painful." "It is, but at least my eye is okay, and I'm alive." "True. Are you gonna hide it? I know how much you don't like your other scar." Harry thought about for a moment before shaking his head. "I don't think so. You're right about me hating my other scar, since it's a reminder of my parents' death. But this one isn't. I earned this one on my own." "You did. I still can't believe you fought and beat Greyback. He's one of the most dangerous werewolves ever. Well, at least he was. I can't either, but I'm glad I did. He's the one who turned Professor Lupin when he was a kid." They lapsed into silence for a moment until Susan spoke up again. There was a mock-innocent tone in her voice that made Harry a bit wary. "So, did you know that Professor McGonagall wore a glamour?" "Yeah, though I didn't see her with it off until a few days ago." "MHM. The two of you seem pretty close." "What makes you think that?" "Only the fact that you called her Minerva. She's been training me in secret since our 4th year after I reluctantly became a champion. We're friends. That's all." "If you say so." Susan dropped the subject for now, but planned on watching the two of them to see just how close they were. They changed the conversation to lighter topics after that, talking about the good things that's happened to them this summer so far. The rest of the day was pretty relaxing for the most part. Hestia was able to secure a press conference for tomorrow morning at 10 after promising her friend an exclusive interview. Then she was able to get all of the trunks made, which would be ready tomorrow morning as well. Tonks wrote letters to Charlie and Fleur, inviting them to the meeting that would take place tomorrow afternoon. She got a reply from them after dinner, saying they would be there, so Minerva made portkeys for them as well. Harry also wrote to Remus, asking the man several questions about his lack of involvement and interaction with him over the years. He didn't know what answers he would receive, but decided to give the man a chance to explain himself for Sirius's sake. After that, they just spent time talking, with those who were less familiar with each other getting to know one another. When nighttime came around, Harry stopped Hestia before she returned home to say something that he wanted everyone to hear. I should have told the others this earlier, but I want you to know that you're more than welcome to stay here for as long as you like. You don't have to, but the offer's out there if you want it." "I think I might take you up on that offer," Hestia said. "It'll save me a bunch on rent." With that settled, Creature showed the new guests up to their rooms. Harry and Minerva, whose rooms were on the family floor instead of the guest floor, stopped in the middle of the hallway between their rooms. They looked at each other unsurely before Minerva broke the uncomfortable silence. "I'm sorry if our words upset you earlier." "No, it's okay. I do need to remember that my life is important and that I have many people who care about me too. It's not completely your fault, though. You were thrown into a world where too many expect the impossible from you after spending years with people who treated you horribly. The fact that you value your life at all is a testament to your character. Thanks. I promise I'll keep working on it, though. I don't want to cause you or anyone else any more worry than necessary. After a moment of hesitation, Harry spoke again. Good night then. You can ask me if you want. It's nothing to be ashamed of, you know. I think I'll be okay tonight. Are you sure? I have to try. Minerva sighed. We still haven't found a way to make your nightmares less intense, Harry. How about we continue for now and ask Samina about it when she comes? She'll likely know a way to help you sleep better. Okay. Minerva went to her room to get ready for bed, entering Harry's room about 20 minutes later. As had become routine, they laid down in their usual position with about a foot of space between them. Soon after they were asleep. Chapter 10. And Fleur and Bill are dating, but their relationship isn't as developed as it was in canon. Chapter 10. In the morning, Harry woke up first again, his arms wrapped securely around Minerva as they lay in the same position as the previous morning. Instinctively, he pulled her closer, buried his nose further in her hair to breathe her in, and pressed a gentle kiss to her head. She released a small sigh of contentment and unconsciously moved closer to him, causing him to freeze in horror as his actions and their position fully registered. Bloody hell, she's gonna kill me. His thoughts were in a panic as he imagined several ways this could go wrong. When she showed no signs of waking up, Harry remained frozen for a minute longer to calm his rapidly beating heart. Then, like the previous morning, he slowly maneuvered his way out from under her, getting free a few minutes later. Once he was in the safety of his shower, Harry delved into his mindscape as he tried to figure out what possessed him to do something so dangerous. After a few moments, he started to realize that his thought process was slightly different. For one, in his mind, he had unconsciously started referring to Minerva as his Mina, showing a possessive streak he'd never felt before. As he continued to examine himself, he realized that his thoughts had been colored by a slightly more, for lack of a better word, wolfish characteristic. He was referring to everyone that was part of the unofficial group as his pack, and he felt obligated to protect them. The idea of being a leader didn't scare him as much as it used to. He also noticed that his hearing and sense of smell seemed a bit sharper. Once he was finished with his examination, he decided to talk to Poppy about it in private before focusing on getting cleaned up. As he washed, he tried to ignore the fact that his feelings for Minerva felt stronger than before as well. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Minerva, who had been awake for the whole incident, was staring at the bathroom door, lost in her own thoughts. She had pretended to be asleep to avoid making things any more awkward, but now she was alone to deal with how it had affected her. If she was honest with herself, Harry's actions had made her strongly feel emotions that had been locked away for a long time: comfort, safety, content, and another she was unwilling to name. Emotions she never thought another could ever arouse in her. There was only one other person whose embrace made her feel that way, a realization that wasn't comforting at all due to the nature of that relationship. Harry was her student, and she shouldn't feel like this around him, and yet she did. He broke through all of her defenses without even trying, leaving her lost in how to handle this situation. While she knew that the best thing to do would be to try and create some distance between them, but she couldn't bring herself to do that. She wanted to be there to help and guide him as much as she could. Furthermore, Harry would notice the distance and worry that he'd done something wrong. Hopefully Samina will know how to keep his nightmares at bay, so at least this can stop. Taking a deep breath in frustration, she got up to get ready in her own room. About an hour later, Poppy arrived to check on those with injuries. When she had finished, Harry took her to the side to talk about the symptoms he'd noticed. "I think I'm having some side effects from the werewolf injury," Harry began before he explained what he'd been feeling. He didn't tell her about his feelings concerning Minerva specifically, but told everything else. "I thought this might happen. There are some documented cases of behavioral and thought process changes or enhanced senses with injuries sustained from werewolves on nights other than the full moon. You might also experience a change in your diet, such as liking your meat a little rare. This is nothing to be too alarmed about, but I want you to continue to pay close attention to yourself and let me know of any more changes you notice. You should also keep your Occlumency shields on alert until you've fully adjusted to these changes," Poppy explained reassuringly. "Okay, There's one other thing I wanted to ask you, Harry inquired nervously. Go ahead and ask Harry, Poppy said after he was silent for several seconds. I was wondering if romantic feelings being intensified is a possible side effect, he said cautiously, trying not to give anything away. Poppy gave him a knowing smile. Yes, that is possible. If that happens to you, I suggest you tell the person whom those feelings are directed towards how you feel, because they won't go away or die down. They'll likely become harder to ignore. Right. Harry didn't think that was a good idea, but knew Poppy was telling him the truth. He just didn't know how to deal with it. After everyone had breakfast together, Amelia, Andromeda, Minerva, and Tonks all left through the flue to go to their press conference. They met up with Hestia's friend and contact in the Daily Prophet, whose name was David Fletcher, in his office. Once they finished greeting each other, he brought them to a secure area near the press conference stage that was set up in the main atrium of the ministry. There, they were protected from any eavesdroppers and could speak freely before it started. Already, there were several reporters standing by the stage, and they could be heard talking to each other trying to figure out what they would learn. David turned to face them once he finished warding off their area. Well, I have to say I was quite surprised when Hestia contacted me about your survival. We'll give you more of the full story during the interview. But yes, we managed to escape, Amelia confirmed. Would I be correct in assuming that you somehow were able to fake your death? David probed. We did, though we'll tell you more about that later, Minerva confirmed. Well, however you did it, I'm glad you did. I was upset to know that the world had lost 4 witches who are all amazing in their own right. We'll need people like you around if we have any hope of winning this war, David declared strongly. Thank you, David, for your compliments and for agreeing to set this up for us, Andromeda replied. No problem. Hestia came to me to do this for you. It'll definitely be a big blow to the snake-faced monster, and I'm glad to be able to take part in it. It will also be broadcasted on the Wizarding Wireless network, so the news will spread quickly, David said. How do you plan on handling this press conference? We have prepared some statements to read. After discussing it, we decided that I should do the talking. Anything else will be said during our interview with you, Amelia answered. And what about the rumors of the hooded stranger? David asked. That person was there, Tonks confirmed. However, to protect their identity, we will tell them that they died during the attack to save our lives. David nodded in understanding. Understood, and I won't probe for anything you're unwilling to tell me. I can appreciate the need to keep their identity secret for now. He checked his watch. Well, it's just about time to start. I'll signal when it's time for you to come up. He walked toward the stage, leaving them standing there to wait. How shocked do you think they will be when they see us? Tonks asked to break the silence. Quite a bit, I'm sure, Minerva remarked. Most people who riddle kills stay dead. This will be a big blow to his strength. We should keep an eye out on everyone's reactions just in case. If anyone looks guilty or angry, we'll know that they need to be watched closely, Amelia suggested. Good idea, Andromeda agreed. Before they could say anything else, the conference started. David quickly introduced himself and made a brief opening statement. Once he was done, he signaled for them to join him on the stage. The moment they all stepped foot on it, the crowd of reporters and spectators gasped in shock. There were cries of disbelief and shock, with some happiness and anger sprinkled in. Fudge, who was standing on the stage as well, almost jumped out of his skin as he openly gawked at the 4 supposedly dead witches. He tried to splutter out a response, but nothing intelligible came out of his mouth. The 4 women paid no attention to the minister, instead taking note of those in the crowd who were angered. Amelia spotted Ivy in the crowd glaring spitefully at her and sent her former friend a look of indifference in return, though it did hurt a bit. Once they got to the middle of the stage, they stood in silence, waiting for everyone to quiet down. When the crowd noticed the stern looks on their faces, they eventually stopped talking, eager to hear what the 4 women had to tell them. Amelia scanned the crowd once more before beginning to speak. Thank you all for coming here on such short notice. I am aware that I and the 3 witches beside me are believed to be dead, but that is a false narrative. We were attacked at my home on Saturday night when the 4 of us were having dinner. There were several Death Eaters there, including Bellatrix Lestrange and Fenrir Greyback, as well as Voldemort himself. During the battle, the person known as the Hooded Stranger appeared to help us. We all fought them off for as long as we could, until Voldemort joined the battle. He tried to offer us our lives in return for joining his side, an offer that we refused vehemently, before beginning to duel us on his own. Then we, along with the hooded stranger, devised a plan that allowed us to escape, but the hooded stranger stayed behind so that we could get away, sacrificing their life in the process. Now, we will take no questions at the moment, but we are doing an interview to share more details about the attack with the public. At that, the four of them turned to leave, ignoring the questions being flung at them. They managed to make it to the back of the stage before being stopped by Fudge and his aura guards. I am glad to see the four of you alive and safe. I was quite upset when I learned about your deaths, Fudge said. Thank you, Minister. The four of them replied cordially. You're welcome. I would like to sit down with all of you to discuss the events of that horrible night. You can come to my office right now, since I have an hour of free time at the moment. Thank you for the offer, Minister, but no thanks. We will be answering more questions during our interview for everyone to see. Amelia replied firmly. No, I insist that we talk before your interview. I'm sure you can understand why, as the Minister of Magic, I need to know what exactly happened as well as the identity of the hooded stranger, Fudge persisted. Insist all you like, Minister, but we will not be meeting with you about this, nor will reveal the identity of the hooded stranger for safety. Reasons, Minerva countered, losing patience with the incompetent man. Now see here, as the Minister of Magic, I demand that you answer my questions this instant. Fudge blustered. We do not have to answer your demands, Minister, and you can't bully us into doing so, Amelia challenged, staring the man down. This is considered a private matter, therefore you do not have the authority to demand anything. Now we have things to attend to at this moment, so I wish you a good day. She and the others walked away to go to their interview with David, leaving behind an irate Fudge who was in the midst of a temper tantrum. Back at Black Manor, Harry, Hestia, and Susan spent their time waiting for the others in the training room. Hestia wanted to see where they were at physically and magically, while also taking this as an opportunity to get to know Harry better. By the time the others had arrived, Hestia had determined that Harry was truly an extremely talented wizard, and Susan had great potential that just needed to be fully realized. She also gained more insight into his character, learning that he excelled at thinking on his feet and was highly unpredictable in battle, making him a formidable opponent. She wasn't sure if she would win in a real-life duel against him. He was also kind, humble, and honest with a strong sense of duty. Harry also learned more about Hestia. By the time they'd finished, he realized that she was a good person to have as a friend. She had a good sense of humor and a good and loyal heart. While she was very observant, she wasn't nosy and didn't try to butt into others' business. In fact, she kept most of her observations to herself unless it was necessary to reveal them, something he appreciated. When the others got back, they quickly informed them about how the press conference and interview went before Harry, Minerva, and Susan had to leave for the meeting with Harry's friends. Amelia, Tonks, and Hestia left to go into work and talk to the Aurors while Andromeda stayed at the manor to write to her clients and inform them she was still alive while also working on some of her currently pending cases. They arrived at Minerva's home to see that everything had already been set up for the meeting. The table had been enlarged with chairs added to fit everyone, and there was a veritable feast of food and drinks for them to enjoy as they talked. As Susan took the time to explore some of Minerva's home with her permission, Harry and Minerva sat down at the table, with Minerva insisting that he sit at the head since he was leading the meeting, while she sat to his right. So, have you decided how much you're going to tell them? Minerva asked Harry. I'll give them as much information as we gave Susan and Hestia. You're waiting until they can protect that information before you tell them, or you don't want them to know? She thought she knew the answer, but wanted verification. The first one, they're my friends, and I should be able to trust them with it. And I don't want to fight this war like Dumbledore by holding key information from our allies and friends. I doubt you will ever be anything like him, but I understand what you're saying. We'll have to make sure that Occlumency is one of the main focuses in the beginning of their training. What about you? Are you going to show them the real Minerva, or wear your glamour? Minerva thought on it before answering. I think if we're all going to be spending so much time together, then I might as well not wear it. Besides, I've gotten used to being myself around others, and I'm not keen on hiding again. At least for the summer. Okay, do you want me to call you Minerva or Professor McGonagall around them? You might as well call me Minerva. No sense in hiding that either. Right. Susan joined them after that and sat down beside Minerva, complimenting her house. A few moments later, the others attending the meeting arrived. Harry got up to meet them in the living room, where the portkey dropped them off, greeting them each individually. Hermione gave him a bone-crushing hug of relief, while Ginny and Luna gave him less crushing hugs. Ron and the other wizards shook his hand and patted him on the back, glad to see him still alive and in one piece. Fleur gave him a tight hug and kissed him lightly on both cheeks, causing Ginny to look at them with a bit of anger, though he didn't notice it. He was too busy trying to fight down his own blush, still unaccustomed to the French way of greeting. "Harry, what happened to your face?" Hermione asked in alarm once the greetings were over. "Yeah, mate, you look like you've been in a fight," Ron added. "I'll tell you about it in a moment. First, you should know that this is Minerva's home and that she's here. Susan is here as well. I'm sure you heard it on the WWN, but nobody on our side died on Saturday night, though Susan and Amelia lost their home. Again, I'll explain all of that in a moment," Harry said. He led them into the kitchen and sat back down into his seat, gesturing for them to sit down. The moment they saw Minerva without her glamour on, all of the wizards went speechless. Ginny was also shocked, though not as badly as the males. Minerva barely restrained herself from rolling her eyes at them. "I'm still the same professor who's taught all of you, just a bit younger looking," she declared sternly, making them snap out of their stupor. "Hello, Professor McGonagall," Ron, Neville, and Ginny chorused obediently. "It is good to see you again, Professor McGonagall," Fleur spoke politely. "You as well, Ms. Delacour," Minerva replied, nodding her head at the villa. "Professor, I didn't know you were so good at transforming," Fred said. "Yeah, first you can turn into a cat, and now you're a—" George was cut off by Minerva. "I'd advise you not to finish that sentence," she warned, glaring at both of them. Harry tried to stifle his laughter. The glare she turned on him showed that he wasn't successful. Due to their friendship, it wasn't quite as effective when used on him, but he wisely remained quiet. "Yes, Professor," the twins replied, knowing it was in their best interests not to cross her. "Honestly, you all should have figured out that Professor McGonagall wears a glamour. She's one of the strongest witches in the country. Having a lot of magical power can slow down aging," Hermione lectured before turning to address Minerva. "Hello, Professor McGonagall. Thank you for inviting us into your home." "You're welcome, Ms. Granger," Minerva said. "I see why you wore one," Charlie remarked. "It's good to see you, Professor. Call me Minerva." "I haven't been your professor for many years," Minerva replied. "It's good to see you as well." "Hey, how come we can't call you that?" Fred began. "We aren't your students either," George finished. "You two need some professional boundaries to help me keep you in line," Minerva countered, though she wore a small amused smile as she said it. "It's nice to see you outside of your shell, Professor," Luna remarked. "Though I think the male students' heads will be filled with even more nargles than usual." "Thank you, Miss Lovegood, and I'm sure they will." "It's good to see you around your friends," Minerva replied gently. She had a soft spot for the Ravenclaw student, knowing that she was bullied for being different. She and Professor Flitwick tried to crack down on it, but Dumbledore's policies undermined their efforts. "Yes, having friends is fun," Luna agreed. They all greeted Susan as well before taking their seats at the table. Hermione, who was sitting on Harry's left, spoke up before he could. "I'm sorry about your home, Susan, though I am glad that your aunt and the others made it out alive," she said in empathy. Before anyone else could offer their condolences as well, Susan held up her hand. "I am as well. A house can be rebuilt, but my aunt can't." The others nodded in understanding. "What happened there?" Neville asked. "We'll be explaining all of that in a moment," Harry stated before they could ask their questions. "Before we get to that, there's quite a bit I need to tell you. I ask that you hold all questions until the end." When they nodded in assent, Harry began his story. He started off with what happened in Dumbledore's office after the battle in the DOM, recounting the row he had with the headmaster. As he recited the prophecy for them, Minerva realized that she hadn't really spoken to Harry about how he was dealing with Sirius's death. She resolved to talk to him about it after this meeting was over. Next, he described his state of mind during the rest of the time until school ended. He briefly told them about his nightmares, how they made him feel, and how he reacted to them. He expressed his fervent desire to keep everyone he cared about safe, and how that caused him to push them all away. Then he explained how he was able to sneak off the train and go to Gringotts with Dobby and Winky's help, and what he learned and received there. He told them where he had stayed for the first week of the summer and what he did, including spying on Voldemort, training, and his activities as the Hooded Stranger. He didn't tell them about the Horcruxes, but explained that he'd learned about the true nature of his connection with Voldemort and how it upset him. He told them about the second raid and how he ended up with Minerva, with her describing the injuries he had sustained. They both talked about what they had been doing since then and the attack on Bones Manor. Harry, seeing the alarm on their faces at his description of his fight with Greyback, quickly assured them that he hadn't been turned and that the injury hadn't affected his eye, but would leave a scar. Harry took a moment to let it all sink in before continuing. Now, for why you are here. Besides telling you the truth, we are fighting a war and need all the help we can get. Dumbledore can't be trusted to. Let us. He has his own agenda that has nothing to do with good of our country as a whole. He is too willing to sacrifice innocent life to accomplish that agenda and is arrogant enough to believe that he is the only one who knows how to win this war. Plus, he hides information from people who need to know it, getting them hurt or killed because of it. I can't follow someone like that. Minerva spoke up next. Neither can I. I have tried for years to get the man to see reason, but it never worked, and I will no longer sit back and watch as he puts this country in more unnecessary danger. Now, all of you except for Charlie and Fleur are still students, and I wish I could keep you out of this war. However, the reality is that you will be part of it regardless, so the next best thing is to train you all up. That is what we are offering you. The training will be intense, and we will be pushing you to your limits every day. You will be expected to take the initiative and practice on your own, something all of you will be able to do using your trunk, which masks the trace. I want you to think about this hard before you answer. It only took them all a few seconds to voice their acceptance of the offer. Wow, Charlie exclaimed. Well, you can count me in. I can even help with the training if you'd like, though I could probably use the practice as well. Me as well, Fleur said. Good to have you both on board, Harry replied. If you need a place to stay, Black Manor, formerly known as 12, Grimmauld Place has plenty of room for you. I think I'll take you up on that offer. Mum's been driving me a bit crazy lately, and as much as I love her, I need some space, Charlie agreed. I will take that offer as well, Fleur said. I think I need some space at the moment. Her and Bill were having some tension in their relationship over the way she was being treated by the witches in his family. I'm in too, Neville declared. I know I don't always act like it, but I do pay attention to what's going on, and I've always been a bit suspicious of the headmaster's motives concerning you. Plus, I trust both you and Professor McGonagall. Ginny spoke up next. You know I'm in. I know what it's like to have him in my head, and how much of a monster he truly is. Besides, it was Harry who saved me, not Dumbledore. You're my friend, so I will side with you. Luna spoke simply. You're our friend Harry, and you helped us realize our dream, George said. We'll follow you anywhere, Fred declared. Ron looked directly at Harry when he spoke. I learned my lesson about going against you during our 4th year. I promised myself that I would stand by you no matter what. I won't betray you again. Not for anyone. And even I've noticed that Dumbledore's actions are suspicious. Harry nodded in response, no other words necessary between them. Harry looked at Hermione, causing her to scoff at him. Do you really think you have to ask me? I'm on your side. Always. He nodded gratefully. Very well, Minerva stated as she began to explain their training. Due to most of your unique situations and the need to keep this a secret, we will have to meet early in the morning and/or late at night. We will start with a complete assessment of your current abilities so that we can design a training plan just for you. We also will test you for any rare abilities that you may have. To meet in secret, we have trunks for all of you that are connected to one another, so we can be in the same place without going anywhere. They also are warded to alert you if someone is nearby, as well as blocking the trace, so you can practice in them whenever you have time, Harry added. Minerva picked up from there. One of the first things we will focus on is Occlumency to help you learn to guard your mind against those who will try to get information out of you, but we will explain more later. Minerva handed out their trunks to them, explaining how they worked. They all tested them out for a moment before sitting back down at the table. Great, Harry said once they were all seated. The plan is to meet in the trunks tomorrow at 4 in the morning, so make sure you all set some type of alarm to wake you up. There were no groans or muttered complaints at the early hour, showing how seriously all of them took this situation. He looked at Minerva, silently asking if he forgot something. I think you should tell them the secret for access to Black Manor. Oh yeah, Harry exclaimed as he searched his pockets for the scrap of parchment he'd written it down on. When he found it, he passed it to them so they could read it, burning it when they'd all committed it to memory. After that, most of the others left save Minerva, Harry, and Hermione. Ron wanted to stay as well, but he and Ginny needed to be back before their mom became suspicious. Harry promised to answer his questions later. Charlie and Fleur promised to come over soon, once they'd finished packing up their things. Minerva, after glancing at Harry, left her 2 students to talk alone. She went to pick up some things that she needed from the house, since she would be staying at Black Manor for the foreseeable future. "Go ahead and say what's on your mind, Mione," Harry said when she remained silent for a while. "You had me so worried, Harry. I thought something had happened to you, especially after I figured out that you were the one the Daily Prophet named the Hooded Stranger. How bad was the news you learned that caused you to think that fighting 18 Death Eaters on your own was a good idea?" she asked sternly. "I didn't think it was a good idea. I knew that I could get killed, but I didn't care. That's how bad off I was," Harry admitted. "The truth is that I wanted to die, but when I had the opportunity to give up, I realized I couldn't. When I got here and had healed up enough, Minerva set me straight. It's still hard to deal with, but now I have no intention of giving up. I'm sorry I made you worried." His tone was apologetic and sincere, expressing how much he wished he hadn't upset his friend. Hermione pulled him into a hug. "I know you are. I just wish you would ask for help when you're feeling like that. You're one of the first friends I've ever had, and I don't want to lose you. I promise I'll do better." After a moment, Hermione pulled away, a curious expression on her face. "So, since when has Professor McGonagall been Minerva to you?" Well, she's been training me in secret since my name came out of that stupid goblet. She kept on doing so during the summer and this past school year. I would have told you, but we didn't want Dumbledore to know about it, and you didn't know Occlumency. So that's where you used to disappear off to. I thought you were training on your own, or just needed time away from everyone to blow off some steam. So I left you alone. With everything that happened during this past school year, I figured you simply continued that pattern. No, she helped me a lot. We're basically friends. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Harry shrugged helplessly. "Maybe, but I can't just call her my professor. She means more to me than that." "Really? How much does she mean to you?" She raised her eyebrow at him. He was unable to contain his blush, remaining quiet. "You have a crush on her, don't you?" "I do." He didn't want to lie to his best friend. She stared at him intently. "Is it just an innocent crush, or is there more to it?" "More," he whispered. "I've been attracted to her since our 3rd year, but instead of going away, it's only gotten stronger. Especially since she started training me, and I actually got to know her. Now, I'm going through some behavioral and thought process changes due to my injury from Greyback, and my feelings are really intense right now. I don't know what to do. If it was anyone else, I'd tell you to let it go, but what? Well, if anyone could make such an unconventional relationship work, it would be the 2 of you. Strangely enough, I can kind of see you together. You sound like Dora." And before you ask, she managed to figure it out on her own, her and Sirius. "I made both take a vow of secrecy, though it did help some being able to talk to someone about it. Well, whatever you decide, I'm here to support you." "Thanks, Mione. Now, tell me all about your elemental powers and this natural animagus transformation." "Oh, and congratulations on your OWLs. I knew you could do well if you were motivated enough. And it turns out that impressing a certain professor was all the motivation you needed." Harry groaned at her teasing. "Don't get upset, Harry. Besides, at least with the beard you've grown out, you look older." She was referring to the circle beard that he'd been letting grow since the start of the summer. What he didn't know was that Minerva approved of it as well, though it did make it even harder than it already was to remember his actual age. When Harry and Minerva got back, Susan had already informed the others about how the meeting had gone, and Charlie and Fleur had already gotten moved in. The group had an early dinner where they talked and got to know more about the new additions to the group. Amelia, Tonks, and Hestia explained how their day at the Auror's office went, letting them know that they had chosen a small group of Aurors to help keep an eye on everyone, especially Ivy for the moment. Amelia hadn't made any big moves just yet, but she planned on doing so soon. They retired for bed early. They had to get up so early in the morning. Harry and Minerva, with both their minds on the morning's events, were hesitant to sleep together again. Both agreed to do it in the end, but they also hoped that Samina would be able to solve the problem tomorrow, since neither knew how much longer they could stand the torture. Chapter 11. Alright, so I had planned on finishing this a while ago, but it took me a while to figure out how I wanted to set up the ritual that is mentioned in it. Plus, I've been working on renovating in my house, so that took up my time too. But here it is. It's a little long, but there are a lot of important things in it. Hopefully you will enjoy. Chapter 11. At 3 in the morning, an alarm sounded off loudly in the room, waking up Harry and Minerva. They quickly sprung apart when the fuzziness of sleep cleared and they realized how they were arranged in the bed, which was similar to the previous morning. This time, neither could avoid having to explain how they had ended up in such an intimate position by playing sleep or sneaking away before the other woke. Instead, they sat in an awkward silence for a minute until Harry nervously spoke up, afraid that Minerva would be angry at him. "Minerva, I promise I didn't try to. It just happened." She cut him off before he got too far into his apology. "I'm not angry with you, Harry. You had no more control over your movements while you were asleep than I had over mine. Let's just get ready for the day right now. We could talk about it later." She felt it was too early in the morning for them to discuss this sensitive topic. Harry nodded in agreement, not ready to face the situation either. After another pause, the two of them started to get ready, heading for their respective bathrooms. As everyone in Black Manor met up in the trunk training rooms at 3:45, the others, except for Charlie, noticed the slight tension between the two, but decided to let it go for now. They didn't have much time to ponder it anyway, since the rest of the group started arriving in the room. Poppy had also come to help with the tests as well as check on those who still had injuries, all of which were almost completely healed up. Once everyone was there and the greetings had been made, Minerva nudged Harry forward to start talking. Last night, those in Black Manor all agreed that he would be the official leader of the group and would start off the first training session. The trainees, Hermione, Ron, Ginny, Luna, Susan, Neville, Fred, and George, lined up horizontally in front of everyone, waiting for him to begin. "All right, so again, thanks to all of you for coming and being willing to take this path with us," Harry began after clearing his throat. "Today we're going to do a series of tests to learn your strengths and weaknesses so we can design a personalized training plan for you. I don't want any of you to get discouraged by your results because that's what training is for. Nobody can be good at everything, so don't expect yourself to be either. All of us are here to help you realize your potential." He paused for a moment before continuing. "All right, so the test today will assess your physical fitness, spell knowledge, casting strength, speed, and accuracy, and determine any magical abilities you may have. Poppy will also be checking your health and magical core and giving you nutrient potions to help you get into your optimal condition. We will conclude with an introductory lesson on Occlumency." Hermione instinctively raised her hand, causing Harry to chuckle at her. "Go ahead, Mione. What kind of abilities will you be testing for?" Harry looked at Minerva, who stepped forward to answer the question. "Elemental, Metamorphmagus, Seer, Natural Animagus, Eidetic Memory, Magic Reader, Aura Reader, and Empath. The methods to determine if you have these abilities are simple spells. Does anyone need me to explain what any of the abilities mean?" When they all nodded their heads, she launched into a short lecture. "An elemental has the ability to control one of the 4 elements without the use of a wand. You all should know that a metamorph has the ability to change their appearance at will without potions or spells, but Dora here can explain it in more detail to anyone that might have the ability. A natural animagus is similar to the ministry version except that it allows you to change the size of your animal, use magic in that form, and gain more of its abilities and characteristics. A seer can predict prophecies, and some are even gifted enough to see possible futures based on choices that are made. Eidetic memory allows you to remember and be able to use any knowledge you read from books or see elsewhere. This ability is improved when one knows Occlumency. Magic readers can see and interpret the magic in their environment as well as in wards, a treasured ability for a curse breaker. Hestia has that ability. An aura reader, on the other hand, can see and determine the magical nature of beings and creatures. I have a friend named Samina who has that ability. Finally, an empath can sense the emotions of those around them, though not their thoughts. It also has to be controlled, or it might overwhelm the individual." Harry gave them all a moment to absorb that information before speaking up again. "All right, with that being said, let's begin." He led them over to the physical exercise station. There he made them do several activities to test their strength, speed, reflexes, and endurance. Harry also had himself and the other trainers go through it to determine their fitness level and discover areas they needed to improve on. During the magical part, targets and training dummies were used to test their magical prowess, knowledge, and dueling capabilities. Minerva and Andromeda administered the magical abilities tests. To test for the elemental ability, Minerva had them cast spells of all 4 elements and asked them to feel if any of them felt easier to cast than the rest. Poppy finished it all off by checking everyone's health and magical cores, trainers and trainees alike. She made a note of the types of nutrient potions each of them would need, promising to bring them all by at tomorrow's session. Minerva, Amelia, Tonks, Hestia, and Andromeda walked around taking notes on the trainees' performances throughout the testing, with Harry helping a lot during the physical part. Charlie and Fleur helped Harry with administering some of the tests and took note of their observations as well. When all of the tests were done, the trainers took a few moments to compile all of their data while giving the students time to take a break. Harry, after giving his assessments, went to join the trainees. They all looked expectantly at him as he sat down with them. "All right, what have you all been talking about?" he asked cautiously. "If you're worried about how you did, don't. All of you did really good. You're already good witches and wizards. Almost all of you were in the Department of Mysteries and were able to hold your own against the Death Eaters. This training is simply to help you get stronger to face the dangers of this war." "How bad do you think it will get?" Susan asked. I don't really know," Harry admitted. "I've read up some on how the first one went, and this time looks to be worse. We have to be ready for anything they might throw at us." "Will you be continuing the Defense Association at school this year?" Hermione inquired. Harry nodded. "Yes, and this time we likely won't have to hide it unless a certain headmaster tries to interfere. All of the students need to be able to defend themselves properly." "Talking about defense, who do you think will be the next defense professor?" Ron questioned. "Hopefully someone that won't try to kill Harry or any other student," Neville noted. "One can only hope," Harry agreed. "I have no idea who Dumbledore might try and put in that position. Maybe we can try and get someone who's not dangerous or insane to apply for the job." "Good luck with that one, mate," Fred said. "Yeah, it seems that dangerous and insane are requirements for that job," George observed. "Maybe Harry can be the professor," Luna suggested simply. "He's dangerous, though only to those who mean him and his friends harm. So he meets at least one of those requirements." Harry looked at her in shock. "Me?" The others had thoughtful expressions on their faces. "You guys can't seriously be considering this. I haven't even taken my newts yet," he protested. "We all know that you're going to pass that test easily," Ginny remarked. "You already have experience teaching," Susan pointed out. "Yeah, and you were great at it. I learned better from you than most other professors," Neville said. "You'd definitely be an improvement, mate," Ron said honestly. "Have you guys forgotten that I'm still a student? Shouldn't that make me ineligible or something?" Harry countered after getting over his shock. "Since when have you done things according to the rules?" George asked. "Yeah, you might as well face it, mate. You're the master of doing the unexpected and achieving the impossible," Fred added. Harry looked at Hermione, hoping she would speak some sense into the others. Her words dashed that hope. "I agree with them. You already have the experience with the subject in real life as well as with teaching. And I don't think there's any rule at Hogwarts forbidding it." "There isn't," Minerva interjected, having overheard the conversation. "In fact, there's no age limit for being a professor at all. When Hogwarts was first founded, anyone who was accomplished in an area of study could apply to be a professor, regardless of their age. Throughout the years, this rule has never been changed." "Not you too," Harry groaned. "Don't pout, Harry. It's actually a good idea," Andromeda said. "Indeed, though I'm not sure how we would convince Dumbledore to go along with it," Amelia remarked. "Maybe we could convince him that it would help him get on Harry's good side," Tonks proposed. "Even if he doesn't accept you as a full teacher, we might be able to convince him to let you be an associate professor under someone else, like me or Dora," Hestia advised. Amelia nodded her head after mulling over the idea. "We could present it as a way to show that the safety of the students is important by having an Auror as the defense professor with the chosen one as their assistant. If we spin it right, Dumbledore will be unable to refuse." Everyone voiced their approval of this plan. Harry looked around at all of them. "I can't believe you all think this is a good idea. I'm not making any promises, but I'll consider it." Then, before anyone else could say anything, Harry suggested that the results be given out to change the subject. Minerva, realizing he needed time to come to terms with their suggestion, did exactly that. "Okay, well first I want you all to know that you did very well. These parchments have your results and training plan for you to go over at your own leisure. We will start tomorrow morning at the same time, so be prepared for that." She passed them out before continuing. "Now, as for your abilities, you all have at least one. Hermione has an eidetic memory, which explains why she is able to remember so much of what you read. Ronald, Fred, and George are all natural animagi. Susan is an empath. I'm almost certain that Ginny and Neville are elementals, fire and water respectively, though we'll have to do another activity to confirm this tomorrow. Luna is a true seer. I have given you all some additional information about these abilities with your results, so study them thoroughly. Once they calm down from their excitement about their respective abilities, Andromeda, begin the Occlumency introduction. All right, for those of you who are unfamiliar with the art, Occlumency is simply a way to organize and protect your thoughts, emotions, and memories from those who would try and invade your mind. Now, the way you do that is determined by you, as you need to choose a method that fits your personality. I have copies of book written by a member of the Black family that details these different methods as well as several exercises to practice. I want you to read over it during the rest of the day. Right now, I will simply be entering your mind to check its natural defenses as well as put rudimentary shields up to protect you until you can do so yourself. Until you have mastered this technique, I want you to avoid direct eye contact with those you don't know or can't trust. After the trainees, which in this area included Charlie, who didn't know Occlumency, nodded in acceptance, Andromeda did just as she said, finishing after about 20 minutes. I think that's enough for today, Harry said. Tomorrow, the real hard work will begin, so I advise you all to study everything you've been given thoroughly and prepare yourself. Almost everyone left through their respective doors, except for Harry and Ron. So, you've been secretly training with Professor McGonagall since the tournament? Ron probed. Yes. At the time, it was best if no one knew about it, but us so that Dumbledore couldn't find out, Harry answered. I understand that. But how did you get bloody Battle-Axe McGonagall to let you use her first name? Harry shrugged in response. I don't know. It kind of surprised me too, but I eventually got used to it. Besides, she's not as strict as she usually portrays herself to be. Even has a wicked sense of humor. When you get to know her, that woman is full of surprises. Did you know she was hiding how she looked? I suspected it, but it wasn't confirmed until recently. It's a good thing she did, or none of us would have been able to focus in her class. They shared a laugh before Ron's tone turned thoughtful. How are you doing with all of this, mate? Harry sighed. It's definitely a lot to deal with, but I'm doing better than I was before. Well, I just want you to know that I meant what I said yesterday. I'm here if you need anything, even if it's just to vent. I know I messed up before and let my jealousy get out of control, but it won't happen again. I've been doing some thinking since then, and I realize that your life is far from easy, and I should be happy with what I have, instead of wanting what I don't. Thanks, Ron. Even though sometimes you're a bit thick, I'm still glad to have you as a friend. The two shook hands before departing to their respective destinations. After taking showers and getting ready for the rest of the day, those in Black Manor were greeted by the Daily Prophet with the announcement of their survival and their interview with David, splashed on the front page. When they had all finished reading it and were satisfied with how it had been written, one thought ran universally through their minds. This was voiced by Tonks. How do you think Riddle's going to react to that? At the Malfoy mansion, his Death Eaters were trying to avoid the answer to that question. Most of them had reacted with anger and fear when they'd seen the morning paper. Some had even fled the mansion, pretending that they had some other business to attend to for the morning. Unfortunately, the two Death Eaters who had been responsible for checking whether Amelia and the others had survived had not read the paper just yet and were unaware of their approaching doom. As Wormtail went to deliver the Daily Prophet to Voldemort in the dining room, one of his daily duties, he shuddered at the thought of what the Dark Lord would do to those two as punishment for this recent failure. Here is the paper for you, my lord, Wormtail announced quietly as he placed it on the table in front of him. The rat Animagus scurried off quickly before the wizard could read it. Voldemort dismissed Wormtail's cowardly behavior as he picked up the paper, not thinking anything of it since the man was always cowardly. When he read the headline on the first page, however, he began to shake with fury. Angrily, he snapped at a nearby Death Eater to fetch the two who he had instructed to check for signs of life. As he waited for their return, he read through the rest of the article, his anger growing with each word. By the time the two arrived, lacking the Death Eater who had been sent to retrieve them, he was beyond himself. Explain this now, he instructed dangerously, his voice barely above a whisper. The two of them looked at their lord quizzically, not knowing what the wizard was talking about. One of them gathered up the courage to ask what was going on, but regretted it immediately. What's wrong? Voldemort exploded, unable to contain his anger as he threw the paper at them. The two of them paled as they read the headline. Voldemort placed them under the Cruciatus curse for a minute before speaking again. What's wrong is that I sent the two of you, make sure the 5 of them were dead, and you failed to do that. They survived and managed to escape because you two didn't check thoroughly enough. Do you know how bad this makes me look? He periodically placed them under the Cruciatus as he ranted at them. The two Death Eaters tried to babble their way through an apology and explanation, but were cut off when Voldemort's patience ran out. "Enough!" he shouted, causing them to go silent immediately. "For your failure. You will spend the next few days in the dungeon with no food or water. Then I will decide what to do with you. I will make you an example of what happens to those who fail me in this way." As the two Death Eaters were dragged away, kicking and screaming, Voldemort reflected on the one good thing that came out of this. At least that hooded nuisance is no longer a problem. How wrong he was. Harry and Minerva left for the latter's home to wait for Samina to arrive, shortly after breakfast was finished. When they got there, they went to the training room as Minerva intended to have Harry practice and do some studying while they waited. First, she wanted to address something that had crossed her mind yesterday. "I've been meaning to ask you something. In all the chaos that's been going on, I haven't asked you how you're handling Sirius's death." Harry looked down for a second. I miss him a lot. He was one of the few people that really cared about me, just for me. Even with him being on the run, he always took the time to answer my letters and care about my problems, no matter how small they were. He was a good man, and he did not deserve the hand life dealt to him. But I'm glad the two of you got the chance to know each other, even if that time was far too short. Me too. I know it's not my fault that he died, but sometimes I can't help but feel responsible, you know? I understand exactly what you mean. From my experience, the best way to honor the sacrifices of those we love is to try remembering them as they lived and not dwell on their deaths. Instead, we should focus on the happiness they brought into our lives. It takes time to get to the point where you can think of them without it always being so painful, but you'll get there. How long did it take you? Too long, but I did get to that point. Sometimes it's still hard, but not nearly as much as it was before. Minerva released a deep breath. "I just want you to know that you can talk to me about it anytime. For now, though, you need to get some studying and practicing in before Samina gets here. Just because you're ahead of the others doesn't mean you can slack off." "Yes, Professor." Samina didn't arrive for another 3 hours, giving the two of them time to get some things done. They focused most of that time working on Harry's studies and elemental abilities. Then, Minerva remembered that she needed to start teaching him how to apparate, since Amelia informed them that he could take the test as soon as he was ready. She only got through the basics before the sound of the flu interrupted them. They put up their stuff before heading to the living room to greet their guest. When they got there, a dark-skinned woman of slightly above average height with black curly hair was dusting herself off. As she looked up, they could see her intense golden eyes that spoke of much wisdom and experience. It was like she was looking right through you, an effect that Minerva realized Harry had on others as well at times. The woman also had an ageless quality about her, as if she was from another time, making it hard to guess her age. Minerva quickly went over to greet her, pulling the woman into a warm hug that was reciprocated. "It's so good to see you, Samina," Minerva said as they moved to hold each other at arm's length. "You as well, Minnie, though I wish the circumstances were better." "But beggars can't be choosers," Samina replied. "Now please introduce me to this handsome young man of yours." Minerva rolled her eyes at her friend's innuendo. "This is Harry Potter, and he is my student." Samina waved off Minerva's correction. "He is also your friend, or he wouldn't be here in this house. Either way, it's very nice to meet you, Harry. Minerva has told me a bit about you," Samina said as she held her hand out. Harry accepted it, shaking her hand as he replied. "Only good things, I hope," he joked. "It's nice to meet you as well. Minerva's told me a bit about you as well." His use of his professor's first name caused Samina to turn and give the woman a pointed look that said, "We'll talk about this later," before she turned back to Harry. "Well, I'm sure we'll be getting to know a lot more about each other soon enough. But I need some sustenance before we begin that journey. Traveling so far works up an appetite." "Of course," Minerva declared. "Lunch is already ready for us." They adjourned to the kitchen to eat the meal Winky had prepared for them. As they ate, Samina told them a few stories about the different places she'd been to recently and the things she had done. She explained to Harry about her self-appointed task to rediscover the hidden or forgotten mysteries of magic from all around the world. When Harry asked how she made her living, she told him how she used the knowledge she gained in her travels as well as her aura, reader abilities to help people out. She had also written a few books and sold some of the rare items and ingredients she acquired along the way, though nothing that was too dangerous. Harry and Minerva also caught Samina up on what had happened in Britain recently. They described how the Ministry ran a campaign to undermine and suppress Harry's claims that Voldemort was back. They explained how Umbridge, with Fudge's permission, tried to take control of Hogwarts and demean anyone that disagreed with the Ministry's position or were of lower status. Then they talked about the events of the end of the year and what had happened so far this summer. The only thing they left out was anything to do with the Horcruxes, but they described the plans they had made so far and some of their grievances with Dumbledore. Samina was only a little surprised by how Dumbledore had failed the students of Hogwarts and Harry and voiced her own distrust of the man. She believed that anyone who had as much power as he did were bound to lose sight of what is right if they didn't have someone to help ground them. Once they finished eating, they went into the library with a few snacks and drinks being provided by Winky in there. Minerva pulled out the pensieve and any memories they might show Samina before they began talking. Now, from your letter, I can assume that you have something very serious to discuss with me, Samina asked. Minerva nodded in confirmation. Yes, and it's quite a long story. I think I should tell you about my experiences at Hogwarts before we get to the main topic, Harry suggested. In fact, we can show you the memories if you'd like. If that will make it easier for you, Samina agreed. Harry did so, saving the memory of his time in the Chamber of Secrets for last, since it was the one most directly related to the Horcruxes. As it got to the part in that memory where Voldemort revealed his birth name, Samina gasped in shocked horror, causing Harry to pause the memory. What's wrong, Samina? Minerva asked concernedly, seeing the fear on her friend's face. I know Tom. Went to school with him, in fact, and he's supposed to be dead, Samina admitted. What do you mean? Harry asked. I was in the same year as him at Hogwarts and was also sorted into Slytherin, so we spent a lot of time together. We were even friends as I was unable to see behind the charming facade he put up to hide his true self. Samina paused as the memories of that time in her life passed through her mind. But you said he's supposed to be dead? Minerva pressed. About 2 years after we graduated, he contacted me. He asked to join me on my exploration of arcane magic around the world, something he knew I was planning on doing since we had kept in touch regularly. I agreed, seeing nothing wrong with the request at the time. The first few weeks were normal, and we fell back into the rhythm of our friendship easily. Samina took a deep breath before continuing. Then I started noticing that he was focusing most of his attention on the darker magic and rituals, some of which were considered evil. He revealed his true nature when I confronted him about it. I tried to make him see reason and warned him about the dangers of the path he was walking, but he wouldn't listen. So, to save the world from the monster, I realized I fought him and managed to mortally wound him. I thought he was dead, but I guess I was wrong. After that, I stayed away from Britain since my memories were tainted by him. When Voldemort began his reign of terror, it didn't even occur to me that he might be Tom. Harry looked at Minerva as they both realized why he didn't die. Harry saw this as an opportunity to transition to the main reason for this meeting. There's something you didn't know about him that prevented him from dying. See, Riddle made Horcruxes, with his first created while he was still a student at Hogwarts. In fact, the diary that you see in this memory is his first one. Samina looked up in alarm. How do you know this? Let's finish watching this memory, and then we'll explain it, Minerva suggested. Samina agreed, and they viewed the rest of Harry's fight against the basilisk and his destruction of the diary. Samina was very impressed by what Harry had been able to accomplish at such a young age and understood why Minerva was so fond of him. She was curious about how close the two of them were and planned on asking her friend as soon as she was alone with her. Harry took a few moments to gather his thoughts once the memory was finished, and Samina waited patiently. Voldemort, or Riddle as we call him, made Horcruxes in an attempt to be immortal. He made 7 of them in total. 1 is already destroyed, and we have 2 others that need to be. The rest we're still searching for. Well, that explains why he didn't die. I knew that man was insane, but to tear his soul apart to that degree is unheard of. The most I've heard someone make is 3, and that was extreme enough, Samina remarked disgustedly. But how did you figure this out? A few days after the summer started, I got curious about the connection between me and Riddle. So, I probed it through my mindscape, and I learned that on the night my parents were murdered, I unintentionally became one. I have a memory for you to watch that shows this, Harry admitted, putting his head down. Minerva placed a hand on his shoulder in support. Samina was horrified, but made sure to school her expression to one of compassion. She could see how much this affected him and didn't want him to think that she was disgusted with him. You are much too young to be burdened with so many hardships. I promise you that I will do everything I can to help you. Thank you, Samina, Harry replied after realizing that she wasn't afraid or disgusted by him. Do you know of a way to get it out of him? Minerva asked. First, let me look at the memory and do a full examination of him. Then I will discuss what his choices are, Samina answered. Minerva pulled out the relevant memory and dropped it into the pensieve. With a nod to the two, Samina dunked her head inside to view it alone. Do you think she'll be able to get it out of me? Harry asked Minerva as they waited. He was nervous now that he was about to find out if the Horcrux could be removed and worried that he would not get the answer he wanted. Minerva sensed this and made him look up to face her. I do. Samina has spent almost her whole life studying several different types of magic, especially those unknown to most. It likely won't be easy, but I'm sure she'll come up with something. They waited anxiously for about 10 minutes for Samina to finish viewing the memory. Your parents were very brave for the way they sacrificed themselves for you, Samina commented once she was done. I had a suspicion when I saw your scar up close, but the memory confirmed it. They used an ancient Greek protection ritual that required their lives to be given up in order to give you some of their magic to strengthen you. That's what those lights that flew into you were. What about the Horcrux? Harry asked. That is definitely what went inside of you, which likely means he had already started the ritual and intended to make one with your death. Before I can make suggestions on how to get it out, I need to get a better look at you and ask you some questions, Samina said as she gestured for him to stand up. She took out her wand and stood up as well. Just relax, this won't hurt at all, but it will take several minutes. When Harry nodded, she began waving her wand in several intricate patterns and activated her aura reader ability, writing down a few things on a notepad provided by Minerva periodically. As she had warned him, it did take several minutes. Harry tried to stay as still as possible, though it was hard for him to resist the urge to squirm a bit. Even though he had stronger sense of confidence due to his injury from Greyback, he still felt uncomfortable being the center of attention, especially when someone was waving their wand around him and he didn't know what they were searching for. All right, you can sit down now, Harry, Samina said when she had finished. Harry let out a loud sigh of relief and quickly retook his seat. Samina and Minerva shook their heads at his actions. I doubt it was that bad, Minerva remarked. How about you stand there and let someone wave their wand around you like that without knowing exactly what they're looking for, Harry challenged. His tone was light, though, to show that he was joking. Well, my examination isn't quite done yet, Samina interjected. I need you to tell me more about the extent of the connection between you and Riddle and how you think it affects you. All right, what do you want to know? Harry asked. You have visions whenever he's feeling strong emotions? Yeah, and they hurt badly, though I can block them off sometimes with Occlumency. He was even able to send me false visions when he realized that we were connected. Have you ever been able to look in his mind? I did. Harry gave a brief summary of the beginning of his summer and how he was able to learn about the 2 Death Eater raids by spying on Riddle. That was very dangerous, but also very brave. It seems that he's not as aware of your presence as you are of him. Samina paused for a moment before continuing. What about psychological effects? Do you sometimes get unexpected, depressive, or angry thoughts in your head, but don't know their origin or reasoning? Harry nodded. Both. I also have some really bad nightmares, which makes it hard to sleep, though I don't know if that's related. It is. In the few documented cases of human Horcruxes, explosive nightmares are one of the most common symptoms noted. But you seem to be pretty well rested right now. How often do you have them? Every night. How are you managing them then? The embarrassed look Harry and Minerva shared gave her the answer. I see. Well, honestly, that's one of the best ways to deal with them. The presence of the magic of someone who you trust can be very effective in keeping nightmares at bay. However, I can ward the room you sleep in to help minimize them if you'd like. It's not as effective as your current method, but it will help you nonetheless. She smirked at how quickly they agreed to that. Is there anything else you need to know? Minerva asked, ready to change the subject. Samina resisted the urge to tease the two of them further. No, I have all of the information I need. First, I want you both to know that Harry here is a very unique wizard, which is a good thing. He naturally is very powerful, though you already know that based on the two elements, he has the ability to control. The protection his parents gave him increased that strengthens him as well. His heart, despite having a Horcrux inside of him, is pure. One of, if not the purest I've ever seen. This is partly due to his parents' protection, but the purity of his heart rejected the Horcrux strongly enough to prevent it from tainting him. Being healed by a phoenix helped too. He is also in excellent condition health-wise, something that is very important for any method of Horcrux removal. All in all, he's in better condition than anyone else I've read about in his situation. So, it can be removed then? Minerva pressed. Yes. Though there are no actual rituals specifically designed to remove a Horcrux from a living container, there are several purification rituals that can accomplish this. None of them are without their risks. Instead of going through a list of them all, I will simply explain the method I think is best for him. Harry nodded for Samina to continue. Very well. I believe that the Greek soul purification ritual would work best for your situation. It was designed centuries ago to purge all impurities from the soul and has been used to remove Horcruxes twice before, with one being successful. The requirements of the participant are a strong will, high magical strength, and a pure heart, something you have spades. The reason the other attempt I mentioned failed is because the participant did not have a pure heart. Now, as I said before, it is risky. It can result in irreparable damage to the magic or soul if not carried out correctly, but all of them carry this risk. What makes this ritual ideal is that it also requires the help of a human anchor who will lend you their strength and serve as a tether to this world. Can anyone be an anchor, or are there a set of requirements? Harry piped up. There has to be mutual love and trust between you and your chosen anchor. It doesn't have to be romantic, but it does have to be very strong. There is a spell to test the compatibility of an anchor, so you will know beforehand if the person you choose will work. There is something else you should know before you make your decision, though, Samina said, pausing to show the seriousness of what she was about to say. You and your anchor will form a bond that will give you access to all of each other's memories, good or bad. It can also have other effects, such as the ability to sense each other's emotions or more. Unfortunately, the anchor bond is not well researched since those involved kept much of it to themselves, but it is not harmful or so strong that you will be forced to stay within a certain distance of each other. However, this is a very intimate thing to share, and you should think carefully about who you want to have this connection with. How does the ritual work? Minerva asked after a moment of silence. It has to occur on the night of a full moon and requires some rare and powerful ingredients. 48 hours beforehand, the participant and the anchor will have to take purification potions to remove any potions, curable sicknesses, and binds on magic. This is simply to put you in the optimal condition. It is also advised that they do very little magic in that time to conserve as much of their strength as possible. The ingredients that will be used to draw the runes for the circle and on those involved include phoenix tears, blood from the participant and the anchor, blood from a unicorn, willingly given, dragon blood of the participant's choice, and water from a magical lake in Greece called the Limni tis Eritis, or the Lake of Virtue. I can gather all of the ingredients except for the unicorn blood, which has to be given directly to the participant. During the ritual, I will recite the chant and the anchor will make their pledge. After that, it is up to the participant, aided by their anchor, to fight against the impurity in their soul and remove it while keeping their soul intact. In this case, the Horcrux will try to be the soul that remains in the body, so this will be especially hard and very painful. Once it is done, the participant will need at least 24 hours to recover. Harry sat back thoughtfully as he mentally went through everything he'd been told. While most of it was pretty straightforward, he was wary of the prospect of being bonded to someone else and sharing his memories with them. However, Harry trusted that Samina was giving him the best option, and at least this method meant he wouldn't have to face this alone. As he thought about who he might choose for an anchor, Minerva was the first name that went through his mind. He knew if he asked her, she would do it, but still he hesitated. It meant that she would likely learn of his confused feelings for her, and he didn't know if that was such a good idea or how it would affect their friendship. Samina guessed at the dilemma Harry was facing. You don't have to choose an anchor right this moment, Harry. It will take me 30 days to make the purification potions, and I also have to gather the rest of the ingredients. We won't be able to perform the ritual until the full moon in August, so you have plenty of time to make a decision on that. Okay, then if you're sure that this is the best way to go forward, I'll do it, Harry decided. It is. I will leave tomorrow to get started. Do you have a particular breed of dragon whose blood you'd like to use? It's best if the dragon has some sort of significance to you, Samina questioned. If you can get it, then Hungarian horntail blood would be best, Harry replied. Ah yes, you managed to best one during the tournament. That is a good choice, Samina agreed. I have one more question, Minerva spoke up. Harry was planning on becoming an animagus during the upcoming full moon. Will that have any adverse effects on the ritual? No. He can move forward with that plan, Samina replied with a smile. Well, now that that's been decided, let's go back to Black Manor so you can meet some of the others, Harry declared. When they returned to Black Manor, Samina was introduced to Andromeda and Susan, who were the only ones there since everyone else was at work. She told them a bit about herself and what she did, and they reciprocated. Then Harry and Minerva showed her to the room she would stay in for the night. Once she had her stuff put away, they went to Harry's room so she could set up the ward that would help with his nightmares. After that, she and Minerva went to go talk in private in her room, while Harry went to his study to be alone for a while. When the two witches were seated on the bed in the room, Samina decided to ease her way into learning more about Harry and Minerva's relationship. So, Harry is definitely a one-of-a-kind. Wizard, what do you mean? Minerva asked, unsure where Samina was going with this. Well, I've only met 2 other living Horcruxes, and none of them were in as good a condition as he is for one. To have a heart that's so pure despite the evil that is latched onto his soul is amazing. He also seems to have a strong sense of duty and a good moral compass. That is especially noteworthy considering he didn't have any good role models until he started Hogwarts at 11. He is definitely different from most wizards I've ever met, Minerva admitted. Special even. Samina eyed Minerva curiously. Special, huh? Do you mean in general? Or to you? Minerva avoided her gaze. I don't know what you're implying. Oh, don't give me that mini. You know exactly what I'm implying, and the fact that you're defensive about it gives me your answer. While I do consider him my friend, he is still my student. What you're implying is completely inappropriate. Maybe, but that doesn't stop it from being true. If you didn't feel so strongly for him, you never would have offered to sleep with him to help him with his nightmares. He needed to sleep, and I couldn't think of anything else that would help. Would you have done that for anyone else? Minerva looked away in shame. No, then you did it because he is special to you. Samina's tone was gentle and non-judgmental. Minerva's voice was barely above a whisper as she replied. He's not supposed to be. At least not like that. The heart wants what it wants. We have no control over that. I'm too old for him. You're not that old, and you surely don't look like you are either. Plus, I know for a fact that you are still able to bear children. Shamina. Minerva was scandalized. Well, it's the truth, and you've always wanted a family. Maybe this is another opportunity to do so. Minerva sighed deeply, trying to ignore the seed of hope that sprouted from Samina's words. It doesn't matter. He could never see me that way, so there's no point in thinking about it. You can't tell me that you really don't notice the way he looks at you, Samina insisted. He's young, and it's likely nothing more than a crush that he'll get over soon enough, Minerva argued. She refused to get her hopes up for something she saw as impossible. Samina shook her head at her friend's obliviousness. I think you should ask him before you make that determination, but I'll let it go for now. Just remember that not everyone gets a second chance like this. Samina moved on before Minerva could argue with her any further. Anyway, tell me more about these Horcruxes that monster made. Maybe I can help you figure out where the rest might be. The two of them discussed that and other things for over 2 hours, making a trip back to Minerva's house to retrieve the pensive and memories so Samina could view them. After reviewing all of the evidence, Samina suggested that they look in the ROR at Hogwarts, since she knew Voldemort spent some time there when he was a student. Then the conversation shifted to lighter topics as they caught up with each other. After a while, Creature came by to tell them that everyone else was back from work and that dinner was ready. The two of them thanked the house elf before heading downstairs. Minerva introduced Samina to everyone she hadn't met yet before looking around for Harry. When she realized that he wasn't there, she excused herself to go retrieve him. As she reached the 3rd floor, she heard the sound of music being played and followed it until she got to Harry's private study. She stopped at the door to take in the scene in front of her. Harry was sat in front of the piano, moving his fingers expertly over the keys as he played. She'd never heard the song before, but it was beautiful. Instead of interrupting him, she remained quiet, simply allowing the emotional melody to swirl around her. As he played the final notes, Minerva shook herself from the days she'd been in and spoke up. "It seems you are an excellent piano player, just like Doris said." Harry turned around, startled to see her standing at the door. "Oh hey, I didn't hear you come in. What were you playing?" "It was Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata, the first movement, one of my favorite pieces." "Well, you played it beautifully." "Thank you. I had to practice really hard to get it right." "You're welcome. Anyway, I came up here to tell you that dinner was ready, and everyone's returned from work." "All right, let's go then." A minute later, they were seated at the dining table with everyone else. Dinner was a nice affair as they all talked and joked with each other. Everyone shared funny stories as they got to know those they were just meeting. After dinner, Harry and Minerva took Andromeda, Tonks, Amelia, and Samina to the side to discuss the Horcrux ritual. He also asked Hestia to join them after a bit of hesitation, deciding that she should be brought in on the subject as well. They could use her help and experience finding these things as well as getting past any obstacles in the way. Once they caught her up, and she got over her shock and horror, Samina explained the ritual that they would be using to remove the Horcrux from Harry. She told them about everything in great detail, answering most of the questions they had about it. They also talked about possible places Voldemort may have hidden his Horcruxes, with Samina giving them the same advice about the ROR that she'd told Minerva earlier. Harry promised that it would be the first thing he did once he was back at school. Eventually, all of them retired to bed, since they had to get up early for training. When Harry and Minerva reached their rooms, they bid each other an awkward good night before heading into their respective rooms. It took them both longer than usual to fall asleep as they missed each other's presence, though neither would admit it out loud. It would be a restless night for them.